Good morning, Daniel.
Going down.
So,
Your hair dries right.
you're gonna be worn out now, dude, if you weren't before.
I've got a bunch of my purse. I'm gonna need one in a little bit.
Okay.
Whenever we break. Yeah, we break it. The thing I used to not know. And now I have it. Hair ties. That is a thankful thing, right? Okay, 9:30. Okay. All right, City Council Priorities and Strategy Goals Workshop Meeting, Monday, July 1st, 2024, 9:30 a.m. has begun. Call to order. First item, number 2 is citizen comments and reports. Fran? There are none. Moving on to item 3, reports and general information. We'll start with item A, which is a general financial overview with our fund descriptions, fund balances, tax rate definitions, code of ordinances, and state law requiring hotel occupancy tax funds. Miss Darla.
Darla.
So I have in your binder a list of all of the funds, because these are all the buckets of money we have and how our budget will be organized. If you like me to go through them all, I will. I know this isn't the first year for anyone on council, but I can definitely go through them.
Yeah.
Okay, the general fund is your biggest pot of money. It is the main general operating fund of the city, used to do everything like health, safety, welfare type things that we are core business. It's used to account for everything that's not a special revenue that has to be kept in another fund. Main revenue sources are property tax, franchise, sales tax, golf cart permits are large for us. STR rental registration and building permits. The tax is kept somewhere else. Then we have the hotel motel fund. We collect 7% of every room night that is under 30 days, and that is broken down between several funds. The hotel motel fund is where we take all the money in, and then we give 3.25% of that tax to the chamber for their functions of sales and marketing. By state law, 3% of that 7% has to go to sales and marketing. So we have to give the chamber a minimum of 3%. We give them an extra quarter that we added on in 2017. That time it was specifically for the convention center project. The hotel motel special fund also gets 3.25% of the 7% tax. And this is where most of the council, well, not most, pretty much all of the council hotel motel projects are paid from this fund. Everything to present, support the nature preserve. Where we've been hit it quite a bit is for park operations, the community center park on Allister. Well, it's got a name now. The Allister Park, the playground equipment that you've approved. We have a lot of this money dedicated wayfinding, the, what do we call that project? The
Streetscape.
streetscape.
Yep.
Streetscape project. All of those projects are being paid from these funds. Facility fund supports the 2 tourist facilities of the Civic Center and the Community Center, and its expansion will be paid for out of this fund. The beach fund receives 2% of the hotel motel tax back from the state. Of their 6%, they send us back 2% to clean and maintain the beaches. We also have the monies from our beach parking permits, but that has a revenue split between City of Corpus gets 45.5%. We get 38.5%. Nueces County gets 16%. That discussion on revenue kind of died with Corpus at this point. If y'all want to revisit it, then that would be a direction we need from you. The Nature Preserve Fund is exactly what it says. It goes to support the nature preserve and all of its projects. We do have quite a few miscellaneous grants that have helped us with that, but otherwise it has no revenue. It has to rely on the hotel motel special fund to support it. The debt service fund, this is a listing of all the outstanding debt issues that we currently have on the books. The first section, the debt from 14, 17, 21, tax notes from 21, tax notes from 22, tax notes from 24, and the street and drainage bond from 23. All of those bond issues go on against your tax rate. portion of your tax rate is levied to pay off the bonds. And then we have some other debt that is paid by other sources. I'll talk about the 11th Street in just a little bit. It's been being paid for by Impact Fee Zone 1. The Marina Harvey bond, we've gotten FEMA funds to help us pay that down. And Beach Access Road B is paid for by the impact fees from Zone 2, which is where most of our impact fees are going now because that is it's,
Cinnamon Shore South.
yeah, basically that's the easy way to say it. Construction fund is all of our bond funds that are going for different street and drain projects. CDBG drainage grant project that's underway is being paid from there also. Street maintenance fund, we've taken some monies from the general fund and transferred it to the street maintenance fund to build up so we can do street repairs, small overlays and not have to bond things like that. Municipal court technology and security, a portion of each ticket that is issued and paid for in the court goes specifically for court technology and court security. Airport fund supports airport operations, harbor fund supports harbor operations, and gas and sanitation support those two operations. Impact Fee Zone 1. We've had this for, gosh, quite a while now. And-
Since 2008.
8. And a lot of our building permits in prior years have been pulled from Impact Fee Zone 1. It's really getting built out. Most of our building that's going on now is going in Cinnamon Shore South. So our revenues in Impact Fee Zone 1 have drastically dropped. We've only collected about 95,000 this year, and our bond payment is around $500,000 a year. So we have enough revenue from this to not put anything against our tax rate this year. But when I do the tax calculations, I am probably going to split it about 50-50 because if I don't, that means next year when I do the tax calculations, our interest and sinking is going to go up here and our maintenance and operations for general fund is going to drop. So I kind of want to balance it out. I won't know till I see the numbers, but bottom line is we're going to have to shift some of our taxes more towards debt and less towards operations. Shouldn't be too significant, but we only have 3 more years to pay off that 11th Street bond issue. But I'd like to get it to where it evenly hits our tax rate and we don't just take a big sucker punch next year. Impact Fee Zone 2 though is growing. We're up to about 147,000 in that. And our bond for the Access Road B was only 885,000. So we have enough to pay for that. Drainage impact fees, we're getting ready to start collecting that. It goes on anything that's new construction. Park dedication fees goes on any new dwelling unit and can be used for building permits for park projects. Can be used for anything in the park master plan. So if y'all so choose, we can put some of that money or all of that money to the rec center. We're up to about 761,000 in that fund. RDC gets a 0.5 cent of sales tax to support the construction and operations of city parks. COVID-19, that fund is still sitting there. CARES Act, we have some money in there, but it is allocated to go against the ambulance that is on order. So once we get that ambulance in, that fund will close out. Hurricane Recovery Fund, exactly what it says, goes to do everything to recover from Hurricane Harvey. The next page gives you the fund balances. The first column is where we started the year in each of our funds. Estimate for the change for the year and our estimated ending fund balance. General fund has 6 months of operations is 7 million. We have excess of 6.7 million. We are almost right at a year of extra operations. But we haven't begun the expansion on this building yet. So a lot of that is going to go for that expansion. And then the only other fund I really wanted to point out was that Impact Fee Zone 1. That I don't think we have enough to pay the next 3 years worth of bonds. So I'll have to do some magic starting with the tax rate. The tax rate There's several portions of the tax rate. The no new revenue rate is the rate that brings in the same amount of tax levy for the entire city that it brought in the prior year. So if we have 5 million in revenue and from tax, we can bring in 5 million in revenue of tax next year. We can add on to that the cost of the valuation of the tax on the new construction homes. Because new construction brings new demand onto your city for police, fire, EMS, all of those services. So you're allowed to tax for the new value of construction above what you brought in the prior year. The voter approval rate is that amount of levy plus 3.5%. You cannot go over that 3.5%. If you do, it triggers an automatic election. So we'll never do that. Unused increment rate does not really apply to us because we don't mess with that 3.5% voter rate. 2 parts of your tax, maintenance and operations, it goes in your general fund, and then your interest and sinking to retire all of your debt. Our current rate this year was 19.5 cents. 11.5 cents was for M&O and 8 cents went for interest and sinking to pay off the debt. The next page just shows you a breakdown of where the tax dollar goes for a Port Aransas homeowner. They pay $1.26 per 100. And the city of Port Aransas is 15% of that total $1.26 that they pay. School district is at 58%. The county's at 18.8% basically, and we're only at 15.4%. So our citizens pay more into the county than they do into the city.
It's because you get more county services.
That's right. Fortunately, we don't pay to Delmar because Delmar is higher than the city also.
Jeez.
Yep, I do pay into Delmar.
Oh,
So
so you know.
I know. The next page gives you just the city tax rates across the coastal bend. You can see we are by far the lowest, sitting at 19 cents. The next lowest, there's Fulton at 26 cents and Rockport at 36. So we're a good 17 cents lower than even Rockport. The next thing in your packet is the long article written by Scott Juslove. If you remember, he came down this last year and we had a joint meeting with him and the HOP board. He is the Texas Hotel and Lodging and Association. I don't know what he is, the president, the CEO, he's the head of it. And he is an expert in hotel motel tax law. He helped write it actually with the state when he worked for TML. This is his article. We are very blessed in that we are a coastal municipality and we can use our hotel tax for things that other cities cannot. And so that's why we have the hotel motel special and can use it for parks and different things like that. Houston, Dallas, they can't use it for parks. We can. So we're blessed there. The next, page 59, right before tab B, that article ends. And this is just a section from our code of ordinances that tells how the disposition of revenue for hotel tax can be expended. And down in blue is where I have how our current disposition is broken down. Chamber of Commerce gets the 3.25 I mentioned. Last year it was at 4.8 million. Since we've been running behind, I'm estimating maybe a drop of 500,000 to down to about 4.35, which means the hotel motel special would also get that same allocation, the 4.35, and the facility fund will get another about 671,000. And that will help for any community center projects we may have and the expansion of the civic center, the facility fund. So it's kind of the layout of how everything is broken down. If anybody has any questions or wants to talk about anything.
That's good.
The fun question parts come after we make the list.
Right. I know, right? Right now,
When you
all
put
this-
when you put everything to the pencil. Then we really know what's what.
Thank you, Darla.
Did anybody's
Certainly.
property value on the properties they own go down this year over last year?
Mine did. No, my Oats house went down.
Anybody else's
Mine barely went up.
went out?
Yeah, barely. Just a little.
Nicole's went down just.
I think my land went down. But then my building went up just a hair to
So if
count
they're
it.
making some corrections to when it went up high, it's certainly not coming all the way down to where it was. So we should have some large values. Oh, it's gonna be large. Yeah, still good.
Yeah.
And
And-
Darla, when you say projected will be $1 million less off of the blue stuff on page 59.
In hotel motel tax collections, as a guess.
When you take that guess, should we be looking at spending $1 million less on that fund?
You have hotel motel special started the year with a lot of money. We've been building it for years and have not hit it with projects until this year.
Okay.
This year, we've started hitting it with some projects that are pretty good size. But, you know, like wayfinding, this is just phase one that we're doing right now, right? We haven't allocated everything. I don't want to say the words, but heaven forbid if we ever did get a storm early in the year, we wouldn't be down $1 million. And you'd be having to make adjustments. It would be a whole lot more.
But that was building during some very high times where we all experienced. So the building up to what it was at the beginning of this year were some good,
There were some very
Years.
slow years too, though.
okay.
There were some very slow years in that buildup. We've been building it up for a very long time. It just didn't get the big growth until the last 4 or 5 years.
So if we're utilizing some of those dollars and now we're guesstimating that it might stay down for another year, should we be thinking about not spending an extra $1 million someplace?
Well, that is all your hotel motel special projects.
Right.
And we have not depleted the fund completely by any stretch of the imagination. And depending on what goals y'all have, that's when I have to put pen to the paper and say, okay, if you do this, guys, you're taking the fund down to where you're not going to have anything and you're gonna have to wait a few years to build up before you do another big project.
Okay, so let's move on to item B, which is our report card of the goals that we set for last year and where we are on those items.
Okay, so last year we had quite the list, if you guys recall. So I just wanted to, Darla and I were going over it last week and we realized, hey, we did pretty good. So we wanted to at least go over this because a lot of these are going to be carryovers. So the list this year that you guys submitted is a lot smaller, but there's still a lot of things from 23, 24 that were kind of a part one, and they'll have a part two component to them this cycle. So I'll just go over 'em. Yeah, go ahead.
And I think this leads back into probably the question that I was interpreting that Dale was asking, and I think it's maybe important to maybe put that paper too, or at least preliminary for me, is when we go through the list, like, for example, number one, when you say
Yeah.
funding, awarding, wayfinding, okay, done, we did it, we funded, we awarded it, project underway. So budget last year was to fund partially an award, but there's continually funding necessary going forward, right? That's what I think
Yes.
is be important.
Yeah.
Each one of these, to Darla's point.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we may have pushed forward with the project to be, quote unquote, designed or whatever, but what is the impact to our budget this
Yeah.
year and beyond? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. So I'll just go over them real quick. Wayfinding is underway. We budgeted 1.8 million, I believe. So right now they've just been doing all the design work and getting doing a lot of the preliminary signs. They've gone to our review committee. And so basically they'll just get a whole bunch done and then come down with an install team and start installation. So that's underway. Citywide rebranding. You guys finalized the design. We're rolling everything out. You're seeing some new shirts that have the branding down there. You'll also notice we're starting the fleet, as the fleet comes in, we still have the wave to add, but we kind of dialed in the size of the decal and the text. And so we're slowly getting those. As soon as we get past budget, Darla's been kind of spearheading the vehicle branding. So we're slowly seeing the branding come alive. The new Harbor Master office has the new branding logo on the front. Looks really great. So that's taken off. Public information officer, we did not hire. We didn't have any place for him. So we didn't do that one. Main Street beautification. You guys approved the design component last summer. We do have that. We'll be going over that today. Jerry McDonald outfield park design that's been designed. We'll be going over that today. Highway 361 golf signage. We got all the signage up. Those are the big kind of the stand-up placards. It's made a huge impact on carts on the path. So that's underway. And highway speeding signage. Those are the flashing light as you come into town. And I believe someone wanted another one of those, but that's been a big help as you come into the city. Security at city facilities, that's underway. That's in a lot of the new building, the construction that's going on and the renovation. Charlie's Pasture bulkhead park design, that's been completed. You'll be seeing that today. Citywide lighting plan, that's part of the streetscape design by EDSA. So we're going to discuss that today. City staff ferry shuttle, that's completed. Staff got a RTA van that they bring back and forth. So it's been a big help. It's a 15-passenger van. It stays on the other side. Then everyone meets there in the morning. They jump in the van, come across in the fast lane, and then and then can get back and forth. So that's working out great. Urgent care facilities recruitment. We did a little bit at the beginning of the fall last year without a whole lot of success. So we're going to discuss that again today. Street cut tracking program. We didn't have any action on that. We need to get that rolling. Allister Street Founders Park, that was designed, awarded, and is in construction right now. Part-time weekend code enforcement for weekends. We haven't acted on that. Funding for future housing projects. We've just been basically just tracking the PFC funds to explore different ideas. Highway 361 speed limit. Did I do that twice? Oh yeah, I did that twice. Sorry. Highway 361 right turn lane from Avenue G onto 361 South. We have no action on that. Highway 361, the boardwalk fill-in project between, there's that section of sidewalk where there's no sidewalk between like the towers and back to we haven't had any traction on that. I think Ray did a little bit of work on it, but I don't think it went anywhere. Christmas holiday pole lighting improvements. We did a lot of improvements last year and we got more coming, correct, Colleen? Some, if they approve it, right?
If you want it, I'll buy.
Yeah. Civic Center expansion, that is in design. It's about at 75%. City Hall expansion in design. It's about at 75%. Hotel Conference Center, there's been some discussion, but little movement. Rec Center is in design. It's probably at 40%. Citywide broadband improvements. The chamber has hired a specialist, so there's a small team working on that. So that's seeing a little bit of traction. Beach parking sticker program realignment. No action on that. That's kind of realigning with Corpus Christi and maintaining the 67-acre permit. That is awaiting final National Fisheries Wildlife final review, but it's about at 98%. Animal shelter improvements. That's kind of continuing. You guys are going to discuss that more today. Parks and Recreation Maintenance Building, that's waiting for the rec center to start because their kind of utilities are tied together on that. Lifeguard building is waiting for the fire and EMS building to get a little bit further ahead before it can start so that they won't be in the way. Gas department building, it's been designed and we awarded it through a change order process. So that is underway. So that's kind of last year's report card.
Well, I think that's a good report card. Lots of action.
Yeah,
That's
lots of
great.
movement.
Okay, so that'll bring us into item 4, which is the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget funding request from outside agencies. So item C is recommendation on funding request from the Hotel Motel Occupancy Tax Advisory Board. Lawrence, is that you, sir?
Your Excel sheets, they're in the. Okay. Yes, sir.
Did-
It's under tab C.
C.
Thank you. Okay. So we received applications from 5 different entities. Papaha Arts Center, PAX, Big Access Ceiling, which is Harvest Moon, Trinity Day School, and EMS Department. We got a total request up front from all agencies at $591,034.36. After taking it through the hot board policy and discussion and recommendations, they have recommended to award a total of $547,000. So we stuck to the policy, we stuck to state law, had some very healthy discussions. It was a good process. So, our policy has a lot in place. Depending upon how discussion goes from here, maybe we can always add to our policy. It's really up to the cities how they want to administer these things. So we kind of got what I want to call a good copy in place, but certainly amendable.
What did we spend last year? 150 plus 15, or what was it? 150, 75,
It
75?
was 300, right?
Yeah.
No, I think we gave, was it one?
We gave the Arts Center. They're my first one.
and 150.
They get 75, 75, and 3, I think. The 75 to the Arts Center.
Right.
Sorry, I'm not as fast.
75 to pack.
75 to pack, and the Papa got, I believe it was 300.
Yeah. 300.
No, 150.
Yeah.
Oh, only 150.
150 was
300 total.
300
year
the prior
before, I
year,
think, yeah.
total was 300. So we're going up to 547. Which is a lot.
So your policies can be set as restricted as you like, or, as liberal as you like. There were some things we didn't put in that would make it more restrictive, such as, refunding upon receipts, like proof. We're doing a straight up fund right up front. That's good. We didn't set any cap amount on applicants or applications. I think another thing that we could discuss is, are we just gonna fund a line item for hot grants? And is that gonna be like a first come first served basis for the applicants? So there's different things you can kind of consider.
Well, the legislation permits up to a percentage of the collection, correct?
Well, for art,
For arts, right,
Yeah.
right, for that part. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if there ever was a time where we didn't get a certain amount of collection, I think that obviously would dictate, what we would or wouldn't give, right? Because you couldn't exceed that amount.
Yes, but it's.
but that's 15% for, that's for,
For museums.
that's a may.
Sure.
It's not a shall.
And 15% is a pretty large number.
Yeah, that's a huge number for
Yeah.
us.
So it's $547,000.
It is.
If we only collect, 4 million one year, and just as a percentage, I'm just saying in
Right.
general.
Yes.
Really, this year it's gonna boil down to what's in that hot pot. It's dropped significantly.
You gave a good presentation at the hot meeting.
Mhm.
Well, in the thought of having a reserve on hand, right?
Well, I think last year we asked for a process and we put in place a process, and I think y'all did a great job of, going through those and vetting them and helping us, at least have information presented, from the different requests. And again, in a format that, we know there's been vetting and there's been some due diligence. So I think, yeah, at the end of the day, it comes to how much money we have in the overall budget as to what we get and can award to the various groups. So, are there any other questions about that process or any of the requests, the applications anybody has?
With all the activity, I'm sorry, I'm just making my Excel sheet numbers. And so like for the pop-up, all the individual line items. So how would the request work? Let's just say for one of them, the event program relating restoration preservation 55,440, but they just come up. We're not just going to give them 305K, but is there a certain process where they present to you, here's the scope, or and then any checks and balances after the fact, or?
Yes, sir. That's a good question. So here in the applications, we kind of help repeat the fire describe to us how they're going to be working with the hotel lobbying entities, and how they're going to be marketing, and how they plan to expense these things. We asked a lot of good questions. The next portion to this will be a follow-up as like a post-event report that they can come give us. And it'll be, I envision a presentation of like numbers that we're requesting of actual attendance from out of town that or what we're calling tourists and locals that are here staying in hotels. So we're holding the feet to the fire to somehow prove that up. Surveying or asking questions or doing room blocks, working with the hotels to get this information. So those are the things we're gonna be looking at next to guarantee that they're doing what they're saying. And then there is a 20% retainer that we hold until they do that.
You had a line item that said percentage event funded by hot request.
Yes. Are you looking at the spreadsheet?
Yes.
Yeah, I apologize. I got behind. I was gonna do the math for y'all, but I just wanted to show. Are they requesting like 100%? Like, are they putting any skin in the game? That was kind of my thought. And I didn't really get to do all the numbers. I apologize. But some of them were, some of the applicants were pretty high amounts where they're requesting, let's call it 100% of the funding for funding their event. Some of the things. If that's the information that you guys are wanting, I can go through all the applications.
Is there somewhere on the application where if they were requesting advertising funds, so like Harvest Moon Regatta, I don't know what it says, event expenses, but if part of that was for advertising and they were already getting an advertising support from the CVB, is there somewhere on the application that would indicate that? So we already knew, like, if one of these entity was already getting that provided to them, we giving them money on top of what they're already getting provided. Does that make sense?
From the chamber?
Yes, for the
Yes.
Saber and CVB.
So I did email Brett about this. We're gonna work together on monitoring that. If that's not happening. We'll recommend them to take one process or the other, not double tap.
Okay. Okay.
So this year of the 150K, the 75 with the Paddock Art Center and Papa, how much did they utilize all those funds this year?
I did not have for our application process. It was for the new requests. I probably should have asked more on our history, but I really didn't. We just stuck to what that application was for these new requests. But I did ask a question, like for example, Papa Hogs wanting, what was being recommended for 305,000. I asked our board, not our board, but the applicant in front of the board, well, what were y'all funded last year or the year before? And it was a way lesser amount. So I kind of left it out there for the board for consideration, but still proceeded and to see it.
That'd be interesting, because they listed all these items down for about 305,000, and so they had 150 this year. It'd be interesting to see how that would have broken out
Right,
on those particular events.
right.
Awesome.
On these new applications, I am asking for a budget to show us, you know, a breakout of expenses.
That's what I was gonna say. Are we allowed to ask for a report on their expenses and how we funded?
It should be coming up with that,
Yeah.
There you go.
follow-up that we did.
Just, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they do give us they do owe us an
Right.
audit for
Yeah.
this last year.
So-
It's just that it's not
Not
over
the
yet,
end.
so.
Okay,
I don't think we require necessarily the audit, but the financial, the
Yeah.
report.
right, okay.
Did you get the financial reports to see where, did they submit their financial reports to be able to show how much would be funded by the city?
So we we're requesting to submit like a budget or a breakout, how they're planning to use these expenses. Some of them gave them up front in that process, but some didn't. So I requested, when you come do the follow-up presentation on your post-event, like how did this event actually go? Please present all information there.
Some of it was hard to call that out, as a new applicant, I mean. You know, they'll never funded anything before, so like how much of this is funded by the city, so we'll put 0. You know, but at the same time, and there's a lot of those steps where things that we necessarily can't do now, because we don't have the funding. You know, those would all be added in for the next one, so it's like, oh, so your current budget's 50,000, you're asking for 30, that's right ratio wise, but it's because of all the new things that we're trying to do, so really. If you added those in, your budget would be closer to 80,000 and only 30 of it was funded, if that makes sense, but.
Yeah.
You know, for new applicants, I think that the application was it almost kind of married between old ones, like repeating ones and new ones, so it was kind of skewed, I guess. You know, depending on how you answer it.
So starting out, but we had other entities, we've been doing this year to year, so moving forward, like you said, the audit, so when do you get those audits usually? So it'd be the end
Usually give it at the end of the year,
of December? Or
September.
September, okay.
our fiscal year.
Got it. I'm just thinking of the next, of this, as this evolves, then we have, you know, like the pre-existing and that, but you have something to move forward. So here's 305,000. Okay. And here's the audit that you get. And then when you get into the next evaluation process, you take that into account when you're taking in the checks and balances. New, I get it. You don't have any kind of historical, but moving forward,
Yeah.
you know, and the new ask, I like that part, but at least you got some historical of what's happened before. And then what's that process been?
Very true.
It would be better to know how they spent the money they received the previous year before we made the decision about this. And if it's a new applicant, obviously that's a different story.
Right.
But if you received $75,000 last year, it would be nice to know how that was spent before we make the decision to fund X amount for the next year. And if we don't get the audit from last year until September, we're not going to have that opportunity to make that decision.
Cause they're meeting, the hot board met in March or April. I mean, so they're meeting very early during the fiscal year to ask for this, but since like Papa did so many different applications and we withhold 20%, we were planning on funding, I haven't had that much communication with them, but we're planning on funding them by application, not a whole 305 lump. So before the Farley Classic Golf Tournament, we'd be giving them the money for that.
Yeah, they need to do a post-event follow-up report on each one of these applications.
And they have to do it within how many days?
It's, I think 60 days from the event.
Yeah.
Or if you're doing like a year-long thing, kind of like the art center, it's open all year long. I'm calling when they come in by September, you know, to speak to this fiscal year. But yeah, they should be showing us what I want to call audit type numbers at the follow-up.
So year 2, we'll have
We'll have more.
We'll have more audit
Yeah.
numbers.
Information
Right.
than this year because we were just given lump sum and same report to us.
Yeah.
And, you know, in the policy, I'll call for any unused monies to be returned, no granting of monies, things like that. Told them to get their permits, insurance, security, checking with the police as needed for your event. A lot of different stuff.
So to go back to that point you made, if the Turkey Trot Trinity Day School requested $20,000 and the board approved 11 for them or recommended 11 for them, that would not be given to them until right before their event or in lead up to their event so they could spend the money on advertising or whatever it is.
I put in our policy that we have to go through this process at budget goals workshop.
Mm-hmm.
And because the council is a final awarding authority, so you guys have to, sign off on how much, or even if there is any. Once that happens and it is approved in the budget, then the policy says you can get your check basically that first Friday in October, that's new fiscal year, when the new budget kicks in. That will be, because this is kind of looking forward for the next budget.
Well, that's gonna be pretty close for Harvest Moon Regatta.
Even for first timers. So the EMS thing that's gone on, it's gone on for several years now. You guys know the results of it. You know how much manpower it takes, how much you gotta spend. Just historical data. There's no way when somebody's coming for an event that says, hey, we've done this. We'd like some hot tax and like the city to contribute. You could tell, they should be able to tell us this is what it is. Not how they're gonna use it, but how it fits into the budget. Like with the 20,000, you got an idea of what you wanted to do with that $20,000.
Yeah, we presented that.
Right. And so you could see this, the back stuff. You could see historically what it is. If people are going to be, expanding this because they're having a fundraiser and they think they're going to get out of town people to come, they should be able to tell us, we've done it for the last 3 years. We spent $10,000 promoting it. It raised whatever, $15,000, okay? And we'd like $20,000 to promote it more, because when you go through the math, you'd sit there and go, how about if we just write you a check to help you in a fundraiser? Because we do have like Trinity Day School, that's a fundraiser event, different from some of these other things. Y'all's is a convention, so we're supporting the convention and the promotion of a convention, a true, here it is kind of thing. There's no way to grab some of that financial data, like on all these, you have yet to see a financial statement from any of those asking people.
Yeah.
Even though you guys asked, I know back in
Yeah.
February and March.
Right. Yeah, it's part of the policy. It says in there, please submit a budget breakout. A lot of them did and some did, so we're gonna hold them to on the next follow-up report to present everything.
Okay.
And if they don't, then we know, well, next application process, hey, you guys didn't perform so well, then, you didn't turn in things. I would recommend to our board that we do a lesser amount or none. But, I don't participate in the actual voting.
Because from time to time, organizations are gonna try things for the first time. And it's either, wow, that was really good. Had some hiccups. Maybe we're not gonna do that again. We didn't get the response. And in our mind with hot tax, we're anticipating bringing people into the community from other places.
Yes.
To see our city, and that's what we want to bring in, like a convention. Y'all's is a convention. Wooden Boat Festival could be a convention sort of
Right,
kind of thing.
should be benefiting the hotels and, SURs, lodging entities in the end, coming in out of town and stay here.
Right.
Approve
Or
that.
add on to the ones that are already here to give them something to do.
That's what we're asking them to prove up to us. And making sure that I even ask for contacts, like who are you gonna be working with to the lodging industry? To get these sort of things put in place. Are you gonna figure out when their slow times are? Can you do some events during those
Okay.
times?
we did all the tracking, all our, so I mean, you had surveys, they said that, right, they said how many nights they stayed, where they stayed, with the room block agreements with different places, 4 different,
And they were in
golf
town,
places,
and they were in
all
town.
of them. So, support.
And they would not have been here except for that, much less. And that's advertising for them to come back with their families other than work. Is yours gonna go pretty much just advertising, getting the word out?
Yeah, most all of it is there, we're getting to the point now where, you know, we don't have 20 people anymore, you know, there's several hundred people. So then the registration process and the CE process on how they come in, and that's kind of, we want to update that system where it's almost more digitized. So we can physically track it when you walk in here, it has your name, where you're staying, all your stuff, everything else, and then at the same time, it tracks your hours, like if you walk in, if you walk back out an hour later, then we don't give you credit for the whole day. So you get scanned in, scanned out type of thing, and that's kind of how with all the conferences we do, they work, they need to get those certifications. And that's what it's like. Right, and then going to other conferences, that would come crazy, but you go to other conferences, set up booth to advertise your conference, give out flyers, give everything else. We've had a partner in the past, through our billing agency, and they've kind of just piggyback, you know, they have a booth and they just put our flyer on the edge, hey, also this conference. But it's getting to the point where we need to pay for those flyers, you know, at the conference, not them out of their kindness. And it, you know, it's one thing when you're making 50 flyers, it's another thing when you're making 5,000. Right. So things are just starting to get to the point to where they can't be, they're not just gonna do these things for free. And so we have to start doing that. That's why our budget was so much smaller, because we weren't paying for those things, but we.
And you just need a bigger place so we can have it when you're at capacity.
Which also costs money.
It does. It all.
I mean, if our hot tax thing is gonna be down 10%, where do we want to throw?
I think, you know, as always, right, with all these things, our job today is to decide as council upon these recommendations, is this something we want Darla to put into the budget? So that's what we need to decide today. She can put these numbers into the budget as approved by the hot board, and then we dial it back based on whether or not, or we leave it alone, right? I mean, we have to know, or she has to know from us, do we want it to move forward into the budget based on the hot board's recommendation, yes or no? And then when we actually see the budget, then we can decide, okay, well, wait a minute, that's not going to work, or it is going to work, or, you know, I mean, that you guys know the drill. So,
Right, you guys have to make the decision. I mean, here, at the end of the day, there's programs out there that would qualify that might hit 2, 3, 4 million. If you were purchasing buildings, historical buildings, and renovating them, turn them into museums, building museums, I mean, you guys, I mean, there's a lot of things that can qualify for this program that would bankrupt your pot of money. So you have to have the mindset, just because it qualifies doesn't mean you're going to fund it. I mean, it's, my guess is you don't have 547,000, not even close. Once we get to the other projects that are going to be funded, it will not be there. And we'll see in about a month. But my guess is that pot of money, not there.
but
You'd
We
have to
gotta-
cut, you'd have
yeah.
to cut something else
Yeah.
to fund this.
Yeah, that's why we call it priority. What is your priority? Is your priority gonna be these, or is your priority gonna be
Nature
351
preserve,
lighting? Nature preserve.
marina. I mean, it's, yeah, it's, we got stiff competition this year for hot tax. I think we went from 12 million and down to,
We're down to 9 already, but we haven't, we allocated 2 million to playground equipment, but that hasn't come out yet. The park construction has been awarded for close to 1 million, hasn't come out yet. The streetscape, none of that's come out yet.
yeah, well, we haven't even,
Right.
Yeah.
We're only in design.
right.
So to do that, it's gonna be a very big ticket item. And of course, you know, some of this too could go to rec center.
We're gonna need that shortfall.
If we have some, I think some of it would be eligible because we are doing a gym in there. The pot of money y'all have for projects is hotel motel special. It's not general fund, because that's.
Yeah, sure.
When you say we're behind, we're at 9 million now collected or 9 million?
No, sir,
projected?
that's your fund
That's the
balance right
balance.
now. That's the
Okay.
balance of your reserves of
This-
hotel tax.
This year, are we ahead or behind on hot techs? Money in our bank? Forget the beginning balance. We're using some of it to do stuff. Are we up a bunch or down?
You're behind. You're down,
You're
it's,
talking about collected or?
Are you talking about as
True.
compared to last year?
Yes.
Okay, because
Just
I
to
wanted to
think-
say,
No,
I
no, I'm
mean-
looking at the
Right.
trend.
yeah, trend.
and Where
is-
we're
yeah.
going. It's nice when, it's great when trends are growing in big chunks. Where there's a correction. But if we're coming back, we have to think about that going, hey, there might not be, this may be one of those valleys we're about to go to.
you're down 12% for the year,
Right.
but you make those up in your summer months. We haven't
But
had our
no.
big months yet. Right.
We haven't hit that. But how many months are you counting in each of that reporting period to come up with the 12%?
It's 8 months so far into the year.
So 8 months into the year, we know we have our big ones coming. And we have big projects coming, so we would love a great windfall to help make us feel good. But if you're looking at a trend, we're off 12%
Right.
over
but-
this, over last year.
But
Same
last
reporting
year,
period.
6.5 million came in your last 4 months,
Okay,
you know, so it's
so even if we get 6.
it's hard to say panic in that first 8 months because they're not your big 8 months.
But let's say we get our same 6.4 million, you're still gonna, the same as last year. You're still gonna be down 12% because you have these first 8 months.
No, you're not down
Okay.
12%. You're down 4.5%. If we
4.5.
come in with exactly what we collected last
Yeah.
year, just plugged it in Excel, we're down 4.57%.
Okay.
Because you're,
But you also have to take into consideration looking at the last 8 years. So if you look at 15 and 16, the hot tax pot was about $2 million that you guys had to play with during budget season. Then the hurricane hits and that pot doesn't collect as much that 17 to 18, then it starts to build again. But here's what happened. For about 5 years, you guys froze hot tax spending. And that pot, that 2 million pot went to 4 to 8 to 10 to 12. Because we were squeezing. It was post hurricane. We didn't know where FEMA was coming in and that pot built. And then in 2021, we start tapping into it. We start buying property. We start doing projects again. Main pavilion, all the marina stuff, 2023. So that giant pot of money that we were discussing to use for these organizations in 22 and 23, it was there. This year, that 12 million, we're back down to that 2 million number, put it that way. We're back down to our pre-Harvey hot tax pot that we have to play with.
let me tell you what collections were. For the fiscal year 2019, which ended September 2019, you collected 4.89 million for the year. 2020, 5.38 for the year. 21, we start collecting hotel tax, 9.1 million in 2021. 9.5 million in 22, 10.5 million in 2023. That's when it started really growing, is in 21. Back in 2019, now granted, that starts with October of 18. A lot of properties were still under Harvey recovery, but we were only at 4.9 million for the year. Last year, we were at 10.5 million. More than double. I think we'll hit around 10 million again this year.
Well, that's why we're here today, build the list, we'll add the numbers to it, you crunch the numbers, we look at it and look at the threshold of what,
Mm-hmm.
where,
What we
you know, what we can and can't do, and just adjust accordingly. I mean,
Mhm. Yeah.
we established a committee for this purpose to help us at least get us in this process. And
Right.
so, yeah. With that said, I think we put the numbers in, just put them in there.
Yeah, doesn't hurt
And
now.
It's easy, I think for the work and the efforts from staff and everybody else, we
Yeah.
put the numbers in there, and then it gives us the hard print numbers, then at that point to say, is this gonna work or not? No,
There you
and then it
Yeah.
gives us an idea of maybe
Yeah.
what our adjustments could be, because right now it's just in the air saying,
Yeah.
well, what do you
This
think,
is our
you know?
First tax item.
But like you said, there's a lot of items on
Yeah,
this list.
yeah.
And I have a feeling, once we get through all this today,
We'll have to-
we're
Scale
gonna be
back.
real surprised. So,
Yeah,
Do you have our percent, the same 8 month period last year compared to the same 8 month period this year? Of what so much?
Yes, we're down 11.93%.
Yeah.
This year, we've collected 3.547 million. And last year during the same period. Screenshot. Was 4,028,000, so we're down.
So how do we think we're gonna make that up? If we're the same period, we're down 12%. We're gonna make up that 12% plus do the same amount we did last year.
Yeah,
I don't see it in town.
yeah, what did we end up last
The
year,
numbers.
Charlotte?
Last year was 10,527,000.
Oh, but I meant percent up, we were overall for the whole year, just, we were up.
Percent up the year before we were up right at 1 million, so what was that, like 10%?
So we're up 10%,
10%
so
up.
we'd be lucky to break even if. Okay.
If you collect the same amount in the last 4 months, you're down 4.5%.
We're gonna be down.
And
With this year's weather?
the trends, right?
Yeah.
With this year being even if we don't, we will not get a storm. Even though we are not going to get a storm. I will speak it to.
Basically had one. There was 5 days.
Yes.
Right,
Business week.
because the beach was pretty much closed, but
so was the.
Good.
as active as the season's gonna be, it's being proven, we're probably gonna have a lot of tidal events, even not getting storms.
Even with the stuff going south, checking with my team this morning, I mean, looking at the availability for this weekend, it's sold out. And so I think it's gonna be, I mean, a lot of people.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Yeah.
Yeah, when the 4th happens on
Thursday.
Thursday through Tuesday,
A
you're
good
you're sitting
week.
with a good
Yeah.
work weekend. Even though a lot of people do have to work on Friday.
Yep, all right.
Okay, so is it consensus of council then to put these items in the budget? Darla obviously builds her budget around our requests. And I think this is gonna be one of those years where she's gonna have a difficult time building a budget
Yeah.
around everything. So
I like what
we'll have to
Chuck
just see
said,
what happens.
yeah, Yes,
Yeah.
let's see.
Okay?
Yep.
All right, so item D, we're gonna move because Brett, I know is
Yeah, he's on the
not
road.
here, he's on the road, so
Okay.
we'll move that down and when he comes in, we'll tackle him. So item 5, capital priorities by city council, and we will start with item E, which is a discussion on the relocation efforts for the animal facility. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
This is not hot eligible.
I'm not like that.
Yeah, you can do it. Come on up.
Lucky you, Miss Boyer.
So, David asked me to put together some locations for possible animal shelter relocation. I tried to make it pretty easy there for you, pretty self-explanatory for all of these locations. The first one on there is obviously the current location, about an acre worth of property. It's obviously some positives and negatives to the location. The second location there is the community park. next to the dog park. So we circled the dog park there in green, and the possible location there in yellow. Again, some positives and negatives. So with that BFE, I don't really know what the ground level is there, so it's hard to tell how high that building would be elevated without a survey of these properties. The BFEs are just numbers. But I would think that there would need to be some elevation there. I think that that ground is pretty low there. Oh, you do? Do you remember what the ground level was?
To elevate the rec center.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be,
It's gonna be probably pretty similar to that.
Where? Yeah, let me just that you can't see.
So that next piece of property, the uplands off of Highway 361, obviously that's gonna be a very difficult process because there's no utilities, there's no real access there. But it is a piece of city-owned property already, so that's positive.
There'll be a lot of mosquitoes out there.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of mosquitoes everywhere.
Everywhere.
That's true.
Next one is the dead end of Sixth Street down there, which has a lot of good potential property. Most of that is privately owned. So that would definitely be a hindrance there. And that BFE is going to be higher and that ground elevation is going to be lower. So that's going to be a pretty elevated building there as well. Next page there is the land that we traded with Palmia there between Palmia and the RV park. Good news is all utilities are already there. There's great access. It's a, very visible location. Originally in that trade, in that contract, it was slated for a fire station, but the property is so big that they could possibly share that location. So it could be the firemen are helping take care of those animals.
Yeah, there you go.
Next property, currently slated to be a kayak park. It's very down south by the water tower, already owned by the city, no utilities. It's still a very difficult piece of property. I think to make anything happen with at this point, and just the distance there might be an issue. And then I just pulled some random bigger properties from around town. Didn't really do the pros or cons on those, but have the sizes listed in there for you. There's a couple there on the end of Station near Ashby. Yeah, next page after that is the rear of the old Nixon property. And then a property next to Island Construction.
What is this? What is this?
Number two, you want to know what that's on the tax rolls for,
Like
sister?
$1 million.
$1,000,009.
Yep, I looked
What
at
is
them all.
this?
It's an arbitration.
So
If
number.
the city wants to pay for that,
Behind-
let's
Let's trade
negotiate.
it.
Yeah.
No, I
Bring it
looked
on.
at that this morning.
Oh,
Because ironically, the property right to the south of that is owned by the Gavitt. And he is currently paying $1.29 in
Yeah.
property taxes a year.
over there, but.
And it
Oh.
is wetlands.
But I don't think it's jurisdictional
No,
wetlands.
Probably not.
I appreciate the fact that you
Yes.
searched. You did a great job.
And then, there's just some other locations in there too.
Who are the neighbors that don't like where it is now?
The host
Chamber of Commerce.
The Chamber of Commerce.
The hotel.
And then there's a pretty big property back there that has the potential to be developed as well. That road that comes down goes to that back property.
So if we're concerned about the neighbors, some of these other ones we would just cross off because they're surrounded by
Yes.
neighbors.
Exactly.
Okay, all right.
Specifically, which ones do you?
I've just, the ones that have houses all the way
Yeah.
around, my thought is.
Yeah.
Let's,
When we move, you can, that's right, or you deck it out with dogs.
There you go. That's a possibility. Over where they're at, over here.
Oh.
Yeah.
You might have a new round of neighbors.
Yeah.
planned at that point.
Right. Well, I wanted to put this on there because I just didn't want to let it die down. I think we really need to do something. We've discussed it many times and I just think we need to do something and put it in our budget so we can jump on it.
Unfortunately, there's not just a lot of
I know.
vacant land left. in
Yeah.
Port Aransas.
No, but we do have a.
I
Good
mean, I
piece of
really
land.
like the one over by the Pioneer RV to me. I mean, it's got the utilities. We've already had people in here saying they were willing to donate. I hope that's still the case. But I think we need to do something because it's It's been a problem for a while.
It's crumbling as we speak.
It's pretty disgusting.
Yeah.
I agree with Tanya. I think the property out there by Pioneer to me seems to be the best piece because it's already got so many amenities out there. Looks like it's got a kind of a private area there and doesn't seem to bother anybody if we put it on the other side of the existing work. Pour the existing building down is what needs to happen. It needs to go away. And as far as dollar wise, it seems to be the most economical place to put it.
Well, and if there's room to share a substation if need be, then that's also a possibility.
Yeah, you're talking about the shelter sits on
The shelter
acre
right
right now,
now, the
that's a
land,
lot
the
of-
land that I could kind of associate with the shelter was
a
about
outside
an acre.
area. I mean,
This is,
Is an acre good?
I do
The
believe,
size of an acre will meet.
I do
the needs.
believe.
done right, which,
I think if it's planned out
yeah.
better, I
Sure.
think it could, an
No, but
acre
yeah.
would be plenty of space.
And we still have,
Are there is
In
there
a-
anything going around on the ocean side or the north side of our property by those ponds? Anything planned there?
Pond.
Well, there's residential, but I don't know how close it gets to that. Like that, all
And you
that
gotta
space in
remember
between
when
the
you
two
build a
ponds.
new building and you have insulation and it's not gonna be as loud as it is over
Right.
here because there's nothing in here.
Yeah.
Well,
I
it
think
gets
it's
loud
the
when they're out on
when
the,
they're
when they're out
outside.
in their
Thank
yard.
you.
Not much you can do.
If I've looked at several shelters, I mean, different cities and if they're built in certain ways, you don't have them all out there all the time. And if you have an indoor, outdoor where they can go in and out, it's not as loud. When you walk in some of these other places that have just as many dogs, it's not as loud.
dogs
they
aren't as
really-
loud as tourists.
They get loud whenever there's people and activity
Right,
around it, so if
right.
you
They're gonna be.
had a way to block that,
Less,
it would
yes.
be a. I think it would make a
Absolutely.
big
Well, out
difference.
there, I mean, you did have Pioneer and further down you have Palmia, but they're not in a residential area where people live all the time, so that's a little bit better.
Yeah, and even the distance to those RVs
They're
would be
far
pretty
away.
big.
Oh, they'll complain.
Oh, yeah.
I know, we're not gonna be able to find a place where
There's not a
people
place.
aren't complaining.
Everybody
There's
is
no.
very
Yeah, I
complaining
mean,
about
we're landlocked. I mean,
Yeah.
we're almost, everything's bought. I
Right.
mean,
So there's not a, I mean, this is to me the most ideal.
and I do believe it also.
The first time it was brought to my attention, that was the first place I said.
You did,
Mhm.
you
Yeah.
did.
And so, and I still think that that's the best place, but we have some issues we gotta get worked out on.
Right,
With how the property was given to us.
Yeah.
But to me, that's the most logical place. Going out and buying a piece of land and still trying, I don't think that's in anybody's. budget.
no,
No,
so.
So we gotta do on.
and then we could
existing-
still utilize,
Right,
split
for
that
the-
land.
Yeah.
Have,
It's big enough.
yeah.
It's actually bigger enough than it was.
I think whatever design we come up with, we need to put a lot of thought into what the future of the program is. Because I don't think we need to build $1 million facility. Our current program is not to house dogs forever. So I think we need to be cognizant of that and not build a huge facility on a piece of very valuable commercial property that may also need to be used for a future fire station. So I'm fine with the location, but I think we need to do a really long-term planning session on what we build there and make sure that,
Where
that's,
isn't there an expensive piece of property?
I'm not talking about the expensive piece of property in general. I'm just saying that piece of property is a highly valuable commercial piece of property that was given to us with the purpose of servicing that end of the island, which is growing tremendously and has
Right.
continued to grow. So we don't need to use 2.37 acres
No, we
for
don't.
an animal shelter facility when
We don't.
we don't need to be doing that anywhere.
Right.
So I don't know how much of the current acre really gets utilized. I mean, but I think when we're planning the new building, it probably could be done hopefully more efficiently to where we do service the needs, but also remember, that our intent is to get these dogs adopted out and put them in a new home and go somewhere else, not build a long-term housing facility for animals.
I don't think that's what anybody intends on doing. Like 90 days is supposed to be set for a dog. The problem is right now, everywhere in this state is in the same situation we are.
Right, and that's the problem right now.
And it's a
right?
problem if-
That's
and
what
if you
we're
read-
not gonna be
Yeah.
building tomorrow.
And it's a
So we
problem
need to build
that-
for the
Yeah,
future.
it's a problem that Peter recognized about 10 years ago when the whole no-kill craze was going on, and PETA, who still advocates against that policy, said, you guys are gonna make it worse. And they predicted that in 10 to 15 years,
Yeah.
all the shelters that went no-kill are gonna start becoming overpopulated, and pretty soon, when everyone becomes a no-kill shelter, there will be nowhere to move dogs, and their current facilities will get worse and worse because they're going to start being stored in closets in the hallways, and that's exactly what's going on. That PETA recognized
Well,
10 to
that's-
15 years ago was that the whole no-kill craze has gotten has swept the nation, and you're just gonna, your animals are gonna outpace your facilities.
Yep.
So you're gonna build this facility, and mark my words, it's gonna fill up and it's gonna be overpopulated no matter how big you make it, because there's no way, all the shelters have the same sign up. No more, no pets needed. So
Well, I
as
agree.
big as you build it, you're gonna fill it, and it's gonna be stuffed to the gills within 5 years.
We don't need a huge facility to hold animals indefinitely. But if we had a nice facility that was whatever size we decide to go with, I think an acre is more than enough, really.
Yep.
But if it was a nice facility, families would come and walk in and be more apt to adopt a dog. If you go to the facility we have, it smells so bad, people walk in and walk out. If we have something nice, I think we can turn the animals and keep them going in and out.
And if you have certain rules and regulations and everything else that's set, and there's accountability for it, then you have
we
to know what's
following
going on inside there.
Are we following our own ordinances that have been set forth by the city and running our shelter?
No, because I believe our charter or
I think it says may put down an animal after X amount of days, I can't remember what the exact number was.
it's a May.
That's the only thing. I mean, I think we need a new shelter. We need a new facility, bar none. But I don't want the city to spend a large amount of general fund dollars and it just be an exacerbated problem down the road, because whether it's a horrible shelter or whether it's a brand new fancy shelter, if we're still not finding new homes to move the animals out, then 10 years down the road, we're going to be looking at an expansion of our existing shelter because we don't have space. And that is not the intent and should not be the
No.
intent, right?
No.
So no matter where we pick, and I do think city-owned land is the best solution unless someone wants to donate land, right? Wherever we pick, I think we need to not just think about today, but think about the future and what it's going to cost the city, in the future. And so this property is a very valuable piece of property. And once we build a facility on there, it's going to be there for a long time. So we need to think about that too, is leaving room for the original intent, and moving forward. So
Part of the developmental process, I like what you said in regards to the growth, and we are gonna need an additional fire service at some point. And when we do the plotting, whatever square footage we decide, whether it's an acre, but also have developed in the plans of future fire stations. Some sort of structure that have some sort of an intent of the purpose of it. So we built, and to your point, when we built it, it was going to go with no anticipation of expanding it, but just to have some
Yeah.
meetings. In other
We
words,
should have had one out there already,
Is-
but
yeah,
never
the
happened.
rate of growth, I think we're already at that point.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we need to get rid of where it's at now because we need the property for the growth in this
Should have
area
been out
here,
there.
this building.
Should be where it's
We need
being built
parking.
now.
We got the new hotel going in. I mean, that needs to
Place to park an ambulance.
go away.
What's that?
During the business
Where the
time.
building is right now is a bad spot. It
Sure.
needs to go away.
Yeah.
That would relieve a lot of problem with parking and stuff. when you're going down.
Yeah.
And they can.
Yep.
Probably house like maybe
Doesn't
20
even matter the order.
something like that.
Yeah.
And those are the other needs.
Yeah.
Well, where it sits right now, you have to go take it down a 2-lane street.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're looking at. This is gonna be an upgrade in staff. I mean, once you start getting this big, everything's gonna increase. Vet bills. Utility bills, staffing, everything's gonna, you're creating a new division in the city that's gonna be big and expensive and come right out of general fund.
You could just close it.
Daniel and, Chief Stokes, you were saying if we did build a public safety building there in the future, the location is that if you take an acre of that, you're gonna have enough to build. I mean, I know that, I mean, what is that facility sitting on over there? 4 acres, 3.5, 4 acres?
What facility?
The public safety building now.
Oh, it's probably.
Two and a
Yeah,
half?
about 2.5.
And I mean, you probably wouldn't need to build that similar size over there, but if you were to house something,
Some police, some fire, some EMS. I mean, you know, like I said, Access Road, Central West, Boonville, all the, whenever Central East gets done.
yeah, 20 years down the road,
But
right?
it's
I mean,
all
we're not
that,
talking tomorrow,
Right.
right?
It's our call, you can see every month with our response times, they're growing now. And it's because our call volume down the highway is growing, our call volume down the beach is growing. They just take longer to get there. I mean, it's gonna get to a point, I mean, we've had that third call all summer or so far, and we've just burnt them to the ground already. I mean, they're all 3 trucks are running all day, Friday and Saturday. And I don't have them on Sunday, and I probably should, because most Sundays, I mean, yesterday we got this completely.
Mhm.
So it's growing.
All of our meetings.
That's why we needed the
Yeah.
access road also.
But whenever they do a building permit, they have to take a dog. I mean, I'm sure. Your house needs dog.
And 2 cats.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's presentable for families to come in, whatever that is, to adopt, that's what we want to happen. It shouldn't be a turnoff. It should at least be presentable, however big, however designed. The idea of it's presentable to show our animals.
You know, somebody's gotta be there and answer the phone to let people in to see anything.
So right now, BJ is the only.
No, we have
No,
another,
it's two.
Aaron.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Darla, how much do we collect on all the pet registrations for all the people that have dogs here in Port Aransas that can
Very
help
little.
fund it?
We don't even collect it, do we?
Yeah, we do.
No.
It's 5 for fixed and 10 for unfixed.
Yeah.
Are people good about registering?
No, that's not the question.
Probably not.
Know that answer, right?
We never even knew, I didn't even knew there was a law you had to register your
Well, I
dog.
don't think we just
Never
not necessarily need a bigger facility. We just need newer facility. I mean, that's.
Nicole,
Oh.
the community park, Nicole, the community park stuff here, it says just under an acre. Is that both pieces?
That's just the.
So that's just the yellow.
The yellow is about. I just kind of randomly.
Yeah,
drew a
just
line
guessing.
and
Yeah.
changed.
Last year with adoption fees and registration, it was 1,710. This year we're,
That's where I'm thinking this is going.
that's $500 there that may have gone the wrong spot. This year we're at 290.
290,000.
Dollars.
Dollars.
$290.
Those, when you have a phone, Right,
okay.
dog park, you have time to let them see.
Cause there's been 190 dogs go through.
I think.
And Nueces County's getting ready to build a very large facility. We do not know at this time
That would be
um,
full too.
how the city of Corpus, how any city in the city is allowed to use that facility. I'm not sure. I don't think they've created any policy.
Partner was kind of what? That was a long time ago.
Well, I had a discussion with Judge Scott about that when they talked about, the facility and potential uses. And at the time, she said, absolutely, you're part of the county. You should have every opportunity to utilize it. And I think based on the amount of tax dollars that our citizens pay into the county and for the services we get back, that's the least of what they could do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's not the end all be all solution, but I think it's a good alternative and one we need to probably rely heavily on and, utilizing until we get something of our own built because they're further ahead than we are. So, all right. So as far as this potential budget item, what is the direction for this item? Are we going to direct staff to come up with a design on this location? Is that what the budget item is? We have money in the budget, obviously, to remodel the old shelter. And I think council is saying that we don't want to do that at this time. So is the budget item to take that location and start working on engineering and design? Is it to take two possible locations and put together the costs? I mean, we really have no idea what that number is until we nail down a location.
Well, it's hard to even think about remodeling there when nobody wants it there. And it's just, I think it's just throwing away money. So it seems like we need to find a different location. And
I think we could take
I agree.
take two locations and compare. If it's the one out by the ballpark and the one out on the highway by Pioneer and see. Put some dollars together and see what we're looking at. So we could move forward in one day.
I think I think we should have at least two spots.
Yeah.
Because I think putting everything in one spot puts too much emphasis on something that may or may not work. And I think comparing is the right thing to do financially. So whether it's, the one out on 361 and the one, I think the community park, if you could come up with some kind of design to either expand on the existing dog park or push it to the corner of the street, corner of Ross. I don't know, but I would like to see the city at least explore two options and come up with two financial comparisons so that we can make a budget
There's a lot of
discussion.
traffic, a lot of children go past there.
I would go with the one out Camilla or the park. Yeah, the
Those
dog
two.
park.
Oh, where it currently is?
Ross.
Oh, no, or out there. Oh,
The Ross.
I'm looking for
Okay,
that.
yeah.
The comparables would be
Yeah.
possible to even look at a fire, just some sort of in the developmental process, just the thought process of the fire station for the future.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like they need the whole thing
Yeah,
for that.
if, yeah. no.
Oh, the water tower.
2.4 acres.
Oh, I think I'll look at it, this one. Yeah.
Okay, does everybody agree
Yeah.
on that?
Yes.
Picking two spots
I
and
think so.
Yes.
directing council to come up.
The 280 off this current budget?
No, what do you mean?
Or are you just?
Well,
gonna-
the money that we have in the
This
general
year's
fund
budget.
hasn't been spent,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right, we
I
don't
know,
there
but
for.
putting it into this next one, are we gonna put it in? I mean, it is a budget meeting, not a policy.
I think what we could do if we maybe put $100,000 in, we could do it in a two-step process. Start with the two site review and spend a little bit of money on that, where an engineer or architect are gonna come in and analyze both sites, for fill, utilities, bring that back to you guys, whittle it down to one, and then have another 80 grand in that pot. Like, let's say we can whittle it down by November, and then phase part two would be then go into design and engineering from December until May on the final spot, and then that's gonna give you guys a number for goals workshop to pull the trigger on building it.
Okay,
Because there's no way we're gonna get all that and build it in 1 year. It's just too much.
so basically take the current money that's in the budget now and start using that immediately on engineering, architectural design, site comparison.
Do the site comparison
Okay.
first and do like a mini engineering, but not too full and crazy. You know, mini engineering architecture. Hey, this is what we could do at site 1, site 2, whittle it down. And then you guys say, well, we're gonna go with site 2. And then we take the rest of that money and start design and construction, or start design of that phase, get it finished in May. By May, have it ready with a number for you guys, because that's about how long it's gonna take.
Is there any other money that needs to go to the animal shelter
Now,
now, like staffing? Or does that come through the police
That
department?
goes,
Who
it-
are we? Is the animal shelter under the police department?
sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you handle all the expenses for the animal shelter is in your budget.
Probably not. There's some probable, I would say that we need to do a little bit of work in there to address some of the repeat problems that we keep popping up. I haven't been real involved in the running of the animal shelter up until this point, so I'm still kind of getting caught up a little bit, but I do know that we have some continuous plumbing issues that go on in there that probably needs to be addressed. And I think there's some electrical and there's definitely a storage issue. I'm starting to look and see if we've got some room that we can start putting some stuff in a storage unit that we already have for the police department. But I would recommend that we probably look at having a little bit of a repair fund in there just to do some things that are
Need right now.
continuously
Yeah.
that we're
Right.
having to deal with over there. Just to keep it operating
Right.
better than what it is right now.
yeah. And I'm 100% for that. I think that, you know, if we have to spend some amount of money to do that, because we're obviously, even if we had a site picked, determined, and an architectural plan approved and a contract, we wouldn't have a new building for a year probably. So whatever amount of money I think that you guys can come up with, you know, in the next 30, 60 days to say, this is how we can get the shelter to, you know, at least acceptable level until we get a new facility. I would recommend doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, because it needs some help right now.
Yeah.
And so like, we haven't been able to adopt out any kittens because we don't have a quarantine spot to put them. So once one gets ringworm, everybody gets them.
Mhm.
One gets sick, they all get sick. So we have a whole herd in there that hopefully soon can start going out. Because it's just, I mean, it's tough
Has it
over
always
there.
been that way or is it just too crowded?
We don't have a quarantine spot.
I know, but we've never
No,
had a quarantine.
It's always been, no,
We had one,
no, we never had one.
so we've always had that problem.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Chief Stokes, do you like the idea of moving it somewhere? What are your thoughts on that?
I think this shelter needs to be addressed. The work, the stuff that's going on over there is just gonna get worse and worse. But there's not a good fix without taking a really good look at what needs to be done with that facility. It's been there for a long time and it needs work. I don't have a problem moving it at all. I think it's a smart thing to do, to look at it, especially the way the city's going now. I think this is a perfect time to go back and look at that. I think that we need to look at the policy and the procedures of the shelter to try to help a little bit with some of the issues that are going on over there. So there's a multi-tier approach that I think that we can do between now and next year to help improve the conditions over there. The nicer the facility and once it gets out that we know that there's a nice place in Fort Hays. I mean, we get dogs that are dumped here intentionally. They're gonna get tripped up here. So, I mean, that's something that we need to make sure we address when we start looking at policies and procedures and things. That we don't create an environment that's gonna invite people to come and
Yes.
dump out.
Yeah,
I mean,
yes.
we see
Yes.
that now.
Yes.
I mean, Joelle will be the first one to tell you, that's probably one of our biggest.
It
issues.
falls every day.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring you my dog. No, where are you from? Rockport? No, no. I
Yeah.
mean, it's like,
Yeah.
well, they told us to bring it to y'all. Well, who's telling you that? Well,
That's all.
yeah.
I mean, there's,
Um,
Yeah.
there's policy and procedure and stuff that we need to review and probably put into place to help mitigate some of that, but there's definitely some issues at the shelter that need to be addressed now
right.
to get it into a better condition for the employees and the volunteers that over there. So I think there's a balanced approach that we.
We're heading the right
Yeah,
way,
and
maybe.
I think it would help in the long run, is helping getting some of these animals out. The more volunteers we have, the more acclimated you can get the dogs, you can, they're calmer. There's just a lot of things to it. So when somebody comes to look at it, it's not like, at the gate, it's,
Like I
yeah,
said,
I want to
I
take you.
think we can work together. I think we can work together to work between permanent staff, the volunteers, and come up with some good policies and procedures.
Yeah,
That can,
we just need shade right now. We're working on shade.
we'll definitely look at some of that stuff and see.
We got some tents left over at the beach every weekend.
Yeah, right. Well, I know.
Yeah.
Trust me, that's what some of it is.
Just
out
all
there.
over.
The problem is they don't have the tops on them.
Oh, that's what.
Look at all the,
Pick up the.
Only the pretzels.
Pick up the ones that are, we already have a policy that you don't keep them overnight, right? Dave?
What's that?
what?
No beef.
Oh, I already, the
Oh.
tents, not the
Oh,
pets.
It's
Yeah.
like-
Yeah.
Ordinance, you
Yeah.
can't leave your stuff on the beach, already has to
They
go
are
there.
already the property of
And we
left
go.
out
It's-
of Port Aransas.
I already
correct?
thought about that.
So just have the PD go down there and snatch the tents in the middle of the night before they blow away. Yeah.
Pick up the good ones and take them to the dog park.
If you want your tent back.
Yeah.
Take a dog.
Yes.
Great.
The policy
Yeah.
exists.
Leave your-
All you gotta go do is
Okay, so
take care of it.
All right.
we're gonna look
On
at,
the budget, we're gonna,
I have down for budget that we're gonna put money in for the 2-site review. We're gonna start that now.
Right.
Then some money probably in next year for engineering and design, once we decide on the site. And
No, not next year, this year.
This year.
This coming
This year.
budget.
Yeah. We're gonna take money.
This
that we have-
coming budget needs to do the
yes,
first,
the
the first
24,
part.
25, I call that next year. 'Cause
Oh.
oh.
Sorry,
Yeah.
the budget I'm going to proposing, yes.
Look at
Next
2
year's budget.
sites.
And then we'll put some money in to put Band-Aids on the current building
Yeah.
because it's gonna be a while before we
Make
get.
it
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
make it somewhat nice.
So we're gonna look
Put a
at the
mini split in there or
Palmilla and the
something.
community park.
Yeah,
Okay. Anything else on item E? Good job. Why do I feel like we're making progress?
I know.
We're gonna make some progress.
good job, good job.
Okay, item F, discussion on beautification of Royal Palm Cemetery. I don't, this is my item and I would just like to see, and I think it's been suggested by a couple other groups and maybe Colleen, this probably have something too, but I just maybe some park improvements, if you will, at the cemetery. Maybe a little, some trees, maybe a couple more benches, a little bit of landscaping.
I would like, to look at what our rules are for, so Francisca normally handles the cemetery. Our grounds crew, locates where, plots are, and we mow and we planted a little bit out there, but, there's a lot of, do it yourself kind of decoration, amenities, I should say. And so I'd like to look at, maybe making a little bit more uniform.
Yes.
What is out there.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure how that works with stuff that's already out there that folks have added to their plots. But I think that's part of the issue is there's been plantings and furniture type things out there that will really help. But I'm all for adding more trees and park amenities that are consistent with the rest of our site. I think that would be a nice addition. The roadway is in really bad
Right.
shape too, so improving that. I don't have a price on all that, but I can work on developing it more. If that's something you want to do.
It's not a very long roadway. It's not a city street necessarily where you have to have, all the things that we would normally have. but I think we could probably easily get a cost estimate on doing even maybe a quick little overlay on it just to get it to be a better surface.
Okay.
But I don't know if anybody else, what? Just a little wider.
Some big parts in that thing.
Yeah, right.
True.
That's it, it's one way. Wait, not.
Yeah.
That's just nothing too close.
Back and,
If there's
yeah.
that much room.
Disturbing.
I mean, there's
True.
potential to make it really nice, but it depends on what the budget has, but doing like stamped, so if it's like brick or having some more distinguished walking paths, I mean. Cemeteries were the first public parks, and so we could really make it a nice green space if that's a priority for you. But I'm okay with just maintaining also.
Where do the funds come for that? Like
General fund.
general fund? Yeah.
Is
Can you
there-
use any from anything else? No.
Well, when people pay for a plot, where does that go?
General fund.
General fund, okay.
And I mean, there could be some community fundraising efforts, there could be some grant, I mean, there could be different ways to get there, but I think at the very least, we need to come up with probably a general improvement design on what we, kind of would like to do, and then put some money in the budget for that. Maybe immediately make some improvements with trees and things like that, and look at the road, but I mean, I'd like to just see it look a little better.
Thank you for putting that on here.
Yes.
I mean, I drive by it every day and I think about that. But,
Yeah.
It's almost, it's a little sad that it's not a little nicer.
Mhm.
We have it.
Sure.
Yeah.
So,
Anybody?
do
else?
something about that, for sure.
Yeah, we'll come up with some ideas.
Get some, okay.
Okay, all right. Item G, discussion on the installation of a traffic light at Avenue G and Station Street.
Okay.
Don't you love it when your name's found one? Yeah.
I'm ready.
Mark,
Talk.
Quentin.
Ellen had the dog.
Talked
Yep.
today,
Good.
and I talked to the superintendent, Miss McKinney. I'll pass everybody she wrote a letter, her concerns about a light down there as far as the school kids go, and I think it's really a good explanation of that. I think anybody that has driven around lately and looked at the backed up cars in the intersection at Station and G, also 11th and G, can see that it's pretty congested, and we did a study on that, and they did come to find that we do need a traffic light there to relieve some of the stress off of 11th coming down. But to me, I kind of think it's a no-brainer. I think the island's going to continue to get more traffic, not less. And Miss McKinney made a point too that I really hadn't thought of. I see it all the time. All these kids have gone to these electric bicycles and electric scooters, and they dart across the traffic, and they're not seen in a heavily congested section like that would be an ideal place for an accident with a school kid involved.
Yeah,
I'd like to see us put a light in there just for a lot of reasons.
we have quite a few kids down that way too, so school bus, I watch it every morning to make
Station
its
and
rounds.
11, even,
Mhm.
yeah.
I don't even know what it'd cost to put a traffic light.
Probably
in.
about $350, give or take.
$350, that's good.
No, this time we're talking in thousands.
Thousands.
About how many cars are gonna cross the street today out there.
That's
Yeah.
marked
Yeah.
crosswalks. and-
Let's-
Yeah, that's
put a
everything.
goal.
Can we get a dollar for every
$50
car that goes by?
There's a lot of collisions there in the summer.
Yeah.
And a lot of kids do cross there. I see.
Yeah, and the four-way stop sign doesn't work there.
No.
The stop sign, the study proved that it would back up to the Alistair G highway light and then start causing chaos. Whereas with a light, you could, the city
Synchronize
could synchronize it however they wanted, make the Avenue G straight a real long, 45-second, and then the stop, just brief 20 seconds or something like that, whatever it took.
Does the city sync it? whose light
The,
is
ci-
that?
that would be the cities.
361 and G, is that?
No,
the
that's,
city
No,
light?
that's
Tech
state.
Dot.
That's TxDOT.
And does our syncing? work
Ferry,
with their
Ferry is
syncing?
TxDOT, you know, Ferry and Cutoff is TxDOT, and Alistair G Highway is TxDOT.
So does our syncing work with their syncing of?
Yeah, you would sync them together. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, you would analyze when they had the right turn and left turn coming off of Alistair. You would sync them to that
When you
to
say
make
the
sure that
lights,
they.
there's nobody around like late at night, early in the mornings, when nobody's there, it seems to go a lot quicker. I guess they have a threshold, so if it's crowded or whatever, it
Yeah.
goes a little bit longer, but then.
You know, we originally had that at 1A. They had the camera that senses whether a car's there or not and whether one's coming down. But I think they were always so constantly covered with salts,
Yeah.
schmut that.
I was curious how that worked, because early in the morning, it seemed like everything goes, you know, if you're the only one there, it goes real quick. I would think that slow times would work good, and the crazy times be a lot longer, 45 per second.
Yeah.
And I think if we consider a light anywhere, we need to consider with the upgrades for the police fire and EMS. So we have a special siren or light. that's
Yeah.
on our units.
Mhm.
They change.
Mhm.
We kind of need to get that. You know, we're gonna go that direction, for more lights to add to them.
So with that said, so if we did look into putting a new light, then maybe updating our existing.
Yeah, it's just an additive also. That's in every city you see, when you see Corpus come through, the lights all turn. They're in there.
Okay, all right. Well, put that into the budget for sure. All right, item H, discussion on lobbying services for the 2025 legislative session. I just wanted to make sure that we had money in the budget because we are coming up again on legislative session. And we typically do put a little money in there for any kind of anticipated needs that we have, maybe for our lobbyists. I don't know that we put a lot of money in the budget last year, but I think,
2 years ago. what was
yeah, I
that?
mean, I'm sorry, 2 years ago. So I just think we could,
70?
I brought my laptop.
yeah.
I can't remember all these numbers in my head. There's too many.
Maybe 80.
Can't remember what it was.
I want to say, was it closer to,
I think it was like November, December, January, February,
Fifty.
March, April, May. It was
Because of
7
legislative
months. And I think it was about 8 to 10 grand a month.
did we spend it all?
Yeah. Oh, we got billed for it all.
Well.
Yeah, we got billed for it all. We did a lobbyist.
Yeah, we did Dizel, Dizzle,
Mhm.
Sizzle.
I think we should repick.
No, yeah, no, it would have been
It's 2023.
2023 session.
Apologize. Not seeing it on. Oh, it's December, January. Is this them? Delasai.
Yes, Delasai.
Delasai, we spent 30,800 with them.
That's it?
Mhm.
I was thinking that was. a little-
We
Maybe it
did-
was-
we did
maybe
a
it was $5 grand,
short-
$5 grand a month.
It was 7,700, but we didn't have that many months. We had December, January, February, March,
Usually we go through May.
April, May.
Yeah.
We have one check for 23,000 and two others for 7,700.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
30,000.
I think we need about probably 40 in there.
Okay.
Mayor, can we take a quick knee break? Knee or knee?
We may take a quick break, yeah. Or what, so I know we're close to lunch, but I know we've got a couple of big ones that are coming up. So let's try to take a quick break so we can maybe get items I, J, and K in before our lunch break. Does that sound okay? Okay, all right. 5 minutes. Let's- Gotta have my family buried there. My mom.
Well, I mean-
I got, oh, yes, we still have, yes, yes.
Not past.
Yeah, I got future spots too.
Yeah.
I take home the star and the dog.
My parents are.
Dogs like it all. Takes them out when it's not.
Right, and it's interesting, I know people go back and forth between, you know, one didn't want to be buried, you know, and it's, I mean, everybody's different, you know? But I don't think that's gonna stop, so I think that we're gonna continue to have people, you know, be buried. We need to make some improvements, cause yeah, you know, if you go out there for a burial service, that's all in their house.
Treacherous.
You know, and I mean, I don't go out there that often, even though my grandparents are buried out there, you know, but it needs a little, you know, it looks in the 100,000.
Yeah,
No.
it won't take much to make it look.
It's
Well, the little road's gonna be most expensive.
right.
Some plants and.
Yeah.
Trees, yeah.
Yeah, there's some trees out there, some trees and, but yeah, a little bit better things. I know the sign, my dad did.
Yeah, look. sign.
This, I mean, the sign that's there now, he did that, because the one that was really bad before, he was like, all the paper. And the city had it designed, but that was probably 8 years ago.
Oh, was it?
I can't keep it.
I don't know either, but I mean, it was, I know I was
Before
on,
Harvey or after?
it was before Harvey.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good, we got it.
And I was on council, I remember, so maybe it was 2015, 2016, maybe 10 years ago. I mean, they, you know.
Yeah,
But I mean, that was just
just a sign,
really
yeah.
bad before, he was like,
It was real
Shut the
bad.
city
You
down.
couldn't,
Yeah.
yeah, couldn't even hardly read
but
it.
it needs to be wrote down again.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's things like that that just have to.
There's a lot of plots left over there.
So,
Yeah, well, what's that? Somebody- I figured it was-
Chief and Shirlene have lots out there. That's where they want to be buried. Yeah, so
I think that'll be.
I'm gonna be over in Corpus with- by my mama.
Oh.
In Salinas.
Yeah.
It's right by Salinas.
That's where my mom is at.
My mom's right by Salinas. So we're talking 5 spots over. I thought they.
Yeah, I think it is.
I used to say
Cool. Yeah.
Big and sound.
That's not what I meant. No, that is not what I said. No. Go find it out. You don't want to do a shooting. You don't want to do a shooting range of the phone. If you're gonna take that.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I have an idea. We'll look to it.
Sorry.
Oh,
I
no.
wasn't gonna run over you.
Oh, it's just, no.
I see something.
Stuff looks like it.
Y'all wanna see something?
Yes.
Huh?
Wanna see something?
Yeah.
Hey, Cal? Well, let's see, I'm sorry. Watch this. Okay, so this is the 10 a.m. update, right?
Oh, yeah.
On this. So we go here and download these files. I'll do this one, this one, this one. Here, download.
Oh, I don't know. You said that, Barbara.
I got different glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, let's,
Staying south.
It's my mom,
Go here.
it's not.
So, open up Google here and undo file. Open.
Got a lot accomplished this weekend, but my body knows.
Select all these here. Missed one file, but at least. But anyway, I just want to use this just to go in and I missed.
Pretty cool.
are you gonna put it up on the screen, David? The digital version?
No,
Oh, okay.
I can.
You need a laptop in here?
Oh,
567. Yeah, just does all that and do that every hour, just. All that. Do that every time you do it.
You need to get your laptop.
Let me,
Where?
Huh?
You need to get your laptop, you can skip. As long as.
If what, I was hoping more like
Skip it
here.
and come back to it when she gets it set.
Yeah, we could do that.
High pressure here is gonna back off. This
Is
will
my
might push it, you know. just
I
depends
mean,
on
I
how
want
much
to.
of the keys.
No, it might be easier.
I think it'd be easier, so you
Yeah,
can skip
right
around.
now, that's
Okay.
kind of.
Sorry.
No, that's good.
But I feel sorry for that little island over there right now, man.
Oh, I had the cat 4 yesterday.
You got some questions about packing, REMS.
Let me grab Fran real quick.
Okay.
Peggy,
Oh, she's gone?
Brian's gone. Peggy.
Let me grab Peggy.
I texted Peggy.
Brand's gone.
Yeah.
Just now? I mean, she was here, like,
She just was here for the night and she left by 9:30.
oh, she did leave. Oh, okay.
Today's her birthday too.
Oh, we should. It is? She didn't tell me that.
She didn't want anybody to know, so we'll see you at lunch and she said, no, you want to see it tomorrow. But did she? It's not here.
Golly, I would have said happy birthday in the council comments this morning.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. People not sharing their information.
Leave town for my.
I was gonna share. Then she left and then-
This is, part of the streetscape improvement project, the preliminary design stuff. It's a lot. David's gonna bring his laptop to look at the digital version and try to figure it all out on a piece of
Right.
paper. I was like, oh, it's the same. It's, yeah,
Do we have cost estimates on the check?
yes, it's a lot.
I knew it was a lot. I just haven't been. to-
Everything's a lot.
Yes.
Everything's expensive.
We can pull, we can pull.
If you can get it out.
But, you know,
What's the little squares around?
They're pretty good.
well, that's what's confusing. So the little squares are actually subsections that if you see the actual, digital version, it
Yeah.
goes into
I
that,
see.
you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it means nothing other than if you saw the page, that it would show you what it looks like from a street. view.
I got
Does that
you.
make sense?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, a lot of ink wasted. Oh, well.
It means we're only gonna do the squares. The squares are gonna have trees and landscaping and lighting and
Nothing
nothing
else.
else. And then the next section is gonna look like the ghetto.
Yeah, but I.
We, stopped and got, fuel at Exceed, after we rescued some people who were drowning, we flipped their, it was all jet skis right outside the mountain. It was a whole entire family and little kids, and they flipped their jet skis, and it was super choppy rough, and the jetty boat drove right by them. There were about a 4-foot wake on top of them, and I mean, they were hysterical. And they get such these people,
Yeah.
clueless and. Just trying to go out for a boat ride. And then next thing you know, like, I mean, seriously, we made 2 trips and. The wine and the fruit. And then we had to go back to the hospital because we couldn't go back.
Oh, yeah.
Originally, that's what I wanted to do.
The links have
Dylan's
expired.
a nice young man, he works here. Day 2, we told him the whole story. He was like, oh my God, We're like, how long have you been working here, Dylan? 2 days. Oh, okay. He was like, I've seen a lot in 2 days. I was like, I bet you have.
Mayor, the links have expired on them.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna have them resend them. Great.
Didn't they? Oh, gosh, okay, that's not good.
No, what, that's all right, we can go over the.
Yeah, maybe they can.
The number, let's look at the number first, and we'll decide on if we want to do that.
Okay, all
It's
right,
$15 million. Let's see what.
well. You know what, you haven't told me that number yet.
He wasn't gonna tell you that in private. He wanted to have witnesses.
I guess so.
That's the whittled down version too.
Yeah,
So-
whittled down version, come on. Okay.
It is the whittled down
Item
version.
I is discussion on streetscape design and development to including lighting, landscaping, sidewalks, crosswalks, and trash cans and walkable areas. So last year, we had this on the agenda item to discuss, and the money we put in the budget was to get a conceptual design, which you all know, we hired the firm, and went through the RFQ process, hired the firm. So they came back with a design, not only to do that, but also Charlie's Pasture Bulkhead Park improvements, which is item K. But for this item, then David can go into detail.
Yeah,
But
it's-
This is a,
This is you guys only have some of the
Right.
layout. Here's it's too big to PDF everyone, but this is the scope of work right here. And the scope of work was looking at Cotter Avenue from the ferry intersection to Station, looking at Allister from Cotter to the highway intersection, and then looking at Avenue G from G in the highway to the beach entry. So we've been working with these guys. I think we hired them in November, right after the budget started, and we've been working with them for the last 6 months on developing the streetscape design concept that we were going to have numbers for you guys for this budget, for the budget workshop. We got the numbers about 3 weeks ago, and basically the numbers came in at about $9 million per section. So there were 3 sections, Cotter, Allister, Avenue G, came in at about 9 million apiece. Kind of a little heartburn there. So we were like, hey, let's value engineer and see what we can do to get the to get that $9 million down a little bit. So we've been meeting for the last 3 weeks to see what we could remove, see what we could change in the design concept to try to get some of the pricing down. So we went and looked at it real hard, tried to, you know, change up and not redo so many curb lines. Removed a little bit of the vegetation, removed the fancy brick paver center turn lane, just kind of anything that we could do to get the pricing down. So we valued engineered it for the last 3 weeks. The numbers came in, got the numbers late Friday, and we managed to get about $4 million off of each one of them. So they all 3 projects went from about 9 million down to about 5 million. So the Cotter one came in at 5.1. Allister came in at 7.9. That was the high one. And then Avenue G went down to 5.08. So we managed to get them down pretty significantly. Still high, but the concept was that maybe we do these in phases. So we don't have to do it all at once. Definitely at 9 million a piece, we could never probably pull them off all at once, even if we attempted to do some type of bonding. I think it would be even too much of that. So now I think they are down to where I think we could target one of them and do a phase just to start off with, see how we do. So again, the Cotter's 5.1, the Allister Street is 7.9, and the Avenue G is 5.08. And the concept was, originally the concept was we had, like for example, Allister Street, it had 3 lanes. The center turn lane's pretty wide, and we were gonna get extra footage for landscaping by moving the curb lines in a little bit, about a 1.5 feet on each side to get 3 extra additional feet that we could move on one side or the other to have a really nice vegetative alleyway or walk pedestrian path on one side or the other. If you'll notice on Allister Street, for example, the power lines run down one side of the street, and then at the VFW they cross over and they run down the other side of the street. So the way this is designed is that the vegetation line or the thick vegetation path goes on the side that the power poles are not on, right? So that you can have tree growth. You still get a nice sidewalk on the one side with the power lines, but the nice side that gets all the attention is primarily the side without the power lines. On Cotter Street, so what you have here is the plan view, showing, you still get sidewalk on both streets. And in this version on Cotter, this is he has not gotten me the new drawings yet. So this is the old $9 million drawing. So we do not have the new drawings yet. As soon as we get the new drawings, I can get those to you guys. But like, for example, this is in the $9 million version, you have pretty significant vegetation on both sides. So we had to really trim that. So on Cotter, we really removed the vegetation on the water side where all the condos are, because a lot of their vegetation is pretty decent anyway.
Yeah.
And so we dressed up I guess that would be the west side of Cotter. And so in this project, the 5.1 million, it's the west side of Cotter that gets most of the attention and gets the green space and the vast majority of the vegetative improvements than the condo side. The condo side still gets a sidewalk that would have connectivity from the intersection, all the way back to really all the way down to the Coast Guard property. So you would have continuous sidewalk on both sides of Cotter, and you would have the vegetative build out on the west side. No brick paver down the middle. It would just be regular striping. The brick pavers down the middle are too expensive. So that's the Cotter profile. On the Allister side, from Cotter down to Beach Street, the vegetation is on the east side. So it would go from, Donut Palace down in front of the community park. It's on that side. Then at Beach Street, it shifts back over. And the primary vegetative side is on the IGA side. Again, no pavers. The one thing we did not skimp on when we did the value engineering was lighting. They felt that it was too, the lighting was all based on proximity to the next light, so you couldn't just go in and take out half of them. So the lighting we pretty much kept from the original design. It didn't, we didn't drop the number of lighting. He just felt that it ruined the ambiance if you tried to reduce the lighting too much. So the lighting stayed at kind of full design from the original design. Of course, to save a lot of the money, we didn't move the curb line at all. So instead of adjusting the curb lines in 3 feet, we just left them where they are. So that was a big cost savings.
And then this area over here by Jerry McDonald Field, are we gonna beautify that?
Okay, so they did give us a design on doing like a park area. It's like, so it's the Jerry McDonald outfield area that wraps around where the current fire station is. And that one came in at, that park design came in at softball field park is what we're calling it, 2.76. And there's a little bit of money left over from the bond, Darla. How much is that? It's about 200 and something thousand.
I'm gonna have to. It's, yeah, not a whole lot.
I think it's important to know that when, we basically said, these are the things that we want to do. What would you do if money's no object, right? And clearly that's what they came up with. And I wish that you could see the digital version of what's in that book, because it's spectacular. I mean, it's absolutely amazing, right? But obviously that comes with a huge price tag. And so when we first were like, oh, that looks great, but okay, some of these things probably we can't do based on, current ownership and property and private property and but in general, the whole point was, how do we get a better walkable community? How do we have, a nicer community? How do we get more landscaping? How do we get better lighting? All the things that would be great to improve the main thoroughfare of our city, right? And so when David went back to them and said, okay, we need to value engineer these cost estimates, because they're preliminary cost estimates, right? And that was taking out some things, shrinking some things. I mean, that's not even true cost, because we haven't gone out to bid or anything like that. So I think
Estimates.
they're estimates, right? But I think the point is as a city, do we want to put some money in the budget to take some either parts of the plan or one street of the plan to move forward to start making these improvements, right? Because I do think that, I do think it would make a difference in the community, in these main areas to have, these improvements, like I say, just walkability, lighting, landscaping, like the Jerry McDonald softball field. I mean, that's something that in concept, I would love to see, but we're not going to be able to do anything until we get the EMS moved and fire station moved. And that's going to be a while, right?
Yeah.
So that's not even a budget item for this year, right? That's going to
Just
be
for the
2
future,
years from
yeah.
now, maybe 3.
So I like your idea of doing it in phases and.
Yeah, and then, so I should have the new design, because they definitely have changed a whole bunch. So I need to get you guys, as soon as we get the new ones, run the slideshow and maybe do it at the July 18th meeting. I should have them by then, because they've changed so much. They're very different than what I have now. So show you guys the streetscapes, because they do a really good job of doing like what it looks like at night, what it looks like from a pedestrian's view walking down this section. So when those come in, I can do a more detailed presentation. I should have those by the July 18th meeting.
Cool.
Because they've changed a whole bunch. The value engineering definitely changed them up a lot, so.
David, which one do you think has the
And it
most
starts raining.
walking traffic? Alistair?
Most walking traffic.
I think there are certain hotspots where it's more, I mean, like the light, right up here, all the activity, there's a lot of people
Ferry,
walking.
Yeah, I mean, G gets a lot
But
of
I think-
traffic. I mean, Alistair, I mean,
No, but
they're,
if you're gonna decide which.
All the
I
way
would say
down.
Alistair and G get more foot traffic than Cotter.
Well, that number you said was 7.9 million, you said like 2 point whatever was for the Jerry McDonald.
Actually,
Yeah.
we went-
Oh, no, that's
In
the
addition-
park
That's the
separate.
addition, okay.
Yeah,
7.9, okay.
yeah.
So of that 7.9, just in regards to lighting and sidewalks, how much is that?
Okay, say that again, of the 7.9.
Yeah. How much of that would be for not just doing the sidewalks and the lighting?
Oh, just sidewalks and lighting, no vegetation?
I'm just curious of just,
Breakdown is.
if you were just to update the traffic portion.
It looks like vegetation is about, so on the Alistair one, which is 7.9. It's about 3, 4, 5, 700,000 in vegetation.
Okay.
Around about 7.2.
I mean, the vast majority of it, I mean, it's a lot of like utility work and, fixing, driveway entrances and. Yeah,
I think the city's needed this for a long time. I think we need to make it look a lot more presentable and I think we need to figure out a way to do it in phases, as Dave said, and get our town looking a little sharper. I think it's a good thing. I know it's a lot of money, but maybe if we break it down, figure out which street gets first and how
yeah, I mean,
much.
we were talking about what it would look like if you approved it all at once and did all the construction. Ooh, we were
Be a nightmare.
we were thinking that it would be really bad to attempt to do it all at once.
Yeah, I don't think-
Because they would want to come in and like do all the curb and, they wouldn't just do one and move to the next one. They would come in and do all the paving and milling,
Everywhere, yeah.
all the, so it would be, you would systematically have all of Cotter, Alistair and G under construction for a very long period of time.
I think too, what we need to think about, because, those streets aren't necessarily scheduled for that in the current street and drainage improvement bond. But I think that we need to consider that because you don't want to go through all the work to have your street torn up, to put in new curbs and sidewalks and landscaping, and then come back the next year and say, okay, now we're gonna tear up the street again to do a mill and overlay or whatever
yeah,
it is that
right,
we
yeah,
need.
yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's much overdue, and I think we need to probably take a harder look and see in phases what we can do and kind of have one street done at a time, because
Right.
it's gonna be a lot of work. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't tear up your whole city and get it all done all at one
Yeah.
time. But, yeah.
So what we'll do is, so in 2 weeks, I'll have this, we'll do a presentation. I'll send you guys all the PDF links so you can look at it ahead of time, but then that way we can get a good view of what the new cross sections will look like. And see what it looks like at night, see what it looks like from pedestrians' point of view and all that stuff. And then you guys can move forward and figuring out if you want to put one of the phases in.
In daily operations and planning for the future, this is a lot of maintenance for.
Yes, they're also,
street
yeah,
sweepers.
right. So they're also
Yeah,
working
trash,
on,
watering.
they're also working on coming up with as far as what it takes to manage each one. So, is it one master gardener? Is it two master gardeners and two laborers? So they'll come up with that. So we should have that shortly too, of what it looks like as far as staff impacts. What's the daily routine? Like you said, street sweeping, trash collection, pruning, sweeping, maintenance.
And a lot of those business along there, they're gonna be shut down during that time.
Well, I mean, yeah, so you gotta phase it so it's the right time of the year. And
There'll be no access to some of those businesses for a period of time.
well, I mean, you gotta have access. They gotta figure out a way to design it to where it's.
Yeah,
You
they
still-
they can't not have access
Yeah.
to your business. They've
Right.
got to have an alternative route or alternative
Yeah.
entrance or something.
There's always a way to get it to work around that.
Are the trees that you're putting here going, if you're gonna put sidewalks on both sides, where some places we don't. And you're gonna put trees, are the trees gonna be on the sidewalk, are the trees gonna be on the property owner side, or are they gonna be in our streets, or are they gonna?
No, everything's within the street 60-foot right away. Yeah. Now on Cotter, you have two different widths. You have 100-foot section that goes from the intersection down to about the old Grossy real estate office, right before Fox Yachts. Then it goes from the 100-foot down to the 60. So it varies.
And that's not gonna slow down traffic, or is traffic naturally gonna be slowed down?
No, there's really, you're not squeezing it in anymore because the curb lines aren't changing now. So there's no traffic calming devices in this project. As far as something that would slow down a vehicle. Typically that's narrower lanes and then making them do little jogs and turns as you go down a street, but there's none of that.
But still be here another year. But there's other utilities.
Yeah.
We could probably put in a permitting process for right away work, monitor, you guys prove a tree or whatever. If, here's a bill for your permit.
Well, let's look at the designs at the July city council meeting.
Yep.
And then hopefully we can decide on whether or not we want to look in some money.
But I'd
For any
like
kind of
traffic
phasing.
as soon as possible. In some of these places.
Yeah.
There's a couple hot spots there where it'd be nice. I don't know how we get them picked up or who services them, but just,
Yes, just. They
People-
take care of their properties now.
no, not properties, just the people walking around. You come to you think there's a trash can at a corner where a light is. And there's not, so they'll just, if that's, there might be a reason why we don't do it, but. It would be nice. Not wait a couple years.
So that goes into item J, which is discussion on crosswalk updates to include signage and lighting. So again, I mean, we've talked about crosswalks in the past. There are a lot of intersections we've talked about, like last year, we talked about improving the crosswalks at Avenue A and Avenue C. I really think that we should, do that and focus on that. I think that the crosswalks at G and 11th need some serious looks because there's a lot of walking and traffic on that and families walking to the beach, and especially you can sit at that restaurant there in the corner and it is crazy. And I know you guys that live down there and drive down there all the time. So I think that all throughout town, and I know we're looking at some of that we need to really focus on that, next year too. If we put no money at all in these streetscape designs, I think it's very little we need to look at lighting and crosswalk improvement and hotspots around town. So I don't know if you had any other thoughts, because your name's on this item, Councilmember Kruger. But those are my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think.
On this one?
Allison.
Yeah.
That yellow, just with the striping made a big difference.
It did, my name on this, yeah. On J? Oh, J, the next one.
Jay, yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Yeah, that was because of the,
The
I
lighting.
just, no, the crosswalks for, C and A
Mhm.
for the school kids crossing.
Yeah.
Mainly and, I'm just on those two. I think Chuck had mentioned that a while back. Trying to get some signage or something so that people will maybe stop, let them cross the street.
One of the other places I'd like to see the city put in a crosswalk that's not already there. And I know this is involved TxDOT, but is at the entrance to Channel Vista. There's a lot of children that come in and out of that neighborhood, and I've had several people request that, including
Yeah.
some children of Channel Vista, that we put some kind of crosswalk across the cutoff road over
Oh,
onto the sidewalk
yeah.
so that they can ride their bikes to school.
That's
So at a minimum, I'd like to see us add that. I mean, there's not
With
even.
the
a cross-
sign that says yield to crosswalk.
Yes.
That reminds all drivers, oh, I'm supposed to,
Yeah,
I'm supposed to yield and let them cross.
right.
Well, we
Really?
have the, flashing lights on Alistair, maybe we need one there or something, just to alert people that there's a lot of kids that live there that ride their bikes or walk.
Right here.
Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't me.
She was, no.
I always stop, look for it.
She was pretty upset Friday.
Yeah.
When she got here, she's like, I almost got hit.
Oh,
I mean, it's happened to her a
scary.
few times and we have had an employee hit.
Yeah.
So that flashing pedestrian sign from the old Whataburger to Dolphin Docks, did they put that up or?
I think they put that in themselves.
That's what I was wondering.
They came in and spoke with us and asked us, we gave them back what they needed to do, but they put it in themselves.
That's what I was-
The parking lot.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Any other spots that y'all want to see us look at, the city?
Yeah, we have our city engineers are looking at, so there's a federal document called the Municipal Uniform Traffic Control, MUDCI, something. So anyway, we're looking to, basically, we have to meet that guideline.
I got
So
you.
we have about 30 something crosswalks in town that do not meet it. So our engineers are currently surveying the entire city and coming up with a master list of which ones we need to fix.
Yeah.
And then we could get a cost estimate on that. Some of them we're gonna fix anyway, so we're gonna do the A in Alistair, C in Alistair, get those in the current street and drainage bond, add those. Do some digital or solar light flashing signs on those, and then we'll have our master list to go by for the meeting, the MUDIC or whatever it's called.
Now,
traffic
so many
control.
people down by your store and the Shark and Moby Dix and
Yeah, they,
IGA.
you know,
They're constantly in.
That's busy.
they're crossing
Yeah.
there down more in front of the Shark, because if they try to go to the light because of the turning traffic, they'll stand there and punch the button
Yeah.
and they cannot walk across the street. They all seem to go down further. I
They
think
do.
a major crossing through there, maybe with some kind of a
I mean,
flash,
it's always
keep them away from the intersection.
At F,
I think so, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, F.
They're crossing there anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, they crawl over the cars.
I mean,
That's-
constantly.
Yeah, at Avenue F, okay. And those are areas where, like I mean, there's not sidewalks, right? I mean,
Yeah.
if there is, they're super skinny or they're not, I
They're
mean,
skinnies.
so that's why I just think going forward as a city, we really need to start implementing some of these improvements. I know it's gonna cost a lot of money, but I also think it's important, for the future. So,
There was a walkability component to the open space master plan.
Right.
Yeah.
That highlighted pathways.
yeah. It's you're right, it's in all part of the plan, so. Okay, so Dave's passing out papers for item K, so we'll move on to item K. This is discussion on Charlie's Pasture Bulkhead Park improvements. Okay, so again,
Again, we valued engineered it, and I do not have the current drawing, so.
and you'd really like to see the digital copy because it's really impressive. And again, it's like a big pie in the sky, amazing plan that would cost a lot of money, but I mean, this is something that I get asked about a lot. You know, what is the city going to do with the property now that you put the bulkhead in? What is this, you know? And so I think at a minimum, we need to make some improvements to that whole Port Street area. I think we need to expand the roadway. I think we need to put in some park amenities. This plan is amazing with all the, you know, vegetation and little parks and seating areas and stuff like that, which I don't, Dave will give you the wonderful cost, which I'm sure is something we can't afford. But it would be nice to
Yeah.
value engineer something that would turn out really nice.
So the first version, and we're working on same thing, so we're working on getting the value engineering drawings back to you guys. We do not have the value engineering cost yet, but this cost for this plan came in right at 7.2 million. So we think once we cost engineer it, we'll probably get it down a couple million, 2 to 3 off of it. You know, hopefully without having to lose a whole lot. So the concept is that this park idea would go pretty much from the start of the Charlie's Pasture Fishing Pier down to the entry into the nature preserve. The nature reserve turnaround will probably remove most of that because the nature reserve turnaround kind of has its own vegetation program going. So that's something that would be removed. So the concept is, you know, like right now you can basically pull your truck up to every single inch of that entire, it's about 4,500 linear feet of park. And so right now you can pull your truck up to anywhere you want. And this design, you know, you can pull your truck up to some spots, but not all spots. So maybe 30% of the spots you can pull up to, 60% have, you know, green space in front of them. A big component of this would be ADA, which we have applied for a CMP grant for about what, 550,000? Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's about 500 something thousand. So we are currently looking for, you know, additional monies. Again, I would bring this back to you guys at the July meeting with the new drawings and the new cost estimate. So I do not have that with
Does
me.
the water still covering over the wall? at
It
certain
does,
points?
but it's very different where before it would come right over, then sheet flow for hundreds and hundreds of feet with velocity. Now it does build up sometimes and peak and crest over the new wall, but then it just comes over and kind of waterfalls and then moves very slowly. So the risk of injury is pretty nil.
Well, no, I wasn't worried about that. I was worried about if you plant a lot of stuff and the water,
well,
salt water still coming over the wall.
You would have to just make sure in the areas that it's cresting that, you know, either you have rockscape in that area or.
I think I only saw it kind of down toward this end and maybe, I can't remember if it was this end right here.
I can tell you it happens far, far, far less than it does
Yeah.
down at the end, because watch it all the time.
Yeah,
And
that's what I
it's
was wondering.
nowhere near what it used to do.
Yeah.
Nowhere near.
I think the only spot maybe I saw was maybe close in here or something, but.
Now.
So,
with
so
the-
again,
yeah.
we'll come up with a new number for this one. And then, at the July meeting, we'll have a presentation on the new drawings.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that, again, I
Needed.
mean, I think we could really make it nice. I think that there could be some future grant opportunities for things like this because it's more
Yeah.
park space
Yeah.
than just, you know, the streets. And, I think it's something that's needed.
You know, it'd look nice.
Shaded area. Looks good.
Because a lot of it right now is a muddy, mucky mess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Cool. Like that.
Okay, it's 12 o'clock. I'm assuming they're working on setting up lunch. Do y'all want to tackle the next item? item L, we can keep going until they look like they're set up. Okay. So item L is discussion,
Toters.
just new toters and beach bathroom upgrades. It's that, again, I asked them to put that on there. I know that there's money probably in the beach budget, but when you drive down the beach, there are several toters and bathrooms that look like they could use replacing, so.
Yeah, we added enough funds to replace a third of the toters.
Okay.
So there's 300 toters on the beach. So we put in enough for a third of the toters and a third of the Skidoo cans in the upcoming year.
Okay,
We try to get the most life out of them as we can, but some of them start to get tagged and, you know,
And we keep, lids and the things.
lids and doors and
Lids and doors. Yeah, so for 85 cans, it's 450 a can. So that's $40,000 and the Skidoo cans are 725. We've put in the budget to do 30 new Skidoo cans for 22,000. That's what Doug's requesting.
so it's a third of the Skidoo cans will be new and a third of the toters will be new.
and all that only cost 60 grand total?
62 total. But that,
Well,
that got me those costs on Friday.
The reason for here's the problem. It redoing every single Skidoo can in the city is super labor intensive. It takes a long time for those guys because they come unassembled and it just takes a long time and you're pulling people off the beach to build them. That's why you could do them all in a year, but you're gonna have two guys building Skidoo cans for about 6 months. It's just kind of labor intensive to do them all. I mean, some of them are new anyway. So, I mean, some of them, we don't need to do all of them. We could up that a little bit, but I don't see the point in saying replace all of them because some of them are new anyways.
They don't come already assembled?
No,
Not for that.
no, they're all panels and you put them together.
How much would it cost to have them assembled? So poor Doug and his team don't have to do that. I'm just asking. I mean, it's like ordering your
I don't know.
furniture
We've
from
never-
Wayfair. Like how much would it
Yeah,
cost to have it?
we've never hired anyone to put them together. I don't even know.
On the expense?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, if you had to ship them that way.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm just asking if there's, what the cost, okay.
Good Eagle stuff.
Okay, that's great. I just want to make sure that stuff, I mean, because, that's just something that goes along with the look and feel of
Yeah.
your city and you want those things to be nice.
Community service.
So,
Yeah, there you go. Community service, that's what I.
okay. All right, we want to go to item M or
Lunch is ready.
you want to break for lunch?
Might as well just break for lunch.
All right.
The ones that break.
Y'all want 30 minutes? 45 minutes? How long of a break do y'all want? We're about halfway through. I mean, we haven't even started departments, but I mean, you want to reconvene 12:45, 1? What does everybody want to do?
3 minutes is good for me.
12:30? Okay, 12:30. Great. Okay. We won't start without you. I said I wouldn't start with that.
Well, he wants to,
I'm glad that you're here, Brett, so you can help us speak to broadband. But basically, item M is discussion on broadband solutions. We brought this up last year. We have the chamber very kindly helped us initiate a consultant after consultant, there's been a couple of consultants, but we currently are engaged with a consultant and they have been going through some possible solutions. And I think that I just put this on here because as we continue those discussions, there'll be, I think, opportunities for us to probably do some actual real implementation, hopefully, of some things this coming budget cycle. So I know we don't have a number, but maybe with the consultant, we can come up with an estimated number to throw into the budget pretty quickly for 24, 25, to be able to put some money in there.
We have no idea how much we're.
No. Well, I mean, I know we don't have millions of dollars to spend, so
I mean, I don't see this being quite eligible.
No, it's not hot
It's
eligible.
general fund.
right.
Well, there's also state law that even prohibits cities from
Yeah, for
Right.
general fund, I didn't
Right.
think we could.
Right.
No,
But-
we're not even allowed to spend it on development of broadband.
Brett.
So we're very limited.
One of the approaches is Carol Faulkner is one of the second round of consultants, I suppose.
And he's an expert supposedly in the Austin area of all of these things and has worked with towns throughout Texas to kind of address issues. And he's really in the feasibility study of it. But in looking at some options, he really looked at, he thinks the fiber and the public Wi-Fi on the beach, are some key elements that could start to help solve some of the service issues we have, especially after 1A, as you get further down the beach. So there are definitely opportunities to do that. And the good news is he's determined fiber's a lot, mostly here, for the most part. It's not the best fiber in the world, but at least it's a fiber. There are some issues with on and off, different northbound and southbound terminuses of it. But the concept he has is maybe break, we can do it in phases almost, and also work with private sector on it. I think you could look at a partnership with a development as well as the city to provide Wi-Fi / services in areas. So when you look at it, you can do your beach lodge, or was that Sandcastle to 1A, would be a good test sample, or 1A to Palmia's, whatever that one's called. Palmia's Beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, Beach Road 1. So, those are some options. Those are still very preliminary. He doesn't know if those are even the best course yet, but those are some things he's kind of drawn out on pencil and paper and talked to some people about. He was in town a few weeks ago and talked to the Brightspeed folks in town. He has been in touch with AT&T, T-Mobile, and I think the Verizon folks as well, just in general services about additional cell signal coming. So there are some possible options on that, but anyway, it's preliminary. So I don't know how much. I think this first one, he was thinking less than 100,000, but that would be like a full block,
Section.
yes, but.
And I know as a city, we can't go and spend millions of dollars on infrastructure or something, but I think that again, it's part of the goals and priorities of the city that we want to continue to work on this. And if most of the funding has to come from private partnerships, then that's fine, but it's just something we need to continue to address.
Right.
To get out there. So
Yeah, so that's all. for me.
thank you, Brett. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, item N, discussion on street cleaning and street maintenance. So one of the things that I been kind of talking to David about too is, we talk about the street sweeper, and then there's certain sections like on Highway 361 that are such broad projects that are probably our current public works crews don't have the manpower to get to do. So what we talked about was putting some money in the budget to do some kind of.
Yeah, come up with like a RFQ to provide, city maintenance for like a corridor to where they would come in and, like we really struggle with, like down past Palladium where you have the median and it's stamped concrete and there's rocks on it and there's weeds growing in it. And it's super hard to have your street crew be responsible for a stretch like that. It's easier just to allocate a chunk of money and hire a landscaping company to come in every 2 weeks and do X, Y, and Z, like sweep the gutter, do a weed maintenance control on the sidewalks and on that center median, and it's probably the best, and probably end up in the long run saving money doing it that way, putting it out to somebody and having someone take care of that for us.
Is TxDOT responsible for those sidewalks? Like
No.
Texan to, because we got trees growing out of there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
nice
no,
bushes.
well, so technically, this up to the sidewalk, you could say that it's the adjacent landowners responsible for that
This
maintenance.
is on our sidewalk on the curb. road.
Yeah, so technically it's the adjacent landowner. We could write him right, Nicole, we could write him just like off of 11th Street, they were responsible for, who's the big landowner? End of 11th? Yeah, I mean, he's technically responsible for the highway side too. At least the sidewalk, what's coming up and over the sidewalk.
No, this is growing out of our sidewalk.
Yeah, that's us.
That's us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just have to spray that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I ride the bike down the streets, yeah.
Yeah, that's our responsibility. So it'd be easier just to have a budget item in there and then contract that out and have someone
And we
take care
would
of it for us.
never, like, for our plants, do we have a watering truck that goes and waters some of our?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
do? Are we allowed to have a truck that sprays, that has an arm that?
yeah, you
that
could,
just
yeah,
Add that to spraying the sidewalk?
Is that what you heard?
Yeah, or whatever we're allowed to spray.
yeah, we're allowed to,
Permits. We have certified, applicators on staff. So we have a permit.
We just have to go do it, so it's not a.
It's a lot of manpower and time. It's
Okay.
a lot of real estate for a small.
So, yeah, I think that, if that's something y'all want to see, I think putting out an RFQ and then having that part of it contracted out would go a long way to keep up
And
with
that's
the
cheaper
maintenance.
than hiring. You think?
I thought we could contract out some.
yeah,
Control. on the
we do have some weed control, but it's not on the highway. It's on city streets, on city curbs.
I think we should, because that median is sort of nice.
Yeah, and it, when it's got weeds
Yeah, it
growing
needs
out
to
of
be
it, I mean,
weed free, it needs to
Yeah.
be gravel
Are
free.
you allowed to put a planter on it?
No.
Big plant- okay,
can't do that.
Right,
If you could find one, you could drive through at 60 miles an hour, probably.
that's the reason.
Mhm.
Like the
That
plastic
would happen,
signs.
Yeah.
That are collapsible. Yeah, collapsible, yeah.
I would want to put dirt.
Okay, we'll get something in the budget for that.
Okay. All right, item O, discussion on citywide lighting and lighting on 361. So again, I mean, part of this kind of overlaps with some of these other items, but the lighting on 361, I wanted to make sure was on here, and I don't know, Councilmember Chambers, what your thoughts, but I do think it's necessary. TxDOT is at least been more open to participating in some kind of program. We haven't really moved forward because we've been seeking some assistance, probably from the state to do that. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what the current lighting projects look like once the lights are on. The lights are up. If you haven't seen them on 361 in the test areas that
There's
TxDOT
two, yeah,
funded.
two test areas. One's further out of our city limits and it has 8 lights. And then there's one in front of the Grand Caribbean that has 9 lights. And so they're kind of in the ditch that they're on they're on the Gulf side of the highway, pretty much in the ditch line. It's just a concrete box and then the new arm comes out and over. So they should be, I don't know when they're going to get energized, but they're probably close.
Yeah. And so I think once those go up and see how effective they are, what they look like, I think it'd be good for us to try to put some money in the budget. Although I would like to see most of that maybe get paid for by the state because it's
Yes, I
their
agree.
highway, but
There's
so that
just
we
so
can
many
get-
dark areas. I had a situation where power went out on my car and I had to coast over to the side and almost got hit several times. I had to walk out in the grass to get away because people
Yeah,
don't
no,
pay
yeah.
attention. I mean, I'm sitting in my car and I was scared, so I was sitting there going, it is really dark out here.
It's
In
scary.
between like Palmia and like where, some of those housing developments have a light, in front of them, but well, there's some really dark areas and I guess I didn't pay attention
Yeah.
until you're sitting out there on the road.
Yeah.
And then it really hit me, this is dangerous. If somebody's walking, you can't see them if they haven't got clothing. But anyway, I was one of those people walking, trying to get away from.
Right.
Anyway, but yes, I'd be, we
One's
need
in front of
something.
Grand Caribbean and
I
one's
could
in
just-
front of,
So that anybody passed me in the-
Gulf Waters.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't have a
Almost
choice.
hit a-
Are they both in our city
Power
limits?
went out on my car.
No,
I had to
one's-
have it towed. I
almost
mean,
hit a
everything.
park.
Yeah, there's one's
And I
near
mean,
Grand
I-
Caribbean.
Right, and the other one's down at
You
La
didn't
Concha,
see it.
kind of by me.
Yeah, by the
Couldn't
fire
I couldn't
station,
even
right?
put on my flash.
Yeah, maybe a little
Exactly.
further
Little north?
than that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something happened in the car.
Right in front of the
They asked
Admiral's
me.
Row.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, right.
Anyway, yeah, that's.
Yeah. And I don't know what that number is, Darla. I mean, I think
Yeah.
we can plug something in there, obviously, and back out of that hopefully before we make any, but,
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like it to be zero cost to us,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so,
Right.
but,
And this is Todd's working on this basically?
he is helping us, yes.
Yeah,
Pressure tech shop.
Yeah.
right?
That's okay. Okay, and item P is discussion on urgent care facilities. Again, going back through what we accomplished from last year and what we didn't, and you guys did an amazing job accomplishing a lot of things. I just asked to put this back on here because I continually get asked about that and, in discussions with Daniel and his crew. I mean, I think it's just something we should continuously discuss and decide whether or not we want it to be a priority or we want to keep pushing it along or we have other solutions or what, because I think it's probably also something that we're changing, needs wise. So, I'm not suggesting we spend millions of dollars building our own, but I just want to have that discussion again. So what are y'all's thoughts? And I'd be anxious to hear your thoughts, Daniel, on, what that would look like if we did have something, here in our little fair city.
It would be nice to have some. I
Yeah.
think it just comes down to cost, and I don't know, I'm honestly, we'll research or got no.
We had talked with one of the people, I think he's not an owner, but he's a director of one of the facilities on the island. And, they were looking into possibly moving up into, if they could find the space, into the Tower Center or somewhere, but it was his opinion that, because we were talking, what kind of incentives do you think the city needs to give? And he was like, none. He's like, the market's there. It should be free market. Someone should want to come in here on their own nickel and the city shouldn't be out any money. So that was his take, but they never showed up. So,
Yeah, it is a huge, I mean, if you really want an urgent care that has MRI, CAT,
Yeah.
stuff, X-ray, that is a multi-million dollar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Huge. I mean, I find it hard to believe that someone's just gonna do something and ready to build that facility. It's pretty expensive. I'd be more than happy to talk to the medical director we work for, that, like I said, owns all the physician premiers. We've got them going all over the state, he's our medical director that we work for.
Yeah, they didn't want to put one in, the person that we were talking to, because I think his number was over 90% of his business on the island were from Port Aransas.
Yeah.
So they were like,
Yeah.
well, why do that when we can just stay here and get all of them and the other, but they were saying all their business was from here.
I mean, we send people down there, we actually have little flyers that send them down there and say, they refused us and they're coming there and they understand that those places do not necessarily take insurance. It's a concierge type service.
Mhm.
We kind of try to explain that to everybody.
It's one of Texans, they.
Because what's the latest with Dr. Russell's office? But has he sold it or is it selling or?
It's gonna transition to, Dr. Dan.
Yeah,
Yeah, works for- he works
Physician's
for-
assistant.
Which
Yeah.
90%.
Yeah.
Doctor. Be happy to sit down with anybody on one, if you want to look into the one. I can do some more research on, it, but I think it's gonna be a very expensive. I had that meeting.
We've had them come and
Military
go.
meeting with,
Mhm.
Ingleside on the Bay people.
Yeah.
and, different city managers, Portland. And I mean, they have a need that they're wanting to put something in the Randus Pass, Ingleside area. Ultimately, they can't us, but I think that they want us to help fund it, but it's a different county, different city, different everything. We just have a high traffic flow from here to there, you know. I don't know how far that's gonna go. You know.
There's a rule like hospitals can only be so close to each other, like they don't allow hospitals, on top of hospitals, I think it's 50 miles apiece. So if Bay Area, or someone like that, wanted to be more competitive with how we were talking about in Port Padre, and say, hey, we'd like you guys to open up a satellite here, it's like a mini, like, you know, it's almost.
That's what they do. I mean, in Rockport, that's owned by HCA, which is Bay Area. So the same thing in Portland. If you go to that 24/7 in Portland, that's owned by Bay Area. You know, which would be great over here if they wanted to do something like that. I mean, I know a few of the people over there reach out to them too, but then you've got an actual hospital and they'll take any kind of insurance, Medicare, Medicaid.
And I don't know, what, obviously, it's such a seasonality thing, right? I mean, not that you wouldn't have people going in, and I understand that the costs of hospitals are very expensive, and I'm not suggesting the city own anything, but I do think that if it's something it's been on the comp plan, it's been on every visioning plan, for many, many years, is that with the amount of people that we have here, our EMS does an amazing job taking care of those people. But you also do a lot of, calls that probably would, like you said, you could serve the population, that they could go to urgent care after maybe you treat them, or even before, or whatever.
I
So,
mean, depending on training, how far y'all want to go when we get the new station. I mean, it does have a small EMS
Yeah.
room for walk up. But, I mean, it's one of those things where if we partner under our medical director we're already working for it, let's send a PA over from 8 to 5 or something like that. We work that deal where they can do at least the stitches and the little things. They're not gonna do X-ray, MRI, CT, but they can do a lot more to where we can do it in-house. The stitches are probably our number one thing that people come up, hey, I got myself, they need my stitches, and they won't leave the island.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of doctors are gonna do stitches, and they'll say have an X-ray. I mean, they wanna make sure it's clean. Such a source of infection, so.
is that something that if we wanted to go that route, is that something we would put into the budget this year to ensure happen in the new facility while it's getting built?
I think if you really want to go that way, big add on.
Okay.
We can handle a lot of the little stuff. We have, like I said, a small EMS treatment room, but it's not to the point where we go put an X-ray machine or something.
No. I'm just saying, but you said that if we wanted to go that direction, that you could service a small amount of that in the existing building. But is that something we would need to put additional money in the budget for?
Personnel, I mean, just for that room out there. And I don't know if really we're gonna be even 100% by this next budget, or we October next year, we're gonna be in there.
Close.
Yeah. So I mean, that's something we could probably put on the next budget. For the following year.
Right, yeah, it'd be a 25, 26.
I don't feel like.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, a discussion item. If there's no further discussion and council doesn't want to see any other action, then we don't necessarily have to even put a line item in there. Darla. Okay.
But we'll keep working it on the staff level.
Okay. All right, item Q, discussion on development of the hotel conference center. Again, another one that we put on there and didn't have any traction on, but things that we just want to keep probably in the forefront. So we did the RFP. We got the study back. There's still a strong desire, need for a conference center here. Talked about a different number of places, but we didn't really pick that up and explore it again. 'Cause we had so many other funding things that we were doing last year. So any thoughts from anybody on that moving forward, picking that study back up? Is there anything we want to do for this coming budget year?
Is Devin Vodka still interested in this or not?
I haven't talked to him directly about it recently. Brett?
Maybe. I think the answer is maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay. You know, I think there's 2 developers in town that would be interested in something. But, you know, looking at spaces and where those might be and how you build the RFP or whatever, it really determines the traffic going. The need is there for the midweek travel to have a room and have a nice facility. I know you're great. But that actual, you know, the HPS did a study that y'all requested about a year and a half ago, maybe. So those are all still very positive in the formation of a conference center, even knowing what's going on in North Conway, the plan is to build a massive facility there, you know, so I think we're still at a good spot.
Okay.
Devin had said yes or no to me. Yeah, he's finishing the place hotel. I think he wrote down.
Go from
Yeah.
there. Okay. Okay, well, we can park that for now unless y'all want to put money in the budget for something. All right. Item R, discussion on maintain the permit for 67-acre marina property. David, where are we on that? And is there anything we need to do budget wise this year to continue to?
We don't need any budget. We're
Okay,
wrapping it up. We're probably about the 98% done. So we should be getting, we think we'll have a permit within 2 months
okay,
to a brand new 5-year permit.
okay. All right. I just want to make sure we covered that. If there's
Yep.
something we need to be doing. Okay, and then item S, discussion on lowering speed limits from Beach Access Road 1A to Avenue G.
That's me. I'm always asking to slow it down. Especially from the post office end to G, it's just crazy.
What is that? That's 35.
Yeah, well, the post office has a sign that says it's gonna go to 35. It just has an arrow and points, but I always think it's 35 there. But nobody slows down even.
It turns 35 right in front of
Right in front of
on
my
our shop.
Yep.
Right.
It is 45.
No, I know. Yeah. So I mean, it's crazy. I mean, if you don't have to go out there every day like we do, I mean, you don't notice it, but people, I watch them, especially when you come up, go down Avenue J and Coffee Waves is lined up on both sides of the street. You got them coming at you and everything else. And then you go around them, you get to there. And I watch people all the time sit there for 5-10 minutes and then they finally just go, you know, try to just go, take a chance and go.
What,
They just
people on
won't
J
slow
turning
down.
left?
Yeah. Yeah. They do it all day long. So I
It
mean,
is
they just
35
don't,
there. They
it
just don't
is,
slow
but they
down.
don't slow down. They're not slowing down. It's all kinds of people. So I don't know what you do. It'd be nice just to slow it down all the way from 1A to 35. And I'm not saying that so you can have golf carts on it. So
I don't know that you could slow an exchange from 60 to 35 on the Texas highway. I mean, can you go that far? Because that's what it is.
oh
in
yeah,
front of the
that's what
golf
it would.
course.
Well,
I mean, I don't,
well, no, before the light, it goes to 45.
but you're suggesting going to 35 at the light, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think I don't know that they could. You would have to have it gradually slow down before that to get to 35. You couldn't go from 60 or 55 to 35 immediately, right at the light.
It goes 60 to 45.
60 to
It goes
55.
60.
It goes 60 to 55,
55,
then 45, then
Blinking light is
35, yeah.
55. I always make sure I'm under that.
I'm
when
not
I pass
talking-
it.
I'm coming into
I
town.
know, but we're talking
It's
about. from the
blinking
golf
at
course.
55, and then before you get to the light, go look, there's a speed limit sign that says it's 45. Then you stop at the light, and then it's 45, and then it goes to 35.
Right.
And leaving town, it's 55.
Yeah,
When
It
you get
picks
to
up.
Palladium.
I know, I'm just saying.
going out of town.
I think-
But even so, if you're coming in if you're coming northbound, you go by Pamiya and it's 60. Then it drops down to 45 right before the light, but let's say the light's green.
Yeah,
So you shoot through the light at
Shoot through,
45.
yeah.
and you're still going 60 all the way to G Street.
Well, if you're speed, I don't
Well,
speed.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. How do you slow those people down? Why can't?
Do we need to slow them down?
Okay.
I think if you wanted to slow them down, you would literally have to start the progression of speed reduction further out than the light.
Yeah, you'd have
If you wanted to
drop.
get it down to 35 there, I think. you
Yeah,
would
you'd have to drop you'd need to be at 55 at the golf cart
Right.
bridge, 45 at Mustang Island, 35 at the
Right.
light.
I think that's the only way to make somebody
So even
progressive.
if it was on the other side of the light, 45 to 35, can we move it out? So, I mean, start 35? Yeah, I mean, somewhere. They don't slow down though to 35 is the problem. Ever.
Do we get to move that or is that a text stop?
Text dot.
I mean, you could argue
We
the
can
post
signal
office
that,
going
yeah.
left and right and turning in and out could be 35. That's not moving it very far, but it's.
Yeah, still.
You still gotta get the people to drive this.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. You
Well,
still gotta get them to,
We got
Pay
more police
attention,
officers in
yeah.
our budget. So
I mean, even if maybe we had a flashing sign between 45 to 35. Would it get their attention? I don't know. Kind of like the 55 one out there.
Yeah.
I don't know. All I know is that
Welcome-
that's helped.
Welcome to Port Aransas. You're on
It's fine,
island
it's
time
fine.
and island speed, so take it slow.
I think it helps. They just,
Yeah.
don't
we're all
care.
very much here.
They just
So,
don't
I
care.
mean, I pass that going to work every day and people will fly past. I'm literally making sure I'm under that. Cause I
Exactly.
don't like seeing my speed up there
Red.
and people will fly by right there in front of where you have to pull out. I mean, and I know they're going 65 or 70 because they pass me like I'm
That's
sick,
exactly right.
like they've been behind me. So I don't.
It's the ones leaving the island that go the best.
Yeah, but I'm talking about when I'm coming into work, they're in a
There's-
hurry to get to work.
They're racing to get to that red light to take a left to get on the ferry.
Okay, but there's a difference between someone who's choosing to break the law and making signage to reduce the speed.
Well,
So do you want that, you're asking for the PD to enforce the speeding at that sections where you think they're still going 60 to 35? Or do we want to ask TxDOT to reduce the speed and further south of town? And I'm asking, I'm not,
No,
I mean,
no, I would just, well, I guess if it's PD, then, I mean, if nobody wants to put another sign to go to 35. Inside from the 45 to 35.
you just want additional signage, not reducing the speed.
Well, I don't think they will do it outside the red light from 60 to 55. So I'm more worried about it from the post office in than anywhere
Okay,
So on the other side. of the
Where it's-
post office.
where it's already
going
35.
north.
Where it's already 35.
It's not 35.
It's
not
not
at the
35
post
right
office
there.
still.
They have a sign saying it's gonna
Until you
be
get to Kent
Okay.
almost.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Tom's
Literally
Drive.
right in front of my salon is the
the
sign.
35.
35 going this way and 45 going that way.
Right.
So it'd just be a few hundred feet.
That we want to ask TxDOT if they will extend that,
Move it.
Out. Yeah.
okay? To the post office. Or to
Just
wherever,
the-
they're
just
gonna be
the-
the ones that determine where. I mean,
Just
it's
a
not.
little
for-
further.
I'm just a little guy.
No, I'm just asking,
Yeah,
so
me
if, so
too.
that council, I mean, so the staff has directive as to exactly what to ask them. So that's what that's what I'm asking. They gotta have
Before post
directive.
office.
A little south of the post office.
Where the new wave is, further than that, island construction.
Just to get it slowed down so that the post office is sitting at 35. There's a lot of people that go in and out of there. And in the winter, there's even more because they all have their post office boxes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I think if you were to take the existing speed limit signs and maybe
Just
make
move
it, just make it where it flashes the speed when you're going a little fast, because every time I come into town, I want to stay 60, because I just drive that way, but I know at 50, it's gonna blink at me, so I go down to 55. 'cause I don't want it.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
somebody's yelling at me, but
that would even work too. I mean, if
I
the
just,
flashing
yeah,
sign was
whatever got
35.
flashed, that where it flashes,
Med.
that just, because like you said, you can't
Make
stop.
sure.
Yeah, people don't speed, just speed. It's who they
We're
are.
gonna speed
I mean,
it.
but you got something there that kind
If
of,
you want the sign moved, we need to know how far you.
Yeah.
they
just,
dictate
just
that,
four
right?
bolts and
That's
a
what-
half-inch
The mayor's.
socket.
Yes,
I know. I mean,
that's what I'm
I said
asking.
before the post office.
Okay.
Between New Wave and Post Office?
Yes,
Okay.
Kelly.
There we go.
Yes,
Between New
Kelly.
Wave and Post
Sorry.
Office.
Okay. And
That's perfect.
do you want, are you also asking that the PD further patrol speeds in that section?
I think they are
Because you can
somewhat.
post whatever number you want, but
They
if the
sit
people
right
are speeding, they're
across the street
speeding.
in the morning.
They do in the
They
morning.
are speeding
Yeah.
all day
I
long.
see them over there across,
They
right
have a
their
presence.
presence.
Okay. All right. Got that?
See that.
Got it.
All right. Item T is discussion on citywide speed limit signage.
That's me too. I just through some of the maybe neighborhoods, everybody's when we're very crowded, people are going all through the neighborhoods and maybe some extra speed limit signs, post speed limit signs somewhere, even on Allister too. I mean, I think there's one. I don't know. But I mean, we have mostly tourists, so they just drive the way they drive wherever they're from. And I just think we need some extra signs somewhere. Maybe down G through the neighborhoods, 11th.
What's the speed limit on
Yeah.
11th? The B bus drives about 50,
Yeah. Yeah, that's,
but I know he's got a schedule.
just a suggestion.
Chuck drives 55. So.
What?
He's already told us.
Oh,
right?
that's the other.
That's coming in the call million. That's all.
Oh, Chuck,
I think a few speed limits.
You heard that,
Town,
Chief?
give people an
Chuck
idea of
got
what our
speeding
speeds
all the
are
way.
would be a pretty good idea. I don't think a ton of them, but maybe on some of the main streets.
What is it?
No, not a ton of them, just like the main
It's
street.
supposed to be 30, but I've never seen anybody drive that slow on 11, so.
Probably not.
I've seen them pass each other on
The
Allister.
golf carts drive
I
faster.
see cars on Allister.
Okay, how about city staff, someone within staff does a speed limit sign survey throughout town? And we determine how many speed limit signs we have up on the main roads, thoroughfares, and then come back and see if there are any hot spots that we can put
Perfect.
additional signage.
Perfect.
Okay. All right, item 6. Policy items for consideration. So are there any other things that weren't listed on the agenda or a policy item that city council would like discussed? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to item 7. These are the department requests for consideration for next year's budget. You want me to go through these just in the order they're listed, Dave? Darla?
I
You
kind
put
of
them all.
originally put them more in
I know we see some
alphabetical order. I think
department
they
heads
got
up here, but
moved around some. That is your call. We can do it by the order of the tabs, then you don't have to flip or.
Yeah,
I think the tabs would be great.
Cause he's.
he's here.
We is. Stuff.
Oh, I don't know. Where's old stuff?
No, we have not done it at all.
He's after me, so.
No.
I can cover administration. I don't know, are we gonna go in tab order?
Do we want to go back up to Brett since he's here now?
Oh, yes. I
Item
forgot
B,
about Brett.
sorry. We'll take a presentation from our Port Aransas Tourism Bureau and Chamber of Commerce President CEO, Brett Stawar.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
I can also just talk for a minute.
Just talk.
That's fine.
We-
I know most of you were at the summit we did in January. Again, now the results and a bunch of stuff. And thank you for allowing me to flexibility this morning. That's been my tourism research. And we've run goals over the weekend. Had a good time.
I remember those days. You were done. Knew I was doing tourism research.
Yes, one of those. I think you've all seen the Island Guide, but I'm sure that's there. And we got these cute little respect your locals stickers that you can have, Lynn. I heard the discussion about the toters earlier. I was hoping there's a way we could maybe put the Respect Island Home logo in conjunction with the city one on it.
For a cost.
That was fine.
Yeah. I actually agree. I think if there was a way to incorporate some of that.
Yeah.
Obviously, we want our new city branding on some of the toters.
Yeah, get the
But-
color choice.
Yep.
Doesn't have to be brown, does it? Could be.
Well, we like it because it blends in with the sand.
It does. It's very natural.
Stick out.
Sandy.
It's a natural sandy color
Okay,
would show
so
up.
without my presentation, imagine some good stuff here, and I'll make sure y'all get a copy of this as we go back through it. But you know, our vision is, as it has and always will remain, to make Port Aransas known as the premier family beach destination in Texas. You know, continue to move along those fronts, and we're seeing some tremendous gains in that as we continue to evolve as a destination and see our marketing work as well. One of the big things you have in front of you is the Island Guide. We are expanding that for 2025 to include a mini guide that'll go out to an additional 75,000 people as well in some of our key markets. So most of that is going out to our North Austin and DFW markets right now, as well as just those who call in. So we get about 20,000 requests to mail out throughout the year. So we're going to expand that as we go forward and continue to build on it and hopefully make it award winning. I think the one you have in front of you is tremendous and probably one of the best in the state. And certainly I think the Gulf, as you even look around at our comp sets. So we did look, and I'm jumping around on my presentation since you can't see it, but we did look at, you know, where we're falling this year as to where we were last year. And I know Darla mentioned we're down, you know, 8, 9, 12%, something like that in the hot tax collections. And that's not normal for any of our comp set. You know, we're actually beating our comp set when it comes to how much we are down versus what they're down. But we're seeing some resiliency to some of the sharp drops they're having. We're all discounting our rates, you know, so everybody's discounting rates. In fact, you can get a room at the Best Western this week for $129, just crazy. It's July 4th. But we are seeing that. We have seen, of course, the expansion of the market. You know, we have seen on the trends I'm seeing actually more check-ins. They're just maybe not staying that extra time, but we are seeing a drop. One of our biggest drops was in the month of February. So there was, I think, a little abnormality in that one in the hot tax collection. So we'd like to see if we can figure out how that extra 500,000 was pushed in February. Well, we can talk about that offline. But I think some of that is also skewing your overall numbers. But I do anticipate, you know, June to be pretty steady. We're done with it. We made it. As I look at what we saw in our forecasting, should be pretty equal to or even up a little bit in the percentage of revenue collected. May should be gangbusters as well as you get that collection in. July is trending okay. It's not great, but it's at or within 3% of where we were last year. You know, so it's still kind of maintaining there, but we have a long way to go to get through that. We got a lot of storm warnings and other things that can impact that, and weather is our biggest nemesis. So we're doing everything we can to buffer the storms, you know, and really beat our competition out. We have the website, which we've just rebranded this month. So if you haven't checked it, visit portaransas.com, check it out. There's a lot of new upgrades to it. We're actually adding an AI chat bot. It'll be on there to help people ask questions and get real-time responses from you know, scrubbing all the data we have on our website and then being able to spit out hopefully the right answer to them. So we're going through some beta testing on that right now and hope that that's out in the next few weeks. We have a great ammunition of great arsenal, I guess is the right word, of ammunition ready to continue to fight our way to the top in Port A. You've got your e-newsletters that we send out. Those go out locally to partners every week, but then to our consumer base, we're breaking them up by niche now. And we've got ones that are ready for birding, you know, live music, shopping, as well as all around seasonality and beach fun. So we've got 80,000 plus subscribers to that we talk to on a regular basis. And we're watching those continue to grow. Social media the same way. Instagram's the hot channel right now that we continue to grow and seeing a lot of traction with that. And our influencers that we bring in are all centered around that as well as thematically. So we're looking at the fishing market, we're looking at the birding market, family beach fun, and getting into those things. Salty stories are part of all that digital mix. You watch those stories. I believe our last one was Billy Gaskins that launched. So if you haven't seen that one yet, please tune in. We got one more coming out this year. Ben and Marianne Frischman are coming out, and they're talking about how they are second-time or part-time residents in Port A. You know, they have a second home here, and this is also their favorite place to come. So a neat new storyline there, and then we'll go into the next season in 2025. Of course, we have all of our signature events that you all know about. between Restaurant Week, shop arounds, Margarita Madness. We did Port A Day at the Capitol, which we're shooting for March 5th. If you want to kind of tentatively put that in your back brains of next year, we do the tourism rally. Beachtober, new this year, we're doing two new things in Beachtober. We're going to be doing a more expanded live music fest, partnering with Cities West Media and bringing 15 shows to 5 venues over 2 days. So we're excited about that one. And that's September 27, 28. And then we're partnering with UTMSI on a more sustainability event that I think is called, well, it's still going through a name suggestions from UT, but it will be what was traditionally their open house maybe 20 years ago. They're bringing that back in grand form. We're partnering with them to do all the programming, reservations and events, and then also promoting and tying in our Respect Our Island Home initiative with Flynn and Friends. Hopefully our mascot is in by then. He's on order and should be in July, so we're told. But it's been a long time coming. So all of those things, events, we have a great partnership with the Dallas Cowboys. So that is going to continue for probably the next 3 years. We are in year 2 of that, of a 5-year agreement with them. And we're seeing some amazing results. When you look at the numbers of the DFW folks, as well as just the core market of the Cowboy fan base. One of the reasons we chose the partnership with the Cowboys was really that it was in a key market for us. We know the DFW comes for a day longer, they spend more money, and they're a good visitor to have. But they also have a great fan base that goes into San Antonio, that goes into Austin, that goes into Houston, even to some degree. So we continue to see that pay off great. And we're going to be up there for training camp this year, as well as 2 games. And I think we did get confirmation that we'll be at the Eagles game, as well as the Houston Texans game. They're both in November. So they're back to back. One's a Monday night football game and the other one's a Sunday. But when I say be there, we'll be outside the stadium in a 10 by 10, every night the guys out, but
Not in a suite.
not in the suite. We might be able to sneak in, halftime at the standing room only section, but not even sure about that yet. But those great partnerships are going on. Also the Star, which is their training headquarters and kind of a big deal in Frisco, is where we get to hold multiple events as well. So this past year we had one in March where we kind of took over one of their corners inside their entertainment district and had it decorated Port A with some sandcastles and a play pit for the kids, which was a great hit. It was during a cheer competition event also at the Frisco. So we had hundreds of thousands of people come through. Our sandcastle had to be rebuilt a couple times, but it's all right. We made it. We do have a partnership with Carvertise as well. And if you don't know what that is, it's kind of wrapping the outside of the Ubers and Lyfts. And so we worked in that or the Dallas-Fort Worth market, as well as North Austin market. And we're around things like the Billy Joel and concert, as well as some of the games at the AT&T Stadium and around. So a lot of great things going on there. In North Austin, we did it both on the Domain side, where we've done a lot of traction through the years to kind of build that market. Which is why a few weeks ago, we did the Message in a Bottle campaign in Austin. It was a new initiative and kind of over the top initiative with our ad agency as a partner, where we spent 6 days in Austin, guerrilla marketing style, for everywhere from Zilker Park to Congress to the Domain, and it's several other things that were there as we went through and plopped a truck down kind of in the middle of the area and had a mocktails served, as well as handing out some information on Port A and telling people to come visit us. So we're still gathering the metrics of that, but it was a tremendous day. We saw the lift in website visitation when they were there, as well as we hope to then convert that into a lift into those markets that we see coming this summer. So we're watching that very closely. And then looking ahead, I think I mentioned the Cowboys, but the sweepstakes will kick off for the season ticket that we do have. So we do have club seats, but we don't get to keep them. So we actually give them to our winners of the different certificates, different sweepstakes that we do. So keep talking. Columbia, we do have a partnership with Columbia also. So we have the folks from Columbia down. It's really their marketing department, and they are constructing an entire fishing video on Port A. They brought in some of their branded fishermen over the last few weeks. It was earlier in the month of June that we had them down into market, and they filmed a lot of different bay fishing. Tried to get some deep sea. We're just going to get some good footage because the wind was a little not cooperative when they were here, but we're going to get some great video elements to really promote fishing and deep sea fishing in particular next year as we're getting the assets ready. We'll be ready to launch the campaign in time for next year's snapper season. So that's our goal. Otherwise, we're working on this thing called Envision Port Aransas. It's a pretty big plan that we're working on in concert with your comp plan as a city. A lot of different things on there, and I met with Wendy and the mayor, or not Wendy and the mayor, this guy, David and Wendy, to talk about really how to implement a lot of this. It's a 3-year plan with about 60 different strategies within it. Some of them are the EDC kind of things that we want to see advance forward. Many of the things you're talking about today, workforce development, broadband, and some of the things, housing, transportation, all of those things are kind of nestled into this that complement everything that we got out of your plan as well. So the two are really like sisters and brothers, and it will be a great kind of initiative. So out of the bat, we're starting to form our little economic development committee again out of our organization to help spur some of the discussions and kind of get some traction on some of these things moving forward. And then finally, our refreshed Respect Our Island Home campaign is up and running. We've got a new logo now, as well as Flynn's friends are being introduced. Dottie, the Roseate Spoonbill, and Riley, the captain who is also a dolphin, are both into the mix of telling the story about how to respect our locals, how to respect the island in which we live. And we're doing a partnership with the Future Study, which is with Destination Think, as one of the kind of pilot projects across the globe. And Port A has been selected to participate in that and kind of demonstrate how we're moving the needle to help with local sustainability as well as community livability. So those things are all coming into play. So I breezed through a lot, and I didn't even look at my notes too much. But I'm happy to answer questions, talk more about anything specifically you want, or we're very thankful for your support in the past and hope that we can count on that again as we move forward. As you know, with your funding and our funding tide, we rise and fall with the ups and downs. So if you're having a bad year, so are we. If you're having a good year, so are we. So that 12% does have me a little bit worried in some of the things that we budgeted, because we budget based off of your budget, right? So we're putting that in as that. I know we're not going to hit some of those marks tremendously, but we're going to be close. And I think it'll be a relatively close year. Happy to answer questions.
Very
Did you say that check-ins or what you call a check-in is not define what you call when I heard you.
Well,
use
let
that term.
me say guest nights. How about that?
Okay.
Guest nights are up.
Okay.
When I look
Yes,
at
nights
it
are up. All right.
on my software, that's not maybe the tell-all truth, but we do believe it's pretty accurate. It follows the Vrbo, Airbnb, as well as majority of our project management companies subscribe to that data as well. So when they're all inputting it,
Does it give you daily, nightly price with it?
yes, it does. Yeah, your average daily rate is down. I'm gonna say 10%, 12%. Have to look at the cheat sheet I brought back there, but it is the rates are down. People are discounting more, but they're coming more. Even I think Cinema Shore was even doing buy two, get one free night, earlier in the year, maybe around Sandfest and Memorial Day.
Do you think that more people are doing that dynamic pricing? I mean,
Mhm.
more and more, it's just
Yes.
something that they're using the algorithms just to get people in the head in the
Get
bed.
cash, yeah. Get their cash flow
Yeah.
where it needs to be.
Yeah,
They are, and especially with the addition of the new bigger nationwide firms. So you
Right.
got V-Trips that came on board, as well as Potoro now. And there's a couple more out there that just recently came on board. Recasa's been here a while, but as those companies like that come in, they're used to shifting and moving more dynamically than maybe our locally owned ones did in the past. So, yes.
In regards to visitors, Brett, what would you say has been the big attraction this year so far? Here in Port A with
The beach, the holidays,
And then
You know, I
if there's
think-
anything that was
Deep
out
boats.
of the norm that you've seen.
yeah, the deep boats, the fishing. I don't think there's anything fresh that's bringing people in. We are looking, the Patton Center has been a great addition over the past 2 years. The visitation of that continues to remain strong and growing. It gives people something to do during the day that is free and air conditioned. And really educational. So it's been a gold star, another pearl in our string of pearls as we go through Port A. So it is, it's really been just growth in those markets of family visitation, seeing the multi-generational families come down, rent the big houses, stay together, and have a good time together. How about you? Anything different on your end?
Oh,
Yeah, so-
yeah. No, I mean, but yeah, it's all, definitely the beach, the weather. everything.
Yeah, I think our Memorial Day had to be a record. I know we had some high tides in, but it did, I don't, it was pretty crowded, you know, so I mean. Those big holidays and July 4th are just a warning. It's gonna be the same according to my radar. It's showing up a little bit, in percentage wise, so. We'll hopefully get through that without much of a storm warning from scaring people off, but I think we'll be
The
good.
weather has a lot to do with
Yeah,
if people come or not. I was glad you had the Hospitality Hero event at the Patton Center because I had not been and I was,
really?
shame on me.
Yeah,
But now I'm telling people I moved on,
yeah,
sorry.
it's open. I think it may be closed
Well,
Mondays, but it's open a good
yeah,
chunk.
I've
of
been
the
telling,
week.
like, when we were raining and there were people in town and I said, go check it out. And they would come back and say, oh my gosh, and it was free, so.
Sorry, I'm tied to my desk. What is it?
Oh.
I don't even
It's
know.
cool. You need to go.
It
I
is,
highly
it's,
recommend it.
you know, it basically, it's a museum, a marine
Yep.
science museum.
At the UTMSI.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
EMSI.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, at UTMSI, and there's
Yeah.
lots of aquariums in there, and you can walk out and there's little plaques that tell what fish or birds or whatever you
Their,
might
their
see.
visitor center.
Yeah.
Yes,
right, yeah.
it's really, really cool.
It's been open probably 15 months.
Yeah.
They don't let me out, man.
They should let you out.
Should.
Yeah.
Going to break out there. No, it's a really nice facility, and even that event room, did they say that is free of charge, or do they charge?
They have restrictions on who can use it.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
so it's not everybody
Not
coming off the
everybody.
street and, you know, do a banquet there. Has to be tied to educational purposes and UT's mission.
Or like
so-
what you did there. Yeah,
Or like
no,
what
it
we
was, that's very nice. Nice
Yeah.
view of the.
Yeah, the
town.
Whooping Crane this year, having the events there, the big
That was-
seminars
yeah.
there was tremendous, you know, and the growth we saw in that.
That's a perfect spot
Festival.
for that. Yeah.
Yep.
Brett, are there things that you think, or in all the research that you all have done, that we are lacking as a tourist destination? I mean, is there a big thing that you keep hearing over and over again where people say, where's the water slide? I mean, I'm not saying that's what they say, but just for example, I mean.
There are those, you know, kid friendly,
Okay.
other than the beach activities that I think, you know, are a missing void. What I heard today from a lot of you was exciting to me as we look through streetscape, as we look through wayfinding and making those things more of a sense of arrival when you come into Port A and you get our main street. And that's all, you know, coming together and in the works. And what you see at Port Street, I don't know if you haven't seen it yet because they're having some technical glitches, but all the things that are going on over with the planned developments at Port Street Park or Charlie's Nature Preserve, you know, just continuing to build on those boardwalks and that nature experience, I think is going to lend itself well to Port A. And we were lucky to do that, you know, 20, 30 years ago as we were, you know, working with the hot tax and some of the things that happened to alleviate that, and allow us to put it toward nature preserves and parks and things for coastal communities. So I think, you know, we've got a lot of things really going, the marina, the harbor, everything is great and perfectly situated now to be, become an even better destination than we once were. And I think each year we got to continue to move that needle. And I think you all have proven that you're going to do that.
Yeah, we get our new park and rec center. It's all gonna be good for kids. Now,
Yeah.
what did you say is March 5th? That's the,
4-day day and it's Austin.
Tentatively on hold with
Yeah.
capital.
The open house that we had at the Harbor Monster office in the pavilion, do you push that focus, or does the city do that, or you're the ones that are gonna promote that, like
So most of
as
the,
a venue and pull in some more?
most of the promotion would come from us.
Okay.
The city, of course, is going to have it listed.
Right.
Rob is going to be your biggest salesperson up there, so he's going to know what's coming down. All of you are going to send referrals to Rob.
Okay.
The fishing tournaments are kind of built in, you know, so there's a lot of those that are going to use that through the years. And I think once it gets known also, I mean, you would suggest a rate structure, relook at that. But I do think you're going to see some high demand, you know, so I don't have any fear of that place not selling out and being booked, especially for weekends for years to come.
Yeah, it's an incredible new space for sure, so. Okay. Any other questions?
What's
Any
your
other
thought
thoughts?
on the rate structure?
Oh, it's too low. Double it, triple it. not sure what the right one is. I think you can get the pavilion for around $250 and you can get the upstairs for around 200 and something. So, yeah, so within $550, you have the entire complex. Seems
People
like a
pay
good
how
deal.
much for something like that someplace else for a wedding or a reception?
Not more than that. Add a zero.
Thousand?
Yeah.
I was thinking 5,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy.
But, and it depends on what the use and what it's gonna be for, but I think, if you'll have a lot of family reunions wanting to come use it. You'll have a lot of weddings wanting to use it, so as you look at those, what is a fair rate? And what do you need to do in order to pay everybody there and put a little bit of money in the bank so you can fix it when you need to fix it. Or pay it off if it's not paid off yet.
Yeah.
Local discount.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, your grandfather, you're
Yeah.
good.
You're good.
Got that wedding.
Everybody else.
On the same day as the UT,
Yes.
Oh, weekend, and the same day as UTMSI's open house.
yes.
There's that.
Future daughter-in-law is an Aggie, so she doesn't care what.
Oh, well, that's.
I'm like, really?
3 strikes against.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big weekend.
What a gal. Yeah.
My door is always open next door if you need me, and I'm there pretty much all the time, so,
Good
you have
job on
anything?
your report.
let me know.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Brett.
Thanks, Brad.
Okay, all right. So then we will fall back into the department requests and we can start with the first tab, which is administration.
I'll cover administration. So the first thing I wanted to talk about was kind of some automation, payroll / human resource automation. I've said that we're largely using manual processes. That's probably an understatement. We are using manual processes. And we've looked at, and when I say we, Francisca and I have been vetting some different systems. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of something like ADP has it, but Paylocity, where you can log on your phone, you got the manual. I mean, for your time sheets, they will calculate our pay. They will, they have a menu of items you can choose from onboarding employees into a automated process of W-4s, the I-9, signing up for the benefits, all the way up to a costly thing where we send out training to the employees via, their phone notifications and tailor it. And also even a notification system where we can communicate with employees. You can send it out to all the departments the same. You can tailor it to departments. It would be good in an evacuation sense if we had it for everybody to be able to communicate with them. Then we'll also help you with employee reviews, job descriptions, everything, but that's kind of like the Cadillac. So we were looking at possibly, we're trying to get some pricing and some demos of starting at the lower end and adding on to this system. They are not contracts, they're on a month-to-month basis. But once you get started in something like this, to bring it back in-house is not always the easiest thing once you start a system like this. But I think it would put forth a better look professionally towards our employees, especially the younger employees come in, we're like, here's a timesheet for you to fill out. And they look at us like, what? We don't even know what that is. So, they're definitely used to automation. Paylocity is the one we've been looking at.
Why instead of ADP?
ADP has them too. I think they may have a little bit more. We're gonna look at ADP also. But Paylocity just has a whole lot in there and it's very impressive. But we are gonna look at some other systems too. But this pricing here is Paylocity pricing. They're kind of, from our research, kind of up and coming and kind of passing ADP. ADP has been around forever in payroll administration. But we are gonna look at several. We just wanna possibly start moving towards something like this, since it's per employee. We are up to 230 employees today. That's a lot.
It's a lot that you're still doing that paper.
Yes, it is.
I mean, at the very least, you could go to a very low-cost, simple timesheet process.
Right.
That would save you hours and hours and hours of time.
And our payroll to process our payroll is not complicated the way we have it. Only one person does it and it takes them about a day and a couple hours. He's usually done by noon on Thursday. You know, works Wednesday, noon on Thursday, and it's only taken one person's time, but it is not the most efficient. We're outdated in that, and we love the software system we have. It is a great software system for governments, and it really does a good job of keeping track of the deductions, the payroll, the different things, the paid leave in the system, but we are manually having to put that into the system. So, so that's something we want to look at. This would be a cost that's not just strictly general fund. It would be costed out across the funds, harbor, gas, and, you know, depending on where the beach, depending on where the employees are paid from. So it isn't a hit straight to general fund. I don't know if that's something y'all probably would like us to look at, because it would save time and effort.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Fuel tank relocation, this is kind of not an optional thing. Everybody knows where we have our fuel tank. And our fuel tank our expansion is going to be taking up that footprint.
If they choose to do it.
If they choose, right. So in speaking with David, not the only place we can really think of is to relocate it out to the collection station, which is where our diesel tank is currently. This is our unleaded tank. We have a diesel tank out there. So our recommendation is relocating that tank. We don't own that tank. But we would have to pay for relocation hookups. We do have electrical out there. Our dispensing system is automated. And it would just need Wi-Fi. Which
Is there not anywhere behind the PD to put it?
The behind the PD is gonna be card entry only. You know, so then we'd have cards out to
Public Works and
Public Works and, I mean,
Parks and
Parks and
Rec.
Rec.
yeah,
Harbor.
everyone would be over there,
Yes.
but, you know, we could possibly look at, Public Works, but that's gonna be a little bit crowded over there.
Isn't the gate locked? Don't they refill at all times of day, or would it be under when the collection station's open?
They'd have a key.
Everybody would have a key.
Yeah.
collection station.
So it's a key or a card, either one.
Yeah,
You don't want to put it in that parking lot, or not really?
no, not really.
I mean, I think you need to relocate it, period.
Yeah, yeah.
So I would look at
We'll find the
whatever
best
the
spot. I
best
mean,
spot
it's-
is.
Yeah,
Animal shelter.
animal shelter. Library, book
Yeah.
drop off.
I mean, it definitely needs to be moved, so. Right? I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
okay.
So the next item is really going to be more for the budget in 25-26, but we've got to start planning. With the expansion and renovation of City Hall and Civic Center, we're going to need monies for the cameras. If we're going to go to a secure access system for this building of card entry to get in, council chamber renovations, of changing your dais, making your laptops to where they can go into your desk and different things, AV improvements. Most of this money won't be expended to the 25-26 fiscal year budget, but a lot of this has a lot of lead time. It needs planning, and it will need some monies put into this year's budget to start those processes as we tie down more of what construction would be. So that's something that does need to go in, and it would be split between the Civic Center AV improvements for breakout rooms, of course, would go in the facility and that construction side, but the council chambers is going to be the general fund side of the renovation. And that's going to be a lot of it besides the cameras. Personnel cost. I always have to talk about this because I have no idea where y'all want to do, how y'all want to approach this. So we did not do any adjustment to the pay scale in October of 23. The last adjustment we made was in October of 22. It was a large adjustment. We went up 15% on our pay scale. But since then, I've attached the CPI calculations. They didn't come out in mine. The CPI calculations, I thought they were in your packet, from October of 22. I'm sorry. It would be April of 24, which was the most recent data, compared to April of 22, which was when the calculation was done for the October 22 COLA increase. The CPI has increased 8.17%. I think it might be a good idea to look at another pay scale adjustment to continue to attract personnel. Corpus has begun to match some of our hourly rates. They did it this year to us on the surf rescue guards. And, you know, people can stay closer to home for their jobs and not have to deal with the ferry construction that has changed the ferry and then drive down 361 with gas prices. There are many ways to approach this. We could do an adjustment to the pay scale of any percent, saying we don't do one at all, up to the COLA, which is 8.17%. If we would adjust the pay scale for anything under 3%, I would recommend still awarding a step increase to employees that are not maxed out on the scale. We have the step and pay grade, we have the step and grade type system where people are slotted into different pay grades, and then they gradually can go up the steps. If we did anything 4% or more, then, you know, maybe we just don't do a step increase on top of that. The POP scale would also need to be moved for the same COLA that I would suggest we move the city employees to. Our starting hourly wage for laborers is $17.56. A 2.5% adjustment would take that wage to 18. 3% takes it to 1809. Just 18 sounds a little better when advertising versus 1756. It's the kind of concept of selling a house for 500,000 versus 499. It's just, it goes a little bit. So I have no idea what council's feeling is on any of this. So I have to put it out there to find out what y'all think.
What is your so the benefits, what all benefits do them get? Obviously health.
Our employees get health, dental, vision, life insurance, paid for them 100% by the town. We have retirement. They have to pay dependent care coverage. We don't cover any dependent care at all. But we do cover the employee cost of the insurance.
On the insurance, is that, like, I know ours is about an additional $3 an hour. You know, on the value of it on an annual basis for the staff here, what would that average?
We're looking at about $470.
So if you're 18 an hour, that, you know, the four.
About $470 an hour. In addition, we have retirement, TMRS, almost there's over 200 and some cities in the TMRS system. Some of your bigger cities, Houston has their own, City of Austin has their own, but Corpus is in TMRS. 7% is withheld from the salary with a 2-to-1 match. We see paid health, dental, vision, life. Then the vacation, sick, holidays.
Certain grace period, so if you get hired, is it like 60 days you qualify for health benefits? Or?
It's 30 days following the first of the month following 30 days. So if you're hired on February 1st, you got to wait till April 1st. But if you're hired on June 1st, you're good July 1st. But if you're hired June 2nd, you got to wait till August. 6-month wait on any vacation and things like that. You got to get through your probationary type period.
You accrue it, just can't use it.
Yeah, you accrue it, but can't use it till you've been here for 6 months. I think that's pretty much our benefit package.
What is the vesting on the retirement?
5 years.
5.
And it's 20-year retirement at any age for full retirement. And that sounds a little low, but that's because we're city government and police, fire, EMS is not a career that you usually do when you're up in your even like 50s, 60s. To do patrol for your whole life is demanding physically, mentally, emotionally. So it is at a 20-year any age. Um,
I'd like to see us built in the budget, some kind of increase. Maybe you do it at a minimum of 4%, and then you also run it at the full 8.17 or 8%. If we feel like we need to catch up. But I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, things are more expensive. And so us not having any kind of cost of living adjustments for the last couple of years, I think that we need to do that.
Could run it at 4 and 8.17, see where all we're falling. in
I'm
the
just throwing it
budget
out there to
when-
have options. Sometimes
Yeah,
you usually
look
do
at
that,
those.
and depending on where the money comes, but yeah, I mean, I'd like to see a minimum of higher than 3 so that we don't have to do all these other pay scale skips and all the other things that you were recommending
Right.
if we kept under the 3%. So maybe it's 3.5. I mean, I don't know what that number is. You're the finance
Mhm.
director. Let me know, or let us know, but, unless someone else has a number that they'd like to see differently.
Please.
Yeah, 4% would take your labor weight to 1826. I would probably say start your scale with that at 1825. Type thing and build it out.
Okay.
Okay. I
Does
can
anybody
work on
else
that.
have any comments about that in general? Don't forget David's salary,
I budgeted him in at the high,
because we
At
didn't
the
give a
increase?
number when we did, but
Oh,
we
that's
said we
right.
would do it when we were budgeting for.
oh, okay. See, I wasn't in
increases.
executive session. I didn't hear that.
Oh,
So, because I know he got no increase.
He got no
so
increase. We voted
Right.
that he would receive an increase, but we said
would
we
be
would
equivalent
discuss
to-
that number when we would discuss the overall budget.
Right.
So let's make sure
Okay.
and come up with that
Well,
number.
I can I had some in the budget for him this year.
You did have
So it is-
something in there?
I
Okay.
did. I usually put him in at the.
Was that what that $1 million
percent-
was?
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Well, I know
not.
last year, we gave him his increase at the time that we gave him his review.
Right.
It was effective that time. But we did want to say that we did want to give him another increase, but we didn't determine that amount because we wanted to put it during the budget cycle. So
Okay,
if you put it in there, then we can discuss it when you put it in there, but I want to make sure not to forget to put it in there.
I know it's up to y'all. It's not on the pay scale,
Right.
but I usually do put it in the budget process. Sorry, Darla being Darla.
It's okay. And then, as far as that increase and the COLA increase, is that gonna be, that won't be included? Obviously, department heads will be different, right?
Yeah,
We'll let you answer when you get your breath.
yeah.
There's only 3 of us.
Okay,
We're following that.
okay,
2 ATMs and chief.
okay, that's what I was thinking, the 2 ACMs in chief, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. All right, what else are we? Anything else on
That's
administration?
pretty much it under administration. I will say, we have, we budgeted this year to get a lot of our documents scanned. A lot of our old contracts, et cetera. And we have expended all those funds. So we are gonna need to budget some for utilities, probably some building plans. Those are very large and
Other departments to be scanned,
other departments to be scanned.
okay. So we're not putting them all in U-Hauls when we're leaving for the hurricane.
Right.
Not big.
When we're not leaving for the hurricane, we're pretending to leave for the hurricane. We want to make sure we have that stuff scanned in. Yes. We need to get fully automated. Okay, I think that's, yeah. I put something in there for that for sure. Okay. Airport.
Okay, airport, we have, contract has been awarded. Just awaiting, I think we're just awaiting, contract signage and, they should be getting a, notice to proceed soon that's on the $5 million TxDOT Aviation Capital Improvement Project for, safety and expansion at the airport. We also want to look at, not included in that is the runway is not getting any love in that $5 million project. So we wanted to at least cost out to see what it would cost to seal and coat the runway and restripe it from the 12 approach to the 30 approach. And so we're looking at about a $300,000 cost for that. We are exploring some possible TxDOT funding sources for that, but if we wanted to do it ourselves, that's about what the cost would be, about that $300,000. Airport expansion. Now that the airport is kicking off, we want, and this has been in here, I think three budget cycles in a row, and we've never used it, but it's just some seed money to do the preliminary utility design for the new airport land that we have off of the highway. So this would be, so the capital project above, the $5 million project is going to build the taxiway over to this new property that we've had for 15 years. And we'll be able to start putting, parking airplanes over there. But the ultimate goal is to eventually expand that area. And it's this area right here. It's this area right here, right in there, next to the Palladium Apartments is here. And so it would be this area right in there to expand that, to start a new hangar program and a new FBO. So the 50 grand would just look at engineering for bringing in water, sewer, electric, really. So it's pretty basic engineering, but enough to where, we could get going. Most of that development is going to be funded through private sector coming in and wanting to build hangars and such. So that's where, we're counting on some of that money. But the 50 grand will at least give us an idea of what we need as far as water, sewer, electric. And that's been in there, I think, 3 or 4 years in a row. We just never pulled the trigger on it. But with the project kicking off, it's definitely time, because we're going to have people, as soon as that area is open for that taxiway, people are going to be like, hey, I'm ready to build a hangar. So we really want to be ready for them. So that's what that 50 grand is.
When was the last time we sealed and restriped?
Oh, we were talking about that the other day. Maybe when Kovacs was here, 2005, 6 or 7. It's been a long. Yeah,
408.
yeah.
We got some good pilots that can find them. Good for that.
Real pebbly, so there's a lot of, the asphalt, the black part is worn out and evaporated or whatever it does. And so what's left is like the pebbly component that's in your asphalt. And so it's starting to show, and then those rocks start breaking off, and then the little rocks chip the propellers. And
Do you use somebody that does runways, or you just get?
yes,
Okay.
you would run, if we did an overlay, we would have to run it through TxDOT Aviation, and it would be a TxDOT Aviation spec. Yes.
Which is much more stringent
Not
than the
just in
highway.
some-
Yeah, we can't
Not
just,
somebody saying.
no, we can't just go hire Joe Blow and come out and pour emulsion on it. We have to do it in accordance with TxDOT Aviation.
That's good.
I did meet with a contractor out there to get a number. I do have an updated number, but
Yep.
that discussion was had that would be to the spec of tax file. And then, the other bulls that are out there. For the taxiway, you're looking at about 200,000 runway portion, 244. And then another little area for mill and overlay, which was good. We don't really have a lot of area that need to be milled. But if it continues to go without a spray or preventative maintenance, it's a big hit. Bad enough.
Does it last just as long? Will it last 10 years then? Are they gonna put down the good stuff, whatever you put in 2005? That'd be nice. Some good paint.
I don't know what they did in 2005,
Lawrence for that too.
but we'll get a number in there for it.
That's
So-
450.
So we got, 2 areas, taxiway, runway, and then the, replacement section coming to a total of 475.
Lawrence, did you compare the taxiway to the taxiway that's being done in the project? Because the taxiways are being resurfaced in the project. So did you back those out?
Yeah, I mean, I discussed to him the plans, as far as what was submitted the last time text I put that out, and there's that one section they're adding on at the very end.
Yeah.
And then at the other very end, so that's not out there currently. So walked it with the contractor, they did a survey of the existing asphalt.
Okay,
This is what the bid came in. Or an estimate.
all right.
But there are additional text dot grants that we
Yeah.
could go for too, right? Wouldn't all
Yeah,
just
we'll
have to
keep
come out of
looking,
general
we'll keep
fund.
looking for grant money for that.
Okay.
And that's it on airport.
Okay, police department.
So,
Got a lot of pages.
Yeah.
Come on up.
I try to keep it, abbreviated in some of this stuff, but it gets difficult to do that. It's easier just talking about it most of the time. So I guess the first rattle out of the box on this is I'd like to add 2 positions to the police department. We're getting ready to move into the new building, within the next several months. And so I want to start addressing stuff that we kind of have not been addressing over the last couple of years, just because we're busting at the gills in the facility we're at. So we need somewhere to be able to put people. I'd like to start working on increasing my staff in my detectives bureau. I've been with the department for 27 years. When I started, there was 9 cops counting the chief of police. And we had 2 detectives. We have 24 sworn slots counting the chief of police and 2 detectives. So they are definitely holding on and just treading water. So they need some help in there. I do have a spot that we dedicated a few years ago to a detective, but we carry our shortage in that bureau. So we keep everybody on patrol until we get a full patrol staff, and then we'll move it over. Speaking of patrol staff, just a quick update. I have 1 person that's going through backgrounds. Right now, we have 3 openings. I have 1 person going through background. Should have another one going through background, hopefully by the end of this week. I'm doing some interview processes this week, and then I've got some more interviews scheduled for July the 11th, depending on the weather. So hopefully we'll be full staff by the end of July. We're gonna work on it that way, but that's probably the biggest one there to start off. Is I'd like to increase my department by 2. Rolling into the next one there, furniture and fixtures. This is kind of everything that is going to take us to get into the new building is where we're kind of taking this stab at this number. There's still a lot of unknowns that they're just barely putting sheetrock up. We've kind of got an office count. We have an idea of what needs to go in there, what we have in our current facility that can be moved and reutilized. That was kind of always the plan, to use most of the office furniture that we can to reuse that when we bought it. In the temporary facility, the big expenditure is going to be in the dispatch office. That stuff is highly technical and very specific specialized equipment and furniture that goes into that space. And it's also very expensive. So that's where a bulk of that is going to go around. We're also dual purposing. The courtroom was designed to also act as the emergency operations center. So if we did have some kind of major event going on, we'd be able to run operations out of there. The infrastructure for that is also something that's not cheap to do. But that number is our best guess at what we think it's going to be to be able to get us moved in and everything furnished up and running and everything going. Darla and I talked about this one, this next line item, moving that into maybe a capital outlay instead of where it's at. This is a state mandate that has come down since obviously the Uvalde shooting, everybody knows how bad that was. And Texas is kind of fortunately and unfortunately have kind of led the way in standardizing the type of training that police officers get when it comes to responding to an active shooter situation. The TEEX has a group called Alerts out of San Marcos, and they have kind of become the national standard on the response for officers when responding to active shooters. TCOLD has now mandated that every police officer in the state of Texas attend that training at least once every training cycle, which is every 2 years, that they get 16 hours of training. We have 3 instructors on staff right now that are certified to instruct this class, and they are outstanding instructors. As a matter of fact, we've been farming them out. They just did half of Portland Police Department. They're getting ready to do the other half. They did a class of 25 last week. They're going to do another class of 25 next week. They're helping the Port of Corpus Christi Police Department do their training. The Department of Homeland Security has requested our guys to come and do it. They have done our in-house stuff. So they are in great demand, getting people certified. The problem that we run into is the equipment is not owned by us. So you request it from TEEX or Alert, and when they have the availability, they send it out. Being able to purchase this equipment will allow us to train all the time, whenever we want to, and expand on the different types of scenarios. We're trying to roll dispatch into it, which is something that has been lacking. I don't want the first time that a dispatcher hears, God forbid, an officer yelling over the radio that he needs help. I don't want that to be the first time that they ever experience any kind of stress. So being able to have this kit and be able to do this training with some of our partners that we do on a regular basis with DPS, Parks and Wildlife, and things like that would greatly help us to be able to do that whenever we need to do that or whenever we want to do that. And it would also allow us to help other agencies in the region by the more people that we can get trained in this method and get them up to that standard, the better off everybody is. All the communities,
charge
not
them?
just ours. Alerts, we would not be able to charge them right out of the box, but we could do some stuff to where we could probably recoup it, some cost later on down the road, but it wouldn't be anything that we could be an immediate deal. We'd have to be.
So if we don't pay for this, how do we get them trained? Send them somewhere, let someone else train us?
Either that, we have to travel to do that.
And what does that cost?
Well, it depends on where you can find the training. Right now, as soon as they post a class, it fills up. We're in the middle of a training cycle now, so everybody in the state of Texas is trying to get to that standard. We were just fortunate that we have trainers on staff and had already planned a class prior to them mandating this. So we were on the list. So we were able to get our department through early, but the rest of the state is struggling to get their people trained. I had one officer that was out on injury leave, that was going to attend one of the trainer classes, and I've been trying to find one for him since. And it's, like I said, the second they post it, it's full. So
how many of our guys are trained?
every single officer in the department, including myself, have gone through the training.
And how often do you have to do it?
We have to do 16 hours every 2 years.
So is that 175 to train outside agencies?
This 175 would allow us to train to the basic level, which is level 1. It would allow us to train to the next level, which rolls in the medics. It's where you would be bringing in medical personnel to actually evacuate injured people, be able to do triage in the middle of an active shooter situation. So if you had something that popped off and you needed to evacuate officers or civilians out of the area, we'd roll medics into that training as well. So this comes with everything that you need to be able to do this training whenever you need to do it. So it would be a one-time purchase. You've got it. It's there for whenever you need it.
And how many years you think this this program's gonna be in place and that 175 is gonna cover it.
This is gonna cover. next
10
20
years?
Oh, yeah, 20 years. We'll be able to use this equipment indefinitely. There are some consumables in there. They have paint markers, kind of like a paintball gun. Right? So I mean, once you shoot that, you can't reuse it. So but I mean, that's stuff that we can absorb into our regular ammunition and supply budget. On an annual
Otherwise, you wait
basis.
for Teeks to lend you the equipment.
Yes. And the equipment that we're requesting, it comes in different levels. Level 1 is the most basic response where it just teaches cops how to run towards a threat and deal with it. And that's it. That's where it stops. Level 2s, level 3s, and then they also have civilian-based stuff to where we can teach civilians how to react to active shooter situations and things like this. This is a comprehensive kit. This is going to give you every bell and whistle that there is. It comes with a moulage kit, which simulates gunshot injuries, broken legs, lacerations, all kinds of stuff so that the officers can learn how to treat that kind of stuff, stop the bleed, save lives. So it just all continuously grows into in every stage of this so that you can expand it. You can do the most basic thing, then you can expand it out to be the most complicated thing.
So how's like Corpus get their certification?
Corpus does theirs in-house, but they have to, they have most of the equipment already. I think they purchased it a couple of years ago. And there's only one company that supplies these kits. So it's not an easy, it's not something that's easy and readily available. And that's why we're trying to get the kits. We can break this down into smaller increments if we need to and make it a multi-phase project. Where we could do the basic and then add a next level and the next level as we go on. But at the end of the day, we try to get the best for.
If we get this equipment, are our guys gonna be training more people now?
Our guys will not only train more people, but they will train more often. They'll be able to.
I mean, gone from here, 'cause
No.
if it's 16
Well-
hours, that's what, 2-day?
It's a 2-day class for the basic certification. And it wouldn't be all of our guys, it would just be my trainer, so it'd be 3 people.
So all 3 leave Port A to go train for 2 days,
Correct.
and you'd be doing more of them if we had it?
We only do it when we can allow it. The criteria that we have in place right now is that it cannot interfere with any shifts. So we don't shortage any shifts and it can't accumulate any overtime for them to go out and train. If we can meet those criteria, then we happily help our partner agencies. But if it creates any kind of shortage for us or anything that we can't absorb, then we don't do it. So that's the criteria that we have in place right now.
And those other agencies are not allowed. You're not allowed to charge your other agents. That's not
No, not
how
for.
it works. Okay.
Not for this particular training, and there's some different ways to do it. In order to train a different agency, you have to be what's called a training provider. And a training provider for law enforcement basically says that you can be an academy. So we would have to meet the same standards that Del Mar Police Academy would have to meet. There's only a handful of exceptions to that rule, and this training right here is one that the state came out and said, if you have been trained as a trainer through Peaks as an alert instructor, then you can go to other agencies and instruct them and they get credit for it. Otherwise, you don't get credit for that.
So we pay our guys. The guys aren't moonlighting.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
and all of our officers, as we have new officers that are coming, we would get ours trained
Yes, sir.
pretty quick.
Yes, sir.
So we would always be prepared.
Yes, sir. The
Rather
plan.
than waiting for every 2 years to send them or.
The plan is for us to do level 1 and level 2 class at a minimum of an annual basis for police and EMS. For our guys, yes, as a group.
Okay.
So
A
that
new
would
guy can get trained, doesn't have to wait a year.
correct.
They get.
We
they
can
run
put,
through it.
we would be able to put them through the class, the 2-day
first
class,
part.
yes.
All right, let's keep moving.
This account, the equipment maintenance, radio repair, so Sparky has been a blessing and a curse. He's great at what he does, but what he does is really expensive and we kind of don't know what we didn't know when we brought him in on all the different things and that we would be doing. This account is gonna be used for all of the kind of unknowns that we run into when we move into the building. Radio repairs, computers, all that kind of stuff. I mean, we're moving a huge IT room. We've got several servers, racks, radio core, 911 equipment. All of that stuff is gonna require heavy coordination to be able to get it moved. And this is just kind of the, we forgot something. We missed something kind of account. Once again, this is kind of our best guess. I've sat down with him and we've been going through a lot of that, and that's what that one is. The increase for it, the main increase in the uniforms deal is we're partnering with the foundation to buy rifle vests and helmets for the department. The cost of that is about $80,000. The foundation has committed to $40,000, so they're gonna put up half the funds in there. Talked to Darla about it when we were preparing this. She said to go ahead and put the whole 80 in there just so that we could have a marker for it, but it should really be about $40,000. Actually, it's probably going to be a little bit less than that because I think our original quote included tax. So it's probably going to be closer to like 72,000 total cost. So the foundation's still going to donate 40,000 towards that purchase. And then we're going to try to get some new uniforms and to start moving along with the new branding stuff is what some of that cost is in there. 59 to 12, I think we increased that. We're running into, this rolls into the active shooter, responding to active shooter types of deals. We found during spring break, unfortunately, that we need better first aid kits and supplies when we had officers respond to that shooting. I think David, you saw the video of that. To what the officers were able to do was just kind of astounding. It was an unfortunate deal, but this increase in this budget line item would go towards purchasing better kits, tourniquets, and medical supplies, mostly out of that kit. Buildings and structures. We've been looking for a couple of years at some place to do a shooting range for the police department. We're still looking for that place. I've been having some serious conversations with Scott Mack at the Water District. We're in the process of identifying some Water District land that they're willing to allow us to do not necessarily a lease, but partner with them to be able to use some land and construct a shooting range. Rockport did one not too long ago, and this is where I'm getting that budget number from. We went out and spoke to them and kind of looked at their design, and copied their budget and their design and the same type of equipment that they would use there. So that's kind of a placeholder, assuming that we can come to an agreement, finding a suitable spot for that location. Please stop me if I'm going too fast, if you have any questions. The next one is just motor vehicles. We're gonna get asking for three Tahoes. We'd be rotating some out of the fleet this year. I don't have the actual fleet numbers in front of me to tell you which ones we would roll out, but we would be taking in 3 and getting rid of 3. This would just be an exchange. It wouldn't be increasing the fleet.
So the 120,
That's a full cost. It wouldn't be our cost for the year.
that's, we don't lease those, we buy those?
No, we lease them.
Okay.
That's not the correct. It would be much less than that.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't know.
We pay for the upfit out front and then
Yeah.
we pay a monthly charge. So no, it would be much less than that.
okay, because
I'd have to look up what the other
there's
Tahoes are.
upfit and further in your list. So that's,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then also we were looking at wanting to do a drone program. That the usefulness of drones has just been expanding in law enforcement, and currently I have 3 officers that are certified as pilots. They just have to go get their final licensing, which wouldn't be much of a deal. It would be an easy deal to do for them. The goal would be to have a pilot on every shift, so there'd be some training over the next year or so, but as of right now, it'd just be the 3 that they have there. And then this is gonna be the cost to upfit the police vehicles. There's no getting around it, that this stuff is just, the cost of all of this type of equipment has just skyrocketed over the last couple of years. And it's not fluff equipment or, just nice to have stuff. This is just your standard police car equipment. It's just kidding. It's you pay more for the equipment than you do for the car nowadays. It's I don't know what else to say to that. It's out of our control. And then this line item here, the communications ones is going to be licensing, installation for equipment in the new building, moving it along, having some replacement parts that have real long lead times on it. This is kind of for if something went down, your whole system is down, is kind of the spare parts list is what we're wanting to get. That way you can get it back on, take something off the shelf, replace it, get it moving, and then keep your stuff running and wait for the replacement to come in. Dispatch, like I said, once again, this is going to be a big expense. There's a lot of licenses, radio maintenance fees that go into that. I can break those down specifically if you need them to, but I mean, it's just when you buy software and whenever network security is what is killing us right now. All the cyber threats that have been going through normally we would do firmware upgrades on a closed network probably every 2-3 years, because you wouldn't have to do them as often, just because your stuff could work without doing it, and they would wait till they get a big bunch of them. They are not recommending that anymore, and there's state and federal agencies that we have their equipment, all the TLETs stuff, they're all requiring these updates to be done on at least an annual basis. So those costs are just becoming more and more expensive and more important, unfortunately, because if you get hit with a ransomware or something like that and it shuts down your whole system, you're in for a bad day. That is becoming more and more common, and that's where a lot of these costs are going to be associated with, is going to be keeping that equipment safe and secure and going towards those maintenance types of things. And the last one is going to be some more technology. Darla loves hearing that word come from my mouth. Our main server that does all of our police department records.
Never ends. Every year.
Yep. It continues to go. This one is past its end of life. We extended it by 1 year last year, anticipating moving into the new building. So we're gonna look at replacing that one. And then it's gonna include the cost to be able to move all of the equipment from the temporary facility over into the new facility, which is gonna be a monstrous chore, because we can't have an interruption in emergency services. So it's gonna be it's gonna be a very difficult process to do. So we've included the costs for all of that, along with the new phone system, recording system. The phone system we have right now is pot lines, old copper lines. They're not being supported anymore. So we're trying to get on with the same VoIP system that Peggy has here at City Hall. So we're looking at getting prices and doing all of that, but we're doing a new facility basically from the ground up on all of that. Is there any? Throwing a lot of pages at you and a lot of information. Is there anything that I can keep you from drooling and yeah.
I know a lot of this is because you're moving into a new facility and it's necessary. For me, I mean, I was trying to keep up with quick math and it's a lot.
Yes.
I would like to see, for me personally, in the budget, the stuff that we have to do, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we don't have a choice.
Yep.
I mean, and I know you're not in here picking on everything Cadillac, top of the line. I mean, I'm sure you would like that, but I mean, I would like to see, okay, $800,000 of this is stuff that we have to do.
Yep.
Right? You have to have a piece of furniture. Well, you have to have your technology. And then maybe a separate line item or however you want to do it that says, I sure would like a gun range.
Yeah. Yeah, we should do
I
that.
mean, if we can put it all in there, that's awesome. But for me, I mean, as a steward of the taxpayer's dollar,
100%.
I'd like to know the stuff that we have to do no matter what. And then the stuff that is
Most of
more
that
wish list.
stuff that has to have is gonna be just the stuff with the building is gonna be
Yeah.
to have.
Can
You
we
know.
get a new console? Best Harvey,
Yes,
but we need another one.
we only have 2 positions right now. This is the facility now. The new facility is gonna have a 3rd position. We don't have room for a 3rd position. That's why we only got 2 after Harvey. As a matter of
So
fact,
this
we
would
did,
get you 3 dispatch stations.
correct. Yes, it would increase it by 1. Actually, we only got the new radio consoles a couple years ago when we did the
The
upgrade.
radio upgrades.
Yeah, we did. We had a loaner from our radio vendor from 2018 till
We did the radio.
we did the radio upgrade at no cost to us for that. So they were good partners in that.
The machinery and equipment, so we're talking vehicles, we got the leaves, we got Tahoes, current, in the transition, most of this equipment will be adapted to all that.
Some of that is, you can use some of it, reuse some of it. The biggest problem that we run into is the conditions that it operates in. Right? So the metal consoles that you get put in that houses a bunch of the equipment, the interior and the base of that stuff starts to rust out and rot after a couple of years. So usually by the time we rotate them out, you can't reuse some of that stuff. We try to reuse what we can. Computers get reused all the time. Some of the docks get reused, depending on the condition that they're in. They take a big beating because they're mounted on something, an arm, so they take a beating moving up and down the beach. Dash cams usually get moved over, depending on the age of the radio, that'll get moved over. But the sirens, most of the electronic equipment like that, because overheads are mounted outside, those things get eaten up real bad. The siren and all the infrastructure stuff usually gets replaced.
Yeah, I meant the newer equipment and any vehicles, how they adjust to that with the leasing. So we get a couple of Tahoes, we buy 175,000 worth of equipment, and then but it goes into a Tahoe 2 years old. I just don't know how that works and then how the transition, you buy something new.
We haven't.
Do they do all that for us, I guess, the leasing? How's
They
that work?
install. We
Yeah.
put everything together in one big purchase order. They get it installed with an upfitter. And then, I mean, if he's gonna reuse equipment, then we would pull it out of the old. It is gonna get pulled out before it rotates out.
Yeah.
Plus his wraps are pretty,
Those are crazy expensive
yeah. The new wrap was whatever, 3 per vehicle.
per vehicle.
Okay. Any other questions? It's a lot of work, but y'all got a lot to do.
How long have you been working on this?
For
How many months?
a hot minute.
Well, I know Bill has lieutenant on your report here.
Yes, it was started well before the transition. We
Let's
started.
keep
looking
moving.
at
It's 2:30.
Yeah.
Okay, all
An
right.
hour.
Daniel, come on, you're next.
Well, I mean, otherwise we're going to tomorrow.
Oh, I know, we're quick.
I'm glad I go after him. I'm gonna sound a lot better.
Yeah. Think that.
Pretty easy stuff here for the most part. I don't know what page y'all have first, stair chairs, let me guess.
Nope, drive camera.
Cameras
Drive cameras,
first.
gonna go there first. On the drive cameras, yeah, so this pretty much goes back, just like the PD, they have drive cameras in every unit. We have not had them in our units for many years, probably since almost the hurricane. And especially since we got all the new ambulances, the new Tahoes and everything else, so it's time to catch up, and that's just a safety thing for us, the public, for everybody. So we need to get those cameras back. We're still trying to, I just kind of threw a budget in there. I was working with James and Sparky a little bit on their system. If we switch to a CAD system, if the cameras all link up together, do we all need to kind of be on the same page, or is this something that we just need to do our own thing and bring a budget? I'm also going to go to a conference in September to go look at some different cameras. So hopefully I'll know something better by then, but I think that will take care of it for us. The next one is the whole blood startup. This is probably the most exciting part of the entire thing. So 2 weeks ago, Elliot and I went to San Antonio to the National Blood Summit. Our Coastal Bend RAC is who sent us there, and they paid for it all, did it all. It was just an awesome experience. It was a great conference. And ultimately, this is just to try to carry whole blood on our ambulances. Other than Halo, there's nobody like even in our region that carries whole blood. And so even the hospitals were there. Our CBRAC was there, and like I said, Bay Area and Shoreline. And they're trying to get on board because, I don't know if y'all know this, but when you go to the hospital, they don't even have whole blood there. They have 2 units at Bay Area, and that's it. So they have to activate a trauma alert. The blood banks have to start bringing in blood. And so this will be a really, really huge step for us. Truly life-changing between AED, a tourniquet, and whole blood. Those are the 3 biggest game changers in any kind of emergency medical. So that's going to be a good deal. The only problem is it's expensive to start up once again. We need these coolers in each ambulance that holds it at a certain degree. And then we rotate the blood out. And so we'll keep it for approximately 2 weeks on an ambulance, and then we take it to the hospital. They keep it in the ER for last week, and they use it. So that way we're not expiring blood.
That was gonna be my question.
Yeah.
You're probably not using it every day, so how's that
No,
work?
not every day, but when you need it, you need it. And so, there's a big expansion, a lot of studies, and, the whole country's kind of being swept. There was doctors from, Boston, Maryland, all the Florida, Alabama, Pennsylvania, Texas, and California. So there was in Oklahoma, there was like all the big blood initiatives. And so it's pretty much going to be a nationwide agenda. And our RAC, our state, is pushing a big agenda to kind of get it across the entire state, at least have it in more rural areas to where if somebody needs something, then at least we could have it, and we could even go to Corpus and give some, or go to Ingleside or Aransas or something like that. And so it's a huge thing for the community, that's for sure. I don't think this will pay for the whole setup really, but I think that the RAC is also willing to put in money with that.
So this is a startup cost. So if we funded this, then next year, would there be, there's obviously an ongoing.
Yeah, I mean,
cost?
not much cost. Most of it will actually go into my medical supplies budget.
Okay,
Blood is expensive. I think, if you use it, you pay for it kind of deal. We don't have to buy it up front. So that's why we always want to rotate it and try to get it used. So that's one of the good things on the blood side. To get started, I mean, these coolers are about 15,000 a piece for each ambulance. So you get those in there, then they're there. It's a piece of equipment that ideally lasts several years and we'll have to replace. As far as the inlines and how we push it, those kits are around 1,200, and it's like a 5-pack. So once again, if you're not using it, you don't really have to replace it. And that's all stuff that can go into my medical supply budget, which is my normal standard.
Okay.
So we're still working on that. It's just something that's going to be super exciting. So next page, I guess, the stair chairs. The stair chairs, this is kind of the last piece to go in fully automated for our ambulances. We bought those stretchers and the auto loads. The stair chairs, I mean, some of them are going on, I think, like 8 or 10 years old. They've been here a while. And so this is the chairs that we use to take people downstairs or upstairs. The current ones, we pretty much just tell them to sit in a chair. It just gives us enough handles where we can all carry somebody. So everybody's bent over carrying them up the stairs, and it's just, it's once again, it's a safety hazard for the guys, or injury prevention really, to get these. These will be automated. They will go up the stairs with up to, I think, a 400-pound person on them.
Wow.
So it's once again, in the EMS world, it's a huge thing. It's the exact same footprint as the current one, so it can go in the same compartments in our ambulances and everything else. And it just, we either buy the automated ones, or in this budget, or you spend 50 and you don't buy the automated ones. So it's just time.
everybody wants drones.
everybody does want drones because it is kind of the future. It's a big future and I wasn't even 100% on board. One of my guys was really pushing me. He went to the drone school, got his little pilot's license, came back and he was just gung ho about it. But once they came down, I've had multiple meetings. They came down, they brought the drones, they brought the ones that have payload, where you could launch them essentially from the news station. You could be sitting at the office, launch it, and you could fly a tourniquet, a first aid kit, anything down the jetty, drop it off. You could be on the beach, you could do all your surf and rescue, missing swimmers, any of that kind of stuff. Runners for the police department, if there's somebody in the dunes, they do the FLIR. So you can lock onto an actual person and the drone will just follow them and everybody can just watch it. And so, they have all kinds of capabilities. And it's unbelievable what they can do. So it kind of blew my mind a little bit whenever they incorporated into our field between fire. Like I said, the FLIR for the fires, you can go and assess an entire dunes. Like the other night, you can assess how big it is, where they need to cut it off at. So I think it's something that we can use almost citywide, but you do have to have a license to run them, everything else. I've sent 3 guys to school. I believe the PD sent some guys. I'm not sure if they've tested or not yet, but so we could have multiple users on it. So it's a cool deal. And that's once again, that's going to be one of those things. If we go down that road and we do want to do it, it is going to be an annual cost in some form. But drones, I think the lifespan, you're looking at about 3 years. Now, a lot of the stuff will continue you'll use it, but like the actual drone, you might have to replace for 10 or 12,000, something like that. So, but it is going to be something that's going to be an annual expense.
Can y'all get together?
Most definitely. I mean,
Share.
Yeah, share.
Sure.
yeah, I think that there is going to be times when might not need the entire setup, but there is going to be times where they're going to need more than one drone. I mean, most departments, same time. Even Aransas Pass, I think they've got 4 of them over there. They launch them from the fire station and they could fly them all the way across town, HEB, wherever they wanted to go.
Didn't you
track
say
stuff.
that they can color, like, somebody is missing and they got a blue shirt?
Mhm.
Don't they? I
Yeah,
think
you
one of
can-
y'all was telling
Yeah,
me
you can
that.
track it on to where
Yeah.
for clothing and
Yeah.
everything else. It all depends on, you want to buy the Cadillac or not, how you want to go. But this right here should cover most everything. The last part about that is, say you set up, a first aid tent, something like that, Sandfest, Spring Break, something. And you can do a tether system, so you can launch it. It's almost like continuous power, launch it straight up. And it can monitor the party. I mean, you could keep it up there 4, 5, 6 hours. And so that's something, so you could sit inside AC trailer, treatment trailer, anything like that, monitoring fights for spring break, any kind of unruly crowd, anything like that. So almost like a command station. So it's definitely got a lot of positives it could be.
Okay.
And the last thing, I guess this kind of falls under mine to do the AEDs for the entire city. I know that the PD is going to expand their fleet, and I'm sure some other departments within the city. And every time we go bigger for the new police department, if we expand here, everywhere else, that's just ultimately to keep up with, so everybody has an AED.
Yeah, if we don't have them down at the Harbor Master Pavilion.
I know that I
so
gave
we
them
need
one whenever they're in their temporary building. I don't know if they took it into their new one. I hope they did, so.
Let's make sure, because we're gonna have a lot of people down there.
And they probably, honestly, it's bigger now. They probably need
Yeah.
2 or
than
3 in
one,
there, I
yeah.
would guess.
We added a lifeguard truck. Probably need the AED now.
So then, Yeah.
Mhm.
Can we
I'm just
check-
telling you that for now.
Is that something we can do in this year's
Oh, yeah,
budget?
yeah,
Like
that's
now?
why I'm saying it now. I just
Yeah.
remember, we just got it a couple of weeks ago. You need to order an AED
okay.
this year.
And they've been used multiple times.
Yeah.
They've
no.
been used by lifeguards, been used by police officers. I've got 3 on my desk right now that need either replacement pads or something like that. So, and we're talking about that with the AEDs. I think Darla's gonna build its own line item, its own budget.
Mhm.
And then we'll just keep that and it'd be annual, just in case anything breaks or I need to replace something or fix something. The only other thing I didn't put on this, but I do know that when he brought up the vest, all of our vests are expired. We do need vests as well. And I unfortunately do not have a quote on that right now, but some of that can probably go under our medical supplies too as well. We want one, but we want the outer shell. On it, 2,000.
Yeah, probably.
So 2,000 person, 11 of them, 22,000. And that's it for me. All of our vehicles are in great shape, and then we're getting that new English you was talking about. It should be here. They said could be coming in early, even though it's been a couple years, maybe as early as March, but if not, it's scheduled for May. And then we'll have all brand new matching fleet.
Matching.
Nice.
You can do it.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. All right, next is facilities. There's not a tab, but it is next.
There wasn't a tab? I
Yeah.
have one, I think
I have one.
yours must have missed, sorry.
Well,
Facilities.
mine doesn't have.
You got pulled
tabs.
out.
Would you like one?
No, no.
So facilities is where we consider the community center and the civic center. So first, Sylvia, the custodial crew is budgeted under this. She is asking to add 2 more custodial positions, 1 maintenance and 1, actually she wanted 2 custodial and 1 more maintenance. So she's asking for 3 people. I think with David and I talking, we think that that's a little soon. She's saying for all the new buildings that are coming on, they're not coming on that quickly. Possibly 1 custodial and 1 maintenance in the budget. We'll look at it and see if we can make that work. More will have to be added as the new buildings are completed. The rec center is going to need its own custodial staff, period. It's not going to be able to, I would think they're going to need some
Yeah.
on site there.
Which wouldn't be next.
That's
budget.
not next budget. That's for the future, but
So the current custodial staff is taking care of the new harbor master facility.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
I mean, that's a big, nice facility that's got 4 bathrooms and showers
Yep.
and laundry rooms and party rooms and
Mhm.
they're currently gonna do that on. with
Well,
their
they used to
staff.
do the old one, which was although smaller, but it was still,
Bathrooms.
captain's lounge, bathroom, showers. A lot smaller, but
Well, a lot different,
no.
just saying. But yes, I understand. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that.
And that's why we're saying, yeah, okay, I think they need to add 1, maybe 1 and 1, maybe she'd
Mhm.
rather have 2 custodial than 1 and 1 maintenance and custodial, but I think to grow the department, it's almost doubling the department. They've got 6 in there now. We had 3, that's,
That's a lot, yeah.
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 And I just don't think
Yeah, I think too.
we're quite there yet with the fire and EMS and the PD not coming on yet. Here's the big one, community center, and I can't really speak too much to it, but I know that we have had an architect look at the building and
It's
it's
a
not
mess.
doing good.
It's a mess. Well, it's a 100-year-old building. And it basically needs a huge makeover. Top to bottom. If we want to salvage it.
What's the time frame on how long we could go with a Band-Aid or not?
I mean, I
Band-Aid?
think Band-Aid wise, you could probably keep getting along, a couple of years, year after year, but it's, there's no, there's no pitch on the roof. There's no overhang on the roof. So the water just comes right down the walls and it just penetrates and it just starts the damage in almost from the sill all the way down, walls, windows, down into the flooring, joist. It's just, there's just so much rot in that building that's been going on for the last 90 years. It's just,
And we had talked about,
the 720 is the scale down number, isn't it?
No, that's,
Or is that the big number?
that's a big one.
That's the big number. So,
For a brand new roof, creation of soffit, putting foam in the ceiling, under the floor, in the walls, it's bringing the place up to code. It's
Mhm.
old, but I mean, in reality, it needs a roof and it needs some water damage repairs. But this whole thing brings everything else to code, right? Checking for rot, pulling siding off, the trellis, painting, stuff like that.
Did it get a roof after Harvey?
Not full.
just shingles.
The shingles?
It was a replace, well, it wasn't a full replace, it was just a
Right.
repair.
Yeah, it was a repair. So it was like some shingles.
and that number would not include building on bathrooms.
No,
Right.
that's not
Because-
that's separate.
What we had talked about was creating some additional bathrooms.
Yeah, that's
for that new
separate. That's
park.
another item coming up later.
Oh, okay. I missed
How
that.
often does it get used? How many days a year is it being rented or used?
It can be. It's a lot.
I'd have to get it from Sylvia. I mean,
You know, it gets used.
I do think
times
it
a
gets
week, maybe?
used a lot. My question would be, is it, and I understand it's an old building and it's a community asset, and I don't want to get rid of the space, but rather than put $720,000 in a 100-year-old building, would it serve us better to look at doing an entire new building in that space at some point that would have better connectivity to the new park? I mean, I don't know. I'm not. $720,000 is a lot of money to
Mhm.
spend putting into an old building.
Yeah,
It's kind of animal shelter argument.
Yeah, I mean, it's not to that point. right?
yeah,
But
except
it's
that it
still,
is,
I
it's
mean,
got the historical component to it, and so. Boatman's building.
Well, I was gonna ask you, so is it basically could be deemed historical?
Oh, yeah, I think everyone in town would deem that probably
Yeah.
as historical as anything.
When I met the architect over there, you know, Cliff was there also, and he was going on and on and on about all the wood and everything. I was like, hey, we gotta do some work. So he's got a lot to say about that building.
We better fix it then.
I don't, putting it out there.
Deal,
Putting
give
it
us
out
a
there.
deal.
Yeah.
Tell them to get, yeah.
I mean, there might be a way to value engineer this if we study it, you know, cutting some things.
I mean, if it needs it, it needs it. It's been remodeled a million times.
Just since I've lived here, it's
Yeah.
been remodeled a few times.
So, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, after Harvey, we threw a bunch of money at it, but it was Band-Aid money.
I mean,
it
the
was
kitchen got
covering up-
completely remodeled.
It was covering
in
up.
the last probably
The
10
Boo-boos.
floors, they do the floors or
We
something.
did the floors, we did that years and
Years
years
ago.
ago. That might have been like 2010,
Can't
11.
remember when.
If this
Yeah,
is
'cause they used to do
historical and
this.
it's old, then it can be used for hot tax. You can pay for it with hot tax.
Well,
You can't,
The
because
facility
you
fund
use
is
the
hot
facility,
tub.
yeah.
Yeah,
it's the historical doesn't,
yeah.
Well, it doesn't
but,
matter
but
who
the,
owns the historical. It
Yeah.
says whatever entity is on, be it your city or some other private entity.
but the nature of the building, it's hot.
It's hot.
Okay.
Special.
That's where we would
Yeah.
take it from.
And it does need some AV. So,
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
okay, all right. Anything else? in
Let's just
facilities?
see where it floats out.
Just the AV needs that I alluded to when I was talking about City Hall, you're also gonna have those same AV needs here when the expansion of the Civic Center. And then the community center would also need some AV needs in its repair. It doesn't have a lot of good AV equipment in the community center right now. Not to like the quality that we've gotten here now. It's a really good sound system we have in the Civic Center now.
That better be, we're planning on reusing that, right? We're not, I mean.
No, we have to buy it again.
Yeah.
It's good.
Oh.
It's great.
They did such a good job.
Yeah, it's been,
You
yeah,
could hear in the back of the room and understand what the speaker
Right.
was saying and
right.
no reverberation. It is a 180 from what we had before.
All right, gas department.
Yeah, so we got the 3 items here. System expansion, kind of the same thing that's been ongoing for probably way since before I started here, keeping it growing. Electrofusion processor, we asked for one last year, it got budgeted. And we didn't get it. Some of that budget went to the other equipment that I guess got underfunded. Under asked for funding. So just kind of asking for it again. Catalytic heaters, all of our new reg stations. Top of the line, we had some failures this year. This is kind of just fixing the deficiency, keeping the regulators from icing up. We had some overpressure, some under pressure, both bad situations. Had our guys out there 3 days straight, you know, keeping those things warm. And it worked. Both of those numbers, they're over, I guess, overestimated. That's only from one supplier.
So I'm pretty confident I can get both of these pretty cheap. All right.
That's not the majority of it. The majority has
the big one?
everything that. I don't know if Lawrence wants to speak.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can take the next day. Thank you.
He's like.
Jen,
"Oh,
Jen's
yeah."
on page 9, and you're done.
If there were any questions for the equipment, he knows it better than I, and it's good to have his backup and see. Being a gas superintendent, he really knows gas. So if you want me to just.
Yep.
Down the list for
Mhm.
redundancy, okay. So we have a cost here, this year we budgeted for, monies for finding backup gas and also getting redundant. The backup side of it kind of took care of itself, you know, our private provider tied in. With Corpus Christi, so we contract with Aqua Franquia. There's been some negotiations to where now they're selling gas at Corpus, but we have first fruits. It means we get gas first and they have access of what's being produced out there at the wells. So there were talks and just a lot of rumor mill about, you know, what's gonna be sold, what's not gonna be sold. I called our supplier not that long ago and said, hey, is there at any point are we gonna get sold out? He said, no, you guys have gotten carved out of the deal. You get first fruits. Everyone, gas sales past your point to Corpus where we're connected now. He said, you guys are carved out of that. Don't worry about it. We're not gonna sell it yet, basically. So that was kind of the discussion. Are we gonna get sold out or bought out at some point? He told me no. So in a way, I guess what I'm telling you is we haven't had to do it, but since we are connected, since they are selling excess gas to Corpus, in theory, talking with Bill Mahaffey, who is the gas director of Corpus, if they had to backflow some gas to us, they would have to go turn some valves, mess with some regulators, but could backfeed gas to us.
Yeah.
So that's something that's still kind of in the works. They're still putting with full pieces. Called for an update on that. I even asked Bill, look, if you'd like to get this more formalized, instead of just this kind of handshake deal that we have, you know, a minimum subscription contract or whatever. Or numbers, you know, of any sort to where this was more formal, let me know, we'd be interested. Haven't really gotten that back, but something we're still in negotiations with. So that's backup. For redundancy, redundancy was getting the transmission main on the other side of the highway. Right now, our gas comes in at Fish Pass. Was it Fish Gate? Fish Pass, I'm sorry. It's where that, you'll see it with the green fencing right on the highway.
Oh, way down here.
That's about it.
Yeah.
So we have just one transmission line coming into town. We all know they're starting to build on the other side, right? I think it's in the shores right now that is now starting to build on the bay side. So if they clip that, you know, by accident, we're back in the spot with no gas. Even if we said, hey, Bill, go ahead and try to get us some gas, it wouldn't work. Because they're both coming in to our town on that one line, that whole stretch of the highway. So the thought is let's get another backup line on the other side. So if something does get dead, we turn valves and we're feeding from the other side of the highway. So that's what you're looking at here for redundancy of transmission line. We have engaged engineers for a feasibility study. We've asked for them to provide us a contract for engineering, which I should be bringing forward on the July meeting. We're asking for some of the current budgeted monies to roll over into the next budget at the $400,000 because there's going to be draws into the next budget. And construction here, it's going to look like the estimated cost is $4,805. $4,805,500. That's for the construction, the transmission redundancy.
Which we'd have to do a revenue bond.
We had to do
We-
revenue. bond.
Yeah, that'd be the only way to do it.
No doubt,
No
and it
doubt.
would definitely make your price of gas go.
Yes.
"Ooh."
Right. You know, we've already engaged with a consultant for rate increase study. That's something that's still ongoing, but at some point, you know, we do need to increase our revenues there. So that would be a help. And I'd imagine if we did the rate bond, it would be part of that discussion of where they should be set.
Right.
Backup service. I'm recommending that we budget $80,000. So the tankers we've been ordering in true emergencies. I called these guys and said, what would it cost to feed us 7 days straight? You know, God forbid an emergency. or any other mishap. So that's a cost there for a tanker to completely feed us 7 days straight. So it's just kind of food for thought. You think with these storms and all that, we kind of talking with James, you know, we're making sure we got all ends kind of covered. The tanker reserve fee, I got that because there are towns that are paying subscription amount fee. Right now, whenever we order these backup tankers, it's a little bit like rolling the dice. If they have a truck on hand, they'll get it to you. But if you do the subscription reserve, you are guaranteed a tanker truck. They'll actually leave it there and it's tied to your system, ready to operate if a pressure drop occurs. I was a little taken back on the amount.
Why it's not on there.
Well, he didn't, I got it late Friday, so I made copies for Lawrence to hand out.
Yeah, so looking from November through February, for 3 tankers, it would cost us $226,000. But I almost wonder if we not just get away with 1 trailer sitting all the time. And then, you know, if we do have an emergency, we're on the phone, hey, we need another trailer on the way.
Yeah, well, if we can get 1 trailer to last 8 hours,
Yeah,
we would do that.
so I think it could be less. You know, I'd have to ask for a re-quote on this because what I'm looking at is for 3 trailers at 226. So, I mean, you can do the math. That would get it down, I think, to 75,000 if we just did 1 trailer. But that's something I'll continue to talk to them about.
But the trailers would only be necessary until we have redundancy, correct?
Yes.
Well, the
No.
redundancy.
It would be if we had a break like we.
No, but that's why you
or
bring
lost
the
pressure like
redundancy.
we did before,
Right.
you'd need them.
Well, the trailers are more.
Well, if you-
Redundancy from corporate.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you had the redundancy with the Corpus connectivity, you wouldn't need the tanker reserve.
Right.
So the redundancy just gives us an additional feed line from our city limits, you know, basically from Fish Gate. Our city gate is what I'm gonna say, into the city limits. It doesn't go all the way into Corpus. So the tankers are there for backup supply if, you know, we lose feed from the supplier, like they just turn off, like, which they did before. And we wrote them very hard, hey guys, we need communication, you've got to let us know. So they all know that now, and we've got that very straightened out with them. I can get on the phone with Bill Mahaffey and Corpus and say, hey guys, we need to do this experiment now, turn me on. But the tanker guarantees that we will have that backup supply.
So right now we are doing the tanker on demand. Like if we're like, ooh, it's spring break, we need to have a tanker or something. I mean, and you said it's expensive. So and we're paying premium rates. So this would be just to have 100% guaranteed there.
Right, there's no guarantee
Right.
if there's a winter
Yeah.
storm and
It may be like
we
the last
get,
time.
we get a line break or something. There's no guarantee that if you call these tanker companies, they have a tanker available.
Right.
So this is the ultimate
One-
cut. Yeah, this is the ultimate prepper's dream is that you're guaranteed a tank.
It's one sitting on site, ready to rock.
Yeah, which
It'll be-
is a little bit cray, I think, but
And it lasts how long? Yeah.
right.
But let me ask you, I mean, if you increased the rate, which we haven't done in a long time.
Right.
0.5 cent to the user, wouldn't that more than cover the cost? No, I mean, what,
To have a trailer on site.
I don't think it would, no. A minimum gas bill for someone a month is about $14. For minimum usage,
we don't have people pumping out a whole lot more? Cause I guarantee my gas bill is a lot more than that.
yeah.
Well, if you're heating up the pool.
I'm not heating up my pool, it's plenty hot.
People with pools have higher bills, but a regular house that just has a stove, a water heater,
Me.
and a dryer, you're looking at probably a minimum gas bill, except in the winter if you have a gas heater. And they're pretty low bills.
Okay, I just,
Gas usages.
I mean,
And we don't have that, not everybody in town has gas. So you don't have as many gas customers as you do sanitation customers.
But all your restaurants are, I mean, my gas bill, the restaurants.
Yeah, your commercials are,
Yeah.
commercial
Yeah, like
users.
flamethrowers back there,
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
lit up,
boiling water.
So
but.
I wonder about this redundancy. So there's some concern that the new construction is gonna make a break in the line. What,
Yeah.
what would it take to put another, like right outside of Island Orange where a tanker can tap into there? Shut it off or then feed that way to feed the town. What do you think that, just to put a valve in there where they can connect it to?
I think
It's capable, or it's still capable for that.
Yeah, it's capable now. We had a tanker
is?
there,
So,
2 years ago when we had a tanker there 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like a second feed side.
Yeah.
okay.
But
So.
that's having the
The,
bigger.
the tanker reserve fee is like the ultimate,
Yeah.
protection.
What I also need to throw on too is the cost goes up. Because if we leave it out on the highway, they're gonna want it, you know, a pad built for it, fenced, secured.
Mhm.
On the emergency situation, they don't mind it to sit out.
Yeah, they just pull up and,
Mhm.
I mean,
Have we ever used it more than once?
no,
The
the tanker, well, when we had to use it for bypass for construction, we used it.
Construction.
But for emergency purposes, we've used it twice, right? We used it during the original break. And then when our guy was tying into Corpus, didn't we use it? Didn't we made them bring in a tanker for that?
Which is
Supplier
construction.
I think 4 times now.
Yeah. It's been over time.
Yeah.
Even built once.
I mean, they've always had product for us in the past, even during the winter.
Even during the issue.
Yep. I mean, we called them, they provided.
Yeah. Now, one of our guys was close, right? Where did they truck from?
Can
Kennedy. But if they're not available, then we got one coming from Houston.
Yeah.
What about in a hurricane? Neither one can come.
Well, and Harvey, our gas didn't shut down.
But who knows, right? If Aqua Tranquila's wells get shut down in the middle of the ocean out there.
Yeah.
Well, we backflow from Corpus.
One thing I was told too was, I was talking with Bill or one of them, now that they're giving the excess gas to Corpus, it's actually better for us because they're turning on more wells out there.
Yeah.
They're back to.
They're back
maintaining-
to not just 2 wells anymore.
Yeah, they're maintaining things, they're firing things back on, whereas whenever they got shut off to the ship channel and only feeding us, I think they were struggling a little bit because their system's gauged to produce so much, and we were just getting that little percentage to us, right? So they're able to offload, keep that flow going. And, now you have anything to add to that?
Oh, there's coming into our processing facility or well, or our suppliers processing facility. I believe there's 5 different companies that pump gas in there again. That all shut down. It just, the money wasn't there, you know, spend $1 million to sell $50,000 worth of gas for right? But now that their gas is getting moved back to the state transmission lines, they're all on board.
Makes sense.
And in Corpus is really the only transmission line in town that we can, you know, look at for a backup. There are no other really options with the ship channel to be shut off like it was.
So. What do we do? Build a budget with all these things in here? Cause there's more.
I don't think we
You
use,
can't.
yeah.
I mean.
It's not possible. If these are things that y'all really
Without
want.
dramatically increasing the rate to the consumer.
Right, and you would need a revenue bond for these type of projects. We
Well,
do
the
not have
transmission
the,
line for sure, but
yeah. But you know,
Maybe Corpus will surprise us. I don't want them forward about, you know, solidifying our agreement with them for being backups. Well, that would be great. I mean, connection's there. You know, I just want to guarantee that they will flow us. you know, We don't really have that paperwork, right? I'm pushing for it. So if that happens, I mean, that takes care of a lot of everything. You know, they are very reliable, just basically. They can keep the gas coming to us.
We have a big cost on the next page. It really isn't gonna be
Yes.
optional, so we need to get to that.
All right.
Okay.
Furniture for new gas office, that was came up with. 25,000. Okay. I guess you came up with that one, Darla.
You did city home office, 65,
No, it says
For the-
25.
or someone did. Oh,
20 points, yeah.
oh, you skipped the technology.
Oh, the technology?
Yeah, the technology for the new office was 65.
Yeah, let me go back to that, sorry. Yeah, talking with our IT people, Peggy, we're thinking we're gonna need $50,000 there. For the subcontractors to do the technology, that's gonna be network drops and voice. There's something else,
Cameras,
cameras,
the Spectrum has to run the fiber installation because it's in a different location that's not run yet.
Yep.
Data cabling for all their equipment, printers.
that's gonna be something
Copiers.
we have to do. James thinks we don't really need cameras there, but if we want cameras there, then that's added in. Next page is furniture at 25,000. I think I was closer to 10, but you guys may have studied it more, I guess, because it's 25.
Didn't get you much.
Oh, you have Goodwill.
Rooms to go.
Got the old PD furniture?
Automatic meter reading software. We got $43,000 there. Is that right, James? Automatic reading software, approximately 43,000.
Don't you already have that? You don't already have that with the new system?
Yes, this is,
Like the annual fee?
yeah.
Okay, I see it says annual licensing, so, okay.
Is that the 30?
43.
43,000 is what I was thinking.
I originally had 15,000. Oh,
Some of that was paid with last year's budget.
Okay, so
So
43.
it was the 30. One was a security, an annual, like a one-time annual security software for the meters, and then the other one was the annual software.
Software. Well, I should get paid.
Gas system tie-in. So that item right there is homes and neighborhoods that have been built after Harvey. Those are connected onto our old system. Currently, FEMA does not recognize payment out towards Equix in doing this work. We have to pay upfront, and we're looking for a different number, we're looking for 984,000 is more like it, instead of the 820, to tie in homes, neighborhoods that were built after the storm. Del Sol has told us they will work on getting us that money reimbursed.
He doesn't think it's possible.
Well, not if it was after Harvey.
Right. I confirmed with Michael again after you and I sat, and I do not think FEMA will step up for this because
No, they're not gonna pay.
they're not going to. I mean, these 570 new connections came on post Harvey. To get them gas, we had to put them on the old system, but it's going to be our responsibility to move them over to the new system. Approximately 1,440 per service. 570 of those comes to 820,000. And then you've got the 26 neighborhood connections that are going to cost about 52,000. So we've got about 875,000 that we're going to have to do. It's not a question of redundancy or anything else.
So there is nothing in our current permitting fee that covers that?
Well, they paid for their permit in the beginning
Right,
and their gas service to tap into the gas system.
okay.
The old system,
But it's the old system.
so
now so-
their meter's rusty.
So we can't have, they have to move that connection and tap it into the new distribution system. And we can't charge them again for a connection to their house because they've already paid it.
Maybe we can.
I don't know how, but maybe you can.
The electrofusion processor, you already talked about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it, we'll be able to gas. If anyone has any questions on any of this, what is priority or whatnot, we can give those recommendations. But other than that, we're good.
I mean, I think we're gonna have to know that, right? I think again, going into budget, I think we're gonna have to know what is absolutely we have to do, like $940,000 to put all these people on the new system.
Right.
Right?
That has
And
to
what's, yeah,
So that is, yeah, 984,000 is gonna be more likely the number. The automatic meter reading software, you need that, James, right? That has to happen. Your electric fusion processor, does that have to happen?
But if you have it budgeted this year, why can't you buy it?
Cause part of that budget went to the meter reading software.
Oh.
So it dwindled that number down to where it's not enough anymore.
Furniture, I don't know if we need furniture. Pieces.
I think.
You have to have the
Furniture.
technology and you need the furniture.
yeah.
Technology, it's gonna have to happen for the new gas office and shop, that's just wiring a new building now. Elementary upgrade, I really would like that, but, you know, I don't have a cost for it, so I guess at this point we'll forego it. That's, our alarm system. Getting it more, reliable, is a good word for it.
I think that's important.
Yeah, right now it runs off solar and cell phone data, and the cell phone is kind of clearly out there a little bit sometimes.
Yeah.
So this would get it hardwired for alarm purposes, you
Yep.
know, pressure drops, flow drops, communication failure, electrical outage, you know, getting rid of alarms. The tank reserve, it would be nice, backup service, we're working on that with Corpus, maybe we just, you know, see how that solidifies. The redundancy, I think it's not a bad idea, it's costly. But having the funds set aside for backup tankers, I would recommend at the 80,000 for backup service. Right now, we don't have a dedicated line item, I don't think, for ordering these tankers, right?
No.
So that would, you know, place it in that format. Redundancy, I guess is a question, you know, Mark, is that something you guys are ready to do?
I mean, I think it's gotta be a revenue bond, so, you know, whenever the time is, the time is the time. I mean, and maybe you have to put the cost of that along with the cost of these new connections all in one bond to pay for it.
It's a discussion we probably need to have with our,
Bond council.
well, not only our bond council, but the company that is doing our rate study.
Mhm.
That tells what that would look like with our rates.
Yep. I think we need to do
To
that.
know if the appetite is there.
Okay, anything else from gas? Let's take a 5-minute break. Okay.
Yep.
These numbers are.
When the numbers. Kelly took a funny pill at lunch or something.
Stretch. Everybody needs a massage.
Yeah, okay, next year, can I put that in the budget?
Chair massage during the meeting.
One big chair.
Yeah.
We would all follow. through.
Sugar break.
Oh, no, somebody.
Great.
Alright.
Although the 2-year-old had the worst ever cancer. For life.
No way.
You're talking about-
Isn't it amazing?
I
what they
came
do?
in and I was like, well. I thank you.
Take your time, please. Yeah, time to use.
These are.
Yeah, 2000.
Yeah, these are just, there's too many. All we've asked for is. Yeah. we don't really know. Well, the asks for.
Well, it's just small enough now. Well, yeah.
This is.
Well, yeah, they need to not do that. I need to talk about it.
Well, they're kind
You're gonna sugar up. I think so.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Well, at least in the last 10 or 12 years. It's the last time. Pretty cold or what?
Cold, I had to go outside for a minute.
That's very hot for a long
I'm
time.
fine, not
I'll
like.
like it.
You like to see people age.
You see, yeah. What is it? I don't know. Like, you know, I'm not probably. It's more than I don't understand.
Elon?
Taking all the money.
Very good.
Oh, is it? You got a card?
Check your phone, Chuck.
Sir?
Did you check your phone?
I think
My wife took mine to get a new phone. She's gonna, if there's an emergency, she's gonna message you.
Okay, no, there's been none yet.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Brett, I think we might try to do,
Yeah, I have learned that I can't. Right. I don't think she's bad.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't have to be anything special.
At 2 years old, he was using the word pretty regularly. Yeah, that's satisfying.
Maybe like-
On Friday. She
Yeah,
wanted to
they're
do
good.
something that we asked for.
Yeah.
What are my options? It's the first. I don't know. Are they gonna know? Be like, guys. We're good. A little.
Pretty fun.
I didn't need any.
On budget day.
Daniel said it's pretty tart,
It's very tart.
but I like tart. I don't like sweet. I don't like chocolate at all. Anymore. White chocolate, but not milk chocolate.
Okay, Harbor's up. Is Rob here? Y'all doing that?
No.
No, we'll do it.
Yeah, you forgot to tell Rob again.
We forgot to get invited to this.
Oh.
What?
Hey, poor guy.
No, it's pretty light.
His is light. He's got some lift motors. Water lines on dock 11. Repair and painting. I mean, his stuff is mostly just maintenance. No big ask.
No big ass. Can he do that stuff now?
Probably.
How old are those lifts?
I mean, do we have to wait until
I don't know if he can.
October to do that?
He's out of budget from his building. This
I
year,
know, but
But,
Yeah.
but, I don't
Yeah, I
know.
bet you he doesn't have it in this year's budget.
He
He's
doesn't. During
tapped
during the summer though, it's kind of hard for him to get some things done because his guys are so busy with
Fish waste.
tournaments and fish and
Okay, well, if there's something broken.
different things. If something's broken, he'll fix it.
Okay, all right, Public Works. Oh,
Public Works, replace unit, 250. It's a front end loader. At, first of 2020, it's almost 10 years old. We've been doing really good extending the life of the equipment by doing the hardcore paint every couple of years to them. So that's really helped extend the life, but 10 years on the beach is pretty maxed out for the front end loaders. 10,000 for a trailer. It's 14 years old, so that's a replacement. Painting of equipment, this is, we every year we put in, we'll take out typically two of the pieces of equipment, a front end loader, a dump truck or a motor grader, and we send them over to Coachworks and spend about 25 grand on them and have them totally stripped down, repainted, reserved, everything. So we typically would do that every year. Another trailer for a 20-foot dump trailer. 46,000 on a roller. The street guys are expanding their horizons,
yeah, I was gonna say.
getting a little bit more proactive in their patching. They've actually done pretty good. They actually know how to cut, clean out, and patch. So the one piece of equipment that they're lacking is a decent little roller. So once they get that piece of equipment, they'll actually be able to, they're buying a really good product. That's a really good patch product now that can, do decent patches. And then, what's that, 10 by 10 concrete box with 4 walls on, what was that one for, a cold mix? Oh, that's for the collection station. That's where they're gonna store the cold mix. And they're getting away from they're redesigning the street signs. The old ones are on a kind of a corrugated metal that's kind of classically used around cities. But we're finding with our large, big wide street signs, once you cap a stop sign with the two big street signs, it just doesn't have the rigidity that's needed in this wind. So we're switching things over to a pole and just a much beefier component that'll keep everything straight and be less susceptible to wind damage.
Okay. Is that just the poles and not the street signs?
That's the poles and the components. So that's street sign post, and it has a bracket.
Okay, I just want to make sure we weren't redoing something that was already in the wayfinding.
Oh, no. This is just for the poles and the brackets.
Okay.
Yeah. And then collection station brush removal. That's always in the budget. That's shipping and hauling of the brush pile. And units 450 and 460. You don't have a cost on those. These are they all trucks?
I think they're trucks.
Yeah, these are all
He
trucks.
didn't put a cost, I think, because of them being enterprise.
Yeah.
but Since we lease, you're looking at about 700 a month, 1,000 paper outfit. So they're not near as much as buying a unit outright. And then same thing on his trucks for the beach unit. Beach units.
Oh, yeah, the first ones are streets.
First
Yeah,
ones are
streets,
next
then
ones are beach.
beach.
And the next one may be sanitation, I'm not sure.
And then as far as like the expense to get them wrapped and all that, that'll just come out of normal. I mean, does that need to be in there somewhere?
They're not wrapped.
They don't have
Public Works are
on
not
it?
wrapped.
They don't-
Those are cheap. The decals are not expensive.
Okay.
It's the wraps for the police
Okay.
and the surplus rescue guards.
Yeah, our stuff's is
decals
pretty
are-
nominal.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, decals are like $20-30.
That's what I meant, the decals.
And then his last item is the camera. This camera will kind of work in coordination with the Vector truck. It was in last year's budget for, what did we have, 65 or 70,000?
Correct, yeah, 65. Need 108.
108,000 on the, so this is the camera that's actually, it's a robotic camera that crawls down a drain line to see, you know, so you can look at blockage, you can look at what's the level of sand in it. So you know how good you're cleaning it and what kind of attention that drain line needs. And then that's that for Public Works.
Our truck's supposed to get here in January 2026.
Yeah.
So the camera's not needed till maybe even a little after that.
Yeah.
Takes a long time. Okay. Parks and Recs.
Trying to go quickly because it is lengthy. So Parks and Rec in the general fund, we've got a few things listed. The first is a carryover. My items might be a little different than the order of your packet, so let me know if I'm missing something, but the expansion of safety netting is at the Little League field to prevent foul balls from coming into the playground area. We got estimates on the netting, but the contractor that provides the netting doesn't provide the posts, and so it's been kind of a logistical hurdle that I haven't figured out yet. So I'm asking to carry over that funding that was already budgeted for this year. If I can figure it out by the end of the fiscal year, there's a possibility that I won't need that, but it's not done yet, so I put it in there. A second van for youth programming. This is also in the works this year. We're waiting for Enterprise to find the right van for us. They haven't had one come available that meets our needs. So like for summer camp right now, we're renting. So the 55,000, that was when we were planning to purchase a vehicle. This would be an Enterprise leased deal if they find one.
And that would get you to
can't
two
use
vans.
Yes,
You can't use that one out there. Well, it just sits there in the parking lot all day.
the RTA one.
Yeah.
If they want to come up with some kind of agreement to move kids around, I'd be happy with that.
I don't think they'd allow us.
We've asked for help, I think in the past with maybe field trips during COVID or something. We did try to open up something and we didn't get anywhere. Holiday decor, this is contracting all of the municipal facilities from harbor to community center to civic center. Getting all the roof lines lit, having a tunnel at Roberts Point Park. This is also covering the in-house work that we do on like a light show, tree lighting. So this is a combo of the contractor's professional services and the show that Parks and Rec puts on.
Does this cover any additional costs for the new Harbor Master facility building and or the new park that should be done?
Yeah, I'm
Like
thinking, if the community center is under construction around the holidays, I'm not sure what the timeline on
Yeah.
that is gonna be. We'll just shift the lights that we put on that into the new park. We're looking at a new city tree in this year's budget, and so deciding whether that's gonna go at Roberts Point or at the new park. I think everything's leaning towards Roberts Point Park right now, celebrating the new harbor master, having our Santa event out there. And then the following year, community center and the new park will be complete and maybe we move it back to there. A bagging system for our mowers. This is to help with sticker burrs. So the idea is that when they're in bloom or seeding, we bag the clippings to help try and prevent the spread. We have a couple of different control measures for sticker burrs, but that will help in our arsenal. And that's all for general fund. RDC has a lot. The water slides at the pool, we uncovered some damages to the infrastructure of them, and they're no longer safe. So they're sitting out there closed right now. The manufacturer will not give me a number on repairing them. Basically, every single joint needs to be replaced. And so it's going to be expensive on top of some other like cosmetic rusting hardware. The big main structure needs a lot of work. And so to just totally replace it is $141,000. some of this work should be timed along with the construction of the rec center, because the rec center and the pool are going to be adjacent. And so I have notes on things that will hopefully happen at the same time as rec center construction, like this next one. The beach entry, the material that it's made out of was popping up and cracking. And so it needs to be totally redone. We've patched it to make it safe and allow us to continue to use it, but to totally redo it and make it look nice is $8,400. Something not optional is this UV sanitation system. It's a new state health code that your pool filters and splash pad filters need UV filters on them. So I have both those listed here. Shade is going to be incorporated into the rec center job as well. So at the pool and over the splash pad, hopefully it'll match the aesthetics of whatever that building design ends up being. So that'll be part of that project. A grounds facility, that's a maintenance hub for our grounds crew. So the mechanic, all of the trailers that hold our mowers. It'll be a break room, office space. This was budgeted in this year's budget, but we also want to pair it with the construction of the rec center because of the utilities going into the sewer line out there. And so it's budgeted at 1.5. I don't know if that's what we budgeted this year for it, but that's
That was
the
this year's budget.
latest number. Okay. So that's a carryover. The parking lot needs attention. We would want to do that after the rec center construction. So I don't know if we need that in this year or the following year.
Following.
So that one can be taken out. Carrying over the playground at Roberts Point Park, that's slated to be done in December. So hopefully we'll use up some of this fund. It's budgeted this year, and then we'll just have to carry over whatever's remaining at that point at the end of the fiscal year. A new mower for the ball fields, that we put the nicest, newest mower at the ball fields and then move what was at the ball fields to the mobile route. So there's kind of a progression of the mowers there, and it's time for a new one. Having Texas Multichem is a contractor that comes in and grinds down the lips that build up on the baseball fields. That's a safety thing that we do to prevent balls from popping up into players' faces. Shade at the dog park. I actually just had a meeting about that last week. I think this one's going to be taken care of. So this is not something that needs to go in this as a carryover. And then those restrooms for Old Town Square that you guys mentioned earlier as part of the community center improvements are in this at 400,000. And so I'm just envisioning two simple restrooms added to the north side of the building where there's already restrooms and plumbing with external doors so that they could be accessed independently from the rest of the community center and locked up when not in use.
And we think that's gonna cost $400,000.
That's our rough estimate, yeah.
Or additional to the existing building.
Yeah, could easily hit that.
Is it adding more restrooms or just getting in?
I mean, the 80 amp,
We
the
would add
88
more.
ramp will be, yeah,
Oh, you
depends on
would
how
add
we.
more.
Yeah, because you wouldn't want necessarily access through the building.
Right, you want to be.
No, that's what I mean. So you're gonna add
Yeah.
2 new restrooms.
I mean, it could be
Toilet
cheaper,
sinks.
but you know, maybe 250, but depends on how they're designed.
Well, I mean, I don't know who's done the architectural design so far on the work when you're in the community center, but hopefully they can put that in the scope of work,
Yeah, we
right?
could
Because
put- yeah,
that's
we
the
could add 'em
extension of
together.
the
Yeah,
roof and
yeah.
everything, so you don't want to do it after.
No,
the
no,
fact.
we'd add it together.
It
We'd
needs to
add it
all
all
be done
together.
at the same
Yeah.
time.
All right. So that runs through RDC. Stop me if you have any questions.
Ball fields. One thing that's not on here is the school's request for a turf field. Yeah,
So I didn't put it in my capital outlay request because we have so much going on in the rec center and playgrounds and all these other large capital projects that I'm overseeing. And it's not in our open space master plan, but it has been brought up several times. The school bonded the girls' softball facility to be turfed. And so by law, they can't do that without doing the boys' facility as well. It's a little bit complicated in that it's on city property. And so I think last time I talked to Coach Reeves, I suggested maybe the company that comes in and does turf facilities do maybe a presentation and look at the feasibility of our community park fields. They're low elevation. If a storm were to roll through, I don't know how a turf facility would do. That's one of the things that was brought up when we were discussing it in the open space master plan, that the half engineers did not advise us including that. So I don't want to stand in the way of what the community wants. If the players want it, if the school wants it, I just think we're going to need to be creative about how it gets paid for. The ballpark number I've heard at this point is 2.4 million, but that's, I don't think including elevating the field. So I think knowing a little bit more about it and what it would take, and then looking at how it would be funded would be the next step. If it's something council wants to
Wouldn't
pursue.
qualify for hot tax.
So that's the school ball field.
It's our.
It's our field that we maintain
I mean,
and they
that's-
use for
Yeah.
free. We have a MOU with the
Right.
school that we do all of the work on it and their high school team uses it. And we have had some rentals. It's really amped up in the last couple of years. Tournaments, private like select league tournaments are using the field, and our rates are very low. Our facilities rental rates are very low. That's something that we are suggesting adjusting. So there is a component of it that other people will use, but the predominant use of it, the majority of the year, is for our school's high school team.
Money for something we're forced to do.
The middle school plays there as well, correct? The middle school
Already
boys.
looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's middle
Already
school and
looks
high
good.
school.
Yeah.
But I mean,
If you do something for the boys in
Well,
sports.
no.
Title IX.
Title
You
IX.
have to.
Yeah.
Title
No,
IX.
middle schools,
No, middle school doesn't play there.
Mm-mm.
Middle school is like Pony League. They play typically in Portland.
Middle
They
school-
travel. Yeah,
when
the
the
seventh and
high
eighth
school's there,
grade
we
is,
played over
is
Portland.
pony travel.
Little League is going up through 11-year-olds.
Little League goes to sixth.
School has a seventh and eighth grade boys baseball team.
Yeah,
Yes,
I think they play
do.
before the high schoolers.
Yes, yes.
Sorry that I'm
No, they-
embarrassed that I don't know this, but I think.
Oh, it's new.
They've
They never had it when my kids were in.
No, they've had it since
Oh.
for the last 4
3
or
years.
5 years. Callie was in seventh grade. She's gonna be a senior, so 5 years
Yeah.
ago. And they started middle school baseball and
Right.
football.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's still,
Yeah.
still not
I'm
hot
just saying, I
tax.
mean, it's,
Yeah.
anyway, there's middle school and high school teams.
And
that
high
play on it,
school
but-
and some select leagues are paying to use the facilities. Another conversation I think will be is if you do the high school, do you then do Little League and T-ball? So are we looking at all three fields? Another request from the high school team is that the UIL has come out with new regulations about practicing during high heat days. And so they have guidelines that advise at certain temperatures, you have a cooling facility available. And it could be something as simple as, iced towels in a freezer, but they recommend an AC space for players to take refuge in if an overheating situation occurs. And then they tied that into a request for a locker facility. So the home team, they change in the dugouts when they're going from practice or prepping the fields to their uniforms. And so they were hoping for a more private amenity potentially built right behind the dugout that could serve as a cooling area and locker rooms. There was a informal estimate of 35,000 that came in on that. I feel like that's low. That's just what I've been sent from this coach.
Could they do it at the rec center?
Yeah, They could do it at, right now, the only AC we have out there is the pool manager's office is AC, but you could use a vehicle, you could use
You can
a
use
window
tents.
unit, you could use a tent.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a AC building. It could be a tent structure
Right.
with, with a mister unit in it. It can be a whole bunch of things.
When the rec center gets built there, they can just use that.
There will
Yeah.
be locker rooms in there. There will be plenty of space that's AC.
Those new shades you could put out there.
Yeah, I like them. They turned out well. Thanks. Okay.
Yeah, the field would not be, I don't think we could insure it.
Right, so there's a lot of feasibility there, that I think needs to be hashed out before the final decision is made. So I don't know if that's something you'd like to see a presentation on, or something you'd like to pay for preliminary, a preliminary study on. It's up to you.
I would like to see more of a concrete cost estimate before we consider it as a budget item, to know what it really will cost based on all the things that you said, below PFE, you know, all those things, right? Because we could say 2.4, I mean, but what is the real number,
Right.
right? And I'm certain that the school, you know, like you said, they're gonna get a cost from a company who's gonna come out and do the softball field and the baseball field at the same time.
Right.
Right? I
Yeah.
mean, that makes sense. So I'd like to see more of a concrete cost estimate
Okay,
as to what it is, before we make any kind of decision.
Coach Reeves does have a recommended vendor that he's been talking to, and I can reach out to them. They're on the buy board. And I can see how accurate of an estimate they can provide us before we need to pay for engineering and things like that.
Don't have that type of sales tax coming into RDC. That's its source of revenue. Since it's not hot eligible, that would mean going back and relying on general fund dollars.
Or, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we can afford it, but I mean, before we even say yes or no, I think we need to know really what the cost is.
I did ask about, you know, community fundraising efforts, what the feasibility would be there, and Boosters, he said, brings in, I think, I don't have my notes with me, but I think he said between $25,000 and $50,000 a year, and that's for the whole athletic department, not just baseball.
Mm.
And then the Education Foundation gave $300,000 to the whole school system this year. So those numbers do not support a $2.4 million bill.
Yeah, our sales tax for the year in RDC is about 1.2 million in total.
So is that what it's costing the school, I guess, to do?
No, I think the softball field's cheaper. It's like
Oh.
probably a quarter of the size, maybe.
Higher
less.
elevation for sure. I think the make or break issue is gonna be elevation out there. They bonded it though. That's the thing, is that it's built into their last $10 million
Yeah,
bond.
yeah.
So, school board members,
Yeah.
two of them in the audience, what
I-
happens if we decide no? But if that was and it was a specific bond issue for that and a decision. You can't, right? Because you specifically outlined what it was for. Could you build some cooling stations and locker rooms?
Can they build it on city property with a?
Yeah, I think the voters voted on a turf field.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Or that.
Yeah.
Maybe it was that, that might be where the 2.4 million is coming from. I'm not sure where that number came.
I mean, I know that whenever they quoted it, they quoted the whole project. You know, and then
Including wood.
I think they quoted the entire thing, what we do is.
I'll reach out to the,
Yeah, I think we need,
vendor.
right,
Oh,
but
yeah.
it's been almost 2 years because we did not do it last year because we did not have the money to do it last year. And not that that's changed necessarily, but I think we need to make a decision one way or the other.
It's hard.
I mean, it's in the bond, it's there, yeah, but we just, you know, ultimately Got our hands tied unless we come up with some sort of agreement.
Right.
I mean, and it'll just sit there, we can use it at any point.
Yeah, it doesn't expire and then.
No, I mean, yeah, but at some point, if we know that it's just a dead item, you know, so we.
Does the school have 2.4 to build it?
We've got the bond.
No, I mean, do you have any excess money?
Actually, okay. Get the light on right now.
We can build.
Call your good buddy. Hey,
Yeah.
save us a little. Take it all.
That money's out.
Yeah.
City is using a lot of reserves, or the school is using a lot of reserves to help shoulder the difference.
Yeah, we're taking out of our rainy day fund in order to make that, because once again, that was bonded and then.
Way before costs went up. Yeah.
I wish we would have bond. I wish they would have bonded for both facilities and then we could lease the land. Like, that's where we needed to talk about feasibility and how to make this
I
work.
don't think that would be South Coast first.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think you are, yeah.
That's because we're willing to do the other house.
Okay, yeah, I think so. So can I go back to the water slide?
Yeah.
So it's closed.
It is. Like, I want to tear it down because I hate that it sits out there and no kids can use it. It's awful.
It's just like having no playground.
Gets people in there.
Killing them, Colleen. You're
Trick-
killing the little kids.
Well,
all summer
if I
long,
don't-
they have
If I
no-
let them go down the slide, we might.
I know, you're not
have a
really
problem,
done, really
so.
Nicole's kids are
I think-
dying because they can't
I
get
know.
cooled off. I know.
Oh.
I know.
So I'm still badgering the manufacturer for a repair number,
Yes.
but I just haven't gotten it yet. So this is worst case scenario, we're buying a new slide. Best case scenario, they're able to replace all the cracked joints and we have a safe slide to go down, but it's been months and they haven't given me a number yet, so I don't know if they're saying without saying that it can't be done, but
You need to know.
I'm badgering. I'm like,
You
last,
should give every parent their phone number.
Yeah.
And say,
Okay.
my child would really like to go down the slide. It's July and it's hot.
How old is that slide?
it was there before Harvey, which I think may have been when some of this
Yeah, maybe
was
14.
damaged, but it
So
went
it's
unnoticed
probably
for a while.
time.
Okay, but is your proposal not to replace the slide until after the rec center is complete?
No, I think we could do it either all at the same time. It's,
Yeah, the rec center can be
So-
built with this being fixed.
well, if we fix what we have, but part of it is on a wooden deck.
Mhm.
And so if we're doing the rec center and the fencing and the surfacing and everything, I would hope that the wooden deck would go away and it would be part of the.
Yeah, we had to
the work
cheat.
Out there.
When we put the slide up because the pool area dropped off. So we just built a wooden foundation and built a
Right,
deck.
right.
That's the cheap way to do it.
I just hate for the kids to have one less thing because they already haven't had a park for a long time. And
Yeah.
now they don't have water slides and they haven't had another park on the other side of the community pool for a long time. And I
Yeah.
know we're rebooting everything, but to make them go another full, because the rec center's not gonna be done next summer either. So we're not gonna have a slide for
We
a
bought it
longer
in
time.
17,
17?
April 28th of
Oh
17.
my God.
Cost included slide decking, fencing installation. It was $96,561
We had another slide
from
before that.
Craftsman. You did, but it wasn't.
It wasn't as
big.
nice,
wasn't
as
very
fancy, but
big.
we definitely had another
Yeah.
slide before.
Yeah, it was
that.
just a little slide.
I was gonna say
There was
it
a little slide in the little end, wasn't it? Cause the
No.
big end had, what did the big end have?
A slide.
High dive?
There was a
Yeah.
slide.
Oh, it had a
there was
rock
some
wall.
kind of Slide too, though.
We moved here in
Maybe a small slide.
99, 2000, because I used to take Chase there every day. It was a cheap thing to do
Yeah.
in the summer.
It was a cheapo slide and a high dive?
It was a little green, it was like a
it-
little
yeah.
box, and they had little windows.
Oh,
but-
that's right. There was
Remember?
two slides.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah,
it's
there was
small.
a small one and a bigger one.
Yeah,
There
I mean,
was.
it wasn't anything spectacular. but
No.
I could probably go through my phone and find some pictures.
I bet I had some too. We had a birthday party.
I remember a high dive. Yeah.
We probably had that a long time
Had
ago.
a high dive, had a diving board.
Okay, so Colleen, same
Okay.
thing with your list, which is big and very
Yeah.
impressive and lots of things. I mean, I mean, there's certain things we need, absolutely have to have needs, so can we prioritize that as well?
Yeah, we'll get it prioritized.
So we know what,
You bet.
Well, we cut the
She's not done
85,000
anyway.
already.
we cut the what?
85,000 for the parking lots gone.
Well, you can work on that in the meantime. Let's keep going.
All right,
She's not even done.
now
No,
I
that's
got
just
two more departments and I'm sweating.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right, so the beach, they want to add a tower at marker C.
That
That'll
would be your
put
surf
town-
rescue tab.
Oh, okay,
Do
thank
you
you.
want me to do nature preserve?
Well, nature preserve.
Well, you didn't even get to your pay increase stuff and all that.
Yeah, we
under
talked
Park
about-
and Rec.
I didn't, do you want me to talk about personnel?
Or will it be needed if we are able to do a pay scale adjustment for your surf guard?
I think so. So, there's two positions on the parks team, that I feel like need to be reclassified at a higher grade because of the responsibilities they take on. One is, ground supervisor. They have taken on additional responsibilities, additional facilities, and have really elevated the level of expertise that our grounds team has with turf management, with herbicide application, with playground safety inspections. They oversee a lot, and I compared the National Parks and Recreation Association puts out a recommendation every year. I don't have them on, they're in my folder over there, but basically they look at level of education, the region that you're working in, the number of people that are on your team, and how long you've been in service. And so they really get into rate studies for nationwide parks departments. And so to get our ground supervisor more in line with the local ground supervisors, like at the state park and for the county, and for the nation, I really feel like reclassifying that position from a 19 to a 25 grade is needed. The other one is the same grade, the pool manager. They are taking on way more facility maintenance than has ever been done by a pool manager prior to this. They came with 13 over 12 years of pool maintenance experience. And so our chemical costs have gone down. The amount that we've saved doing it in-house as opposed to contracting out some of this pool maintenance. We're saving money in that line item. And so I feel like no other pool manager has done that type of work before. It's cleaner than ever. And there are facilities upgrades that need to happen. But I think he's doing a stellar job and deserves to be reclassified with the additional responsibilities that he's taken on.
So he physically is doing like the beach entry plaster patches and
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Impressive.
Replaced a
That's-
chlorine tank, refurbished the bucket dump. I mean, he's
Can you
really.
fix the slide?
Fix the slide, yeah.
How?
He probably could.
Johnson, of course he
might
can
go to
fix it.
28.
We just need,
Shane Johnson
the
down
parts,
there.
and then
Yeah.
he probably could do it, so.
Justin
I-
Pinto, that'll be fixed.
Yeah. He's got enough kids.
Yeah.
Get your dad over there.
Okay, all right.
Special.
Okay. So those are my big personnel asks, and then surf rescue is reminding me that Corpus has matched their pay rates, and so it's hard to convince somebody from Flower Bluff or North Padre to drive all the way to Port Aransas if they can make the same working for Corpus. So they would like to see increase as well.
But they are full, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, we have a lot
Get
of
better
returning
quotes.
guards. We have, I don't know if I've even introduced, we have a new surf rescue manager that moved up in the ranks, Joey Farah. Has been a head guard with us for a while. And so he's been leading the team, and so retention and recruitment has been good under him. He took it seriously. Excellent. So I'm enjoying having him in that role. He's been around a while, so he gets how things are supposed to be done and is easy to work with. Okay, so his asks for capital outlay are here. One new tower at Marker C, sorry, not Avenue C, that would be weird.
it closes the gap, so they're every 3 mile markers, basically. Two new UTVs. We want to go back to Polaris's. The Landmasters are not performing very well. So Polaris's seem to be doing better. The facility is in there. That's a carryover for when, you know, fire and EMS are complete enough for that to begin construction. PRWC, the original one, that's the jet ski that they have, has aged and is probably on its last year of service. And so if we just purchased one, so if we replaced the one we originally had, we'll have one plus a backup that are both in great running condition. Not too many things there, kind of keeping it simple. All right, last but not least, Nature Preserve. Ray's out of town, so I am gonna try and make sure I convey all of this correctly. Matching funds for Kepra to restore the washed out area at Charlie's Pasture. That's a 60-40 grant match. The project total 600.
That's for the design, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, council approved, this was budget, this is carryover.
Yeah, so this is a carry forward. The
Yeah.
next one is a carry forward,
Yeah.
birding center enhancements. Ray's thinking this was budgeted a while back, and so we may need to increase that number. Another carry forward is the design and permitting of the 33 acres. That's the land by the water tower down the island. We were waiting on Texas Parks and Wildlife to release their boating access grant, and it was supposed to be in February, and they just opened it. And they reclassified what qualifies for that grant, so we need to look into that a little bit more. The idea is that we have master planned a paddling access point there that has like a little playground, some nature trails with little observation decks, and then a place to launch kayaks or canoes or paddle boards or things like that. Preserve host. This is something that we tried this year, and I think it's going really well. We had an RV spot at Port ARV, and we gave it to a couple over the winter, and they stayed there, and then they walked the trails and were just a presence to educate people about our rules. It was ideal during the whooping crane season to help prevent any disturbances there. And then we had a new couple come in for the summer months, and they're, you know, active in the community. They're on the trails educating folks, and they're volunteering, and so it's working the way I had hoped it was work, because this park host is a popular thing in national parks and state parks, so we're kind of mimicking that. So I don't know if that should continue to be a capital outlay, or if we can roll that into a.
It's not under capital outlay, it's an item.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's not fine, it's. Yeah, you talk about big items, so.
Okay. Paradise Pond, the cutoff road entrance, it's always been shared by Wands, and it gets really messy at the lunch hour. There's always people that park along the driveway and block access. There's dumpsters back there that are typically open, and birds tear trash up all over. It's never been ideal, and so it needs to be repaved. The pavement has eroded away in between our driveway and their driveway. And so this is an opportunity to kind of look at the whole space, repave, and potentially fence some key areas so that it's clearly delineated. This is not the Wands drive-through. This is a park, and kind of keep the dumpster activity out of our parking lot. So we don't have an exact layout of what we want to do over there, but we're putting the 80,000 in there, and that'll cover anything that we want to do there.
So do we have an easement from Wands?
No,
Why
it's
is
a
it? Because
city-
it's very, okay, so
There's two, if you look at it like in Google Earth,
Right.
Juan has his driveway in
Mhm.
front of his building that should wrap around and be a drive-through.
Right.
And our driveway is a city-owned street almost. It's
an easement.
30-foot.
Yeah. Goes all the way back.
We own it.
Yeah, we own,
Yeah,
yeah. it's
yeah,
a-
Okay,
So it's just easier for cars to pull in the other way. And so that's what has naturally happened because there's no divider there. But you could add a divider and then it would keep them in there.
Yeah, it's very confusing if you don't know what's
It
going on up
is.
there. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there's almost like it's almost like a double driveway.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like just the unintended traffic pattern that has
Mhm.
happened
Yep.
because, everybody trying to get in there for lunch. And he's been a great neighbor. We want to work with him. I'm not, right. Okay, so extending bollards and cable, we've had golf carts going in. When you're on Ross Avenue, on the right-hand side, you pass the community park and there's bollards and cables that extend almost to where the houses start, and then they turn in to the right along the divider line between city and private property. Well, behind all of those houses was never bollarded in. There was originally a house on that corner property or that first property that's not there. And so people have been driving in on that and getting through. So in order for us to stop that, we need to extend bollards from where they stop to the birding center. So that's what that is. And then the last item is bump outs along the South Trail. So one of the complaints that we get from the nature preserve folks, not nature preserve folks, but nature lovers, the bird watchers out there, is that bicycles can be dangerous on the trails. And we're seeing more and more e-bikes, and it's hard to control that access. And so if we added some bump outs, it would be refuge for anyone with a tripod or taking photos or using binoculars to kind of step out of the way. And then it would allow a passing zone. So I'm suggesting 4 bump outs added on to our existing boardwalk system, and they would be on a cantilever support system. So we're not driving any pilings. We're not increasing the footprint of the boardwalk itself on the marsh. And so we're waiting on an estimate for that, but we're hoping that it can be done as a change order under the North project. I think that's right. And that's all Parks and Rec, I think. There's images of everything I described at the end of the packet.
Is this parking lot at the Burden Center? That's already gonna happen, right?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
part of the
Restore
restore
grant.
grant.
Right, okay. But I mean, that's already gonna happen even before the,
We'll need to carry it forward because it won't be done.
okay.
Oh, that one was formatted weird. It wasn't in the. Okay, yeah, sorry, I didn't talk about that one.
Yeah, I was wondering, it's like, I mean, I thought it's already happening, but
Yes, it's another carry forward. It
It's-
just
it's
didn't
an
make it into
add-on,
the same
like the last one.
Word document.
Okay. Any other questions?
Oh, the only other thing that I didn't include that was something that was brought up in the community was additional features at the skate park. So the addition of a pump track or beginner skate park items, it's not master plan, but I did want to mention it to you and that it's been something I've heard from the community and I want it on your radar.
The other thing that people have requested are lights for pickleball courts.
So that is in the works. It's not, we're not specifically lighting the pickleball courts, but I have 3 AEP lights that are out on the front edge of the parking lot there that we're doubling. So the lights go to the parking lot, but they're also gonna be put on the back side of them.
Provide
So there will be
sunlight.
more light out there. It's
Okay.
not like athletic lighting for
Cause when
You
does
know.
that park close?
Do we
What do
have
you mean?
park hours at the
Yeah,
community park?
yeah.
10 PM.
Okay,
Is it 10 p.m.?
so this
Not
time of
dark.
year wouldn't necessarily, oh. Even,
Not
even,
there, no,
even in the winter
because of
time?
baseball games.
Right.
The ordinance reads 10 PM.
Does it? Okay.
Thank you, Colleen. You have a lot going on. Great job. Okay, the next tab is sanitation.
So I wanted to talk about the sanitation fund. The sanitation fund, where we taken the money for the residential garbage collection, and then Republic is our vendor. We turn around and we pay Republic for that service. We keep our collection station open 7 days a week. It's a pretty expensive endeavor. We allow brush to be brought out there for free. And sometimes 50,000 a year will get pretty much all of the brush done. Sometimes it doesn't, and we've got carryover. We just have been budgeting 50,000 to get as much brush chipped and hauled out as we can out of the collection station each year. We also have to pay for all of the trash that we remove from around town and from the beach. And we have to pay, we collect that as City Public Works. We take that to the collection station, put it in our dumpsters. Those dumpsters are hauled out by Republic. Of course, they charge us per dumpster haul. But we do reimburse the sanitation fund from the beach fund for the trash bought from the beach. So we are covering ourselves there. We've pretty much been just breaking even in the sanitation fund. Right at even, sometimes a little loss, sometimes a little gain. We have not raised the residential rates for the toters since March of 21. We did get a rate increase back in, I think, 22 from Republic. They did not in 23. They did not increase our rate this year. But what I'm proposing that could make the sanitation healthier is there are 280 dumpster commercial customers at this time. We do not bill the dumpster commercial customers, Republic does. If we brought those 280
Dumpsters?
I can't say how
That's a great new word.
Dumpster.
Dumpster.
Yeah, those customers in-house for in-house billing. Currently, their billed amount, I don't know why I can't talk anymore, was $134,985 a month. That's on the second page where I've done analysis of collection. If we did a 5% upcharge, you'd bring in $6,700 a month, which would bring us about 80,000 additional revenue a year into the sanitation fund. Don't know if y'all have an appetite of doing an upcharge to the customer, the commercial customer or not. We could leave it at Republic, not touch them, but it would help us to
We have the staff to do it.
yeah, we've gone up to two utility clerks now, so I think that staffing, we could just add it into our monthly run for our personal customers, residential customers. So anyway, that's kind of an analysis there of our collection of sanitation. That gives you the breakdown. We have three rates that we charge now: senior carts, residential carts, and the commercial carts. Because Republic has identified the commercial customer that just has the residential toters, and we do have to bill them more than we do a resident. So that's why you have those costs there.
Why?
They believe that the commercial customer has more trash than the residential customer. Don't
More
know
than-
about that.
More than a short-term rental?
That's what my
Okay.
thing was, more than a short-term rental. I don't know that, but
Wow.
that is their, and they have identified where the commercial carts are, and gave us a list and said you have to bill them at the commercial rate. So. Kind of gives you the breakdown of the price per month of what the residential carts cost us versus what we are billing, and it shows you their markup. This is also too to just, you know, the 5% upcharge for the commercial customer. Would you rather have it there, or would you rather put some more on residents?
Well, I can tell you, I've said this to many residents, your price is not going up because we negotiated that with Republic, taking away the brush, so your price wouldn't go up. So I would have a hard time all of a sudden, someone seeing the
Oh, yeah.
trash bill go up after we said it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
going up.
No, you
because-
can't raise them this year,
No,
and we are right at breaking even.
I mean, I'm not saying that we
Let's
don't
do
need
it.
to because we
Right.
should, you know, we've got to cover our bills, but I mean, that was the argument of taking away
can't really-
the brush pickup was so that we wouldn't have an increase in our total.
Mhm.
Yeah, you really
total.
can't do it this year.
But having said that, I think that, I don't know, because, you know, we've only started doing that, but I'm gonna guess that we're gonna see more brush collection at the station because,
It could happen.
you know,
They're not picking it up.
because, you know, they're taking it to, you know, they're taking it there now and dumping it there, whether it's individuals or landscape people or whoever, instead of, you know, getting picked up by Republic. So, I mean, I think we're gonna have to figure out a way to increase the fee somehow, whether
What'd you
it's,
say, Nicole?
So I was also gonna just ask for a little bit of guidance. There's a lot of brush.
Right now, there's a
Everything
lot.
Put out right now,
Yeah.
and it's not gonna be fixed again
No.
until August.
Right.
Yep.
So
wow.
Yep.
my code enforcement officers are asking me, what do we do? Do we tell them that they're in violation and then they have to get this
Yeah,
out?
because
pretty
they didn't
quickly?
realize.
But it's
Maybe
more
they
right
don't
now than
know.
I've seen
Yeah.
in a very, very long time.
Well,
My
landscape
opinion was,
people just put it
yeah.
out there too.
they
You know,
do, because the landscape people don't know. And I will tell you, there are certain areas where people have cleared out entire lots and they're sitting on the
Yeah.
street.
They,
And a lot of it happened right after we converted and right before that little storm in
Yeah.
anticipation of getting it cleared. And then some of it after the storm. So yeah, we've got to do, we can't leave that sitting on the streets. I don't know if it's a one-time pickup.
that's what I was gonna say. Do we wanna maybe try to schedule something that pick it up one
Maybe.
time, but also give those people notices that look, this is the schedule now, if they weren't paying attention? Or do we just wanna start violating people? I mean, that's not really. our
Well, I'll tell you what, some of them are, I have a vacant lot and all the neighbors are piling their stuff up on my vacant lot.
It happens, for sure.
And I don't wanna pay for that.
Yeah.
That's not fair.
Yeah, I mean, we get that situation that happens a lot, so.
I'd have to put a camera out there to see who's doing it.
Did we
Well-
put it on
Pile out there right
the
now.
trash bills, the postcards, the green postcards?
I believe we did put a
If you
notification.
did, I get one and I.
Right. I've never seen.
Well, my bill is auto debit, so
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't,
ever
I don't
my
look at it
bill.
either, but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
it's still our responsibility to communicate.
Yes.
Where there's something that says, hey, pick up your brush and stick it in your trash can.
And it was in the South
Take it to
Jetty
the dump.
multiple times. It
Oh,
was
yeah.
on the website. I mean, short of putting a door hanger on everybody's door, I
They were
agree with
blowing.
you. I don't know how else we probably could have put that out there. But I think in this case, because a lot of people still, you know, quote unquote, are gonna say they didn't know, I think we're gonna have to do something to pick it all up.
So I mean, what we
Yeah.
could do is, create a letter and send it to those people that have it out there and say, look, we will pick it up on this day, but from this time forward, these are the days that they're gonna be picked up.
yeah. A lot of people just
We'd have to get over.
read the paper.
Oh, charges for
They
it.
don't.
That's
They're the ones that complain. Yeah.
No.
Right?
I would do it sooner and later.
Doesn't
because
see
they-
it in the paper, and
I
I'm
like
like,
it.
they register, maybe just kind of scan through.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just holding off
Oh,
on
there's ways to
cents
do
on our
so.
bill for a year.
But seriously, I'm like,
Yeah.
what's it, is it recycled?
I could say.
Well, it depends on what
Free
the
dump day at the collection station.
proton
I
is.
can't keep up with which.
They are-
ones
it's free all the time.
Yeah, it's free all the time.
It's free all the time.
Trash.
But I
Not
mean,
for
maybe,
trash.
you know,
That's where I take my palm fronds. I take mine to the city dump. I didn't even.
but
know
I
that-
think there are a lot of people who don't know that you can put them in your can.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if you've got, I mean, so I had,
Do you have too
we
many?
don't have palm trees in our yard, but after the hurricane,
Yes.
I mean, after the storm, we
Yeah.
had maybe 8.
Yeah.
and they won't fit in there.
Yeah.
Because then your lid's up and they're not tied out.
I take them to my desk.
Small.
Yeah.
But we also have regular.
I know, and my neighbors.
Regular trash can.
Stuffing in my dumpster.
So I mean, Darla, to answer your budget issue here, I think we're gonna have to do something.
Oh, yeah.
I
Yes, I
don't think
do
we
think
should
that.
pass on the residential toters, but I think we're gonna have to do
Easy.
something.
Pull up,
Well, then that's I agree, keep
Yeah.
us on the residential, so that was my suggestion, and actually it was also Mike Reeves is the one that brought it, said, you know, y'all can build commercial, and you can build commercial with an upcharge, and a 5% upcharge is very small compared to what we're passing on for the other services.
Yeah.
You know, it can be higher. I think our chipping is gonna go up. We had that issue a few years ago where we had some very large piles and they combust.
Yep.
I mean, if you don't get it out of there, they can catch fire, and it did happen. And so then we had fire on standby for, gosh, it was a few weeks. They were always out there.
So we may
So-
have to look at charging people. Particularly commercial business, like a landscape company. I mean, it's one thing for an individual to go to the collection station and drop off their stuff. But if we're getting a lot from these landscape companies who are going around, then they need to be paying a fee. Because they're getting paid to trim and to do their job, then they need to be charged to haul it off to our collection station.
So they're not getting charged. People that-
It's free. They don't have to haul it down the
Yeah, it's
road.
free.
I always thought it was just for the residents.
It
Like
ha-
they ask you through your driver's license when you went out there, but
Yeah,
no, they need to be charged if they're making, they're living. at it.
Yeah, we had some palm trees trimmed to 2 condos down the island. They charged us to dump. At least that's what I was billed for and was told that when they hauled off the fronds over here to the city, they
Free.
dumped it. They had to pay for it.
I know, but
Right.
they had to pay our city.
I think if you have a lot.
No,
No.
No, you got charged.
So, like I
You
billed
got,
for
you
it.
paid.
no, not for green waste.
And then that's what the guy at the, that's all I was told. I took.
You may want to have a chat with them.
Ask for a receipt, because our city is very good at getting receipts when they take cash. Very good at it.
Palm tree Chris did it on his island for a long time, and he does it on the properties we manage here in Port A. He doesn't get billed for it. He said the guy there at the deal was whenever he was bringing the fronds from entities that are just south of La Mirage, they build them for the dump.
It's corporate.
South of
Well, no,
Palmer.
it's
You're in
against city
corporate.
ordinance to import green waste
Yeah.
into our city
Oh,
limits.
okay.
So the
Okay.
second
Come
you
out
drive
there.
over the city limit, you're illegal.
Yeah, you can't bring it
Probably
in Ferry, you
sold
can't
at
bring it
Corpus or something.
south of Palmer.
That's what it was, yeah.
He must have been hauling the corpus.
I think that's fair, because our guys, if you go in with a trailer of junk and you wanna put it in the trash, they measure, get the tape measure, they're doing it, do their calculation. They can do that same thing with a trailer of brush, and if a resident goes in with a trailer of brush, you just show, here's my driver's license, I'm here, and you don't have to charge a resident.
But commercial landscape company needs to.
Oh, a resident,
yeah.
okay, commercial.
Commercial. I'm just saying, no, I mean, even if residential, commercial land, I mean, if they're
commercial,
land, if, yeah, because I'm paying my
thinking-
landscaper
Right.
to haul it all, so. Now, he'll probably pass it on to me as a consumer, but
I think commercial should have to pay. Private residents or residents here on the island. It's been a long time since I hauled some out there, but I know I've done that in the past. I'd have to show a utility bill or a driver's license that I.
Yeah,
lived
and you
here
can
before I
double
could
stuff. We've
dump it
always
with no
done
charge.
free.
I mean, the commercial businesses here took an increase in their toters, so why wouldn't other commercial people pay something?
mhm.
Darla, were there other city costs related to Alberto? Is it possible that there's more brush right now because it came down during the storm?
Wasn't declared a disaster, there's no funding for it.
But I think that's part of it for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. Could be, because we had some high winds,
From the
but there's,
wind, yeah.
And we could get some more before the summer's over.
oh, yeah. That's why we don't want it to stay on the roads.
You're not allowed to talk about,
Yeah,
Just wind and a little rain.
that's all we want.
no ways.
That's a.
Well, that would be a fee schedule issue to charge for brush or to charge landscapers and
Commercial.
Commercial.
commercial / landscapers. If you are interested in commercial dumpsters billing coming in-house with an upcharge, that's direction we would need from you. The fee schedule we'd have to bring to you for the other.
I think I'm fine with bringing that in-house and
Yeah.
to be able to cover some additional costs.
If you have the staff.
Would they still be able to call and order an extra pickup? Because I know that's something that you now.
Yes, we. For dumpsters and stuff, yeah, we're in constant communication every day with Republic. Mhm. Do y'all feel that a 5% upcharge is enough?
Is that what you asked, Nicole? If you had needed an extra dump, you call the city then? Yeah, if you started taking it over, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to work that out with Republic, but I think it would have to go with us because there's a charge related to any extra dumps.
Okay.
Is that a lot more work than just normal pickups? Like in the summer, it's tricky because they'll switch.
What happens on Saturdays?
Yeah, Saturdays and Sundays. is
If
what I
it's
would
Saturday,
worry
they
about.
forgot to pick up both my dumpsters on the weekend.
But you still contact Republic. I mean, you have to contact Republic on weekends if things like that happen.
Yeah.
And we'd have to work out.
You're just
communication.
talking about bringing the billing in-house, not the
Correct.
customer service issues.
Not the customer service issues do not come
Yeah.
in-house, but when they order extra dumps, we have to be involved in it because there is a cost associated with that. But that's. Cause you only get so many dumps per week, correct?
No,
Okay.
no,
You
pick
just,
one that you get.
you can just,
decide.
you can have three.
But you
like
pay
this
more.
summer,
Yeah.
we up there.
Right, you pay more for those dumps and
Yeah.
every time of year you may have,
add extra.
during the
Yeah.
summer, you may have 4 dumps a year, during the winter, you may have 2 dumps a year.
Yeah.
exactly.
Is what you're
Once a
scheduled for.
Yes.
Yes,
A
per week.
Yeah,
Yeah, not a year,
Yeah.
per week.
yeah.
Right.
Yes.
The trash.
I could use
grows
one
and-
every day with those nesty shrimp, because we throw everything.
That's right.
It's not just a few. scraps.
Well, I will continue to have a conversation with Republic on how that would look to bring that in. And some of those type questions on additional depth, how we would work that out.
Started playing more. Good luck with that.
Okay, there's several departments that there's no supplemental information in the packet, so I'm gonna walk through them unless you can just carte blanche, tell me none of these people have any requests.
Should be none of those people have any requests.
So no library, no city secretary, no animal shelter, no fire department, no sanitation, no development services. Nobody.
Nobody. City secretaries was covered with the admin. Fire, I received nothing from fire. Animal shelter.
We talked about,
discussed.
but okay, sure.
And so I didn't put anything in for animal shelter because that's kind of a big.
Can I
need.
ask something about that, the animal shelter? I know it's not mine, but last year when we did they had the 15,000 to ship animals to Gulf Coast
Yeah,
or somebody,
yeah.
but they didn't want the money, so I think we said we're gonna just put it in a fund for emergencies,
Yeah,
because that way it'd be, we have $20,000 budget and the 15. So is that still there? I
Yeah, it's
mean,
still
if
there.
They new beds or
No, it's still
something like that, they can use that?
it's still there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just asking, they
Yeah.
needed some beds.
Okay, so no other departments? And if there is something that pops up, maybe can be presented at a later time?
Correct. I mean, they're gonna have budgets. They just didn't have big council items.
Capital
that-
outlay. issues.
Yeah.
Capital outlay
Okay.
issues and things that were out of normal operations that would raise anything.
Okay. Okay, all right, we'll move on to item 8, city council comments and items for future consideration. So for the July meeting, we talked about, David, you presenting those 2 items.
Streetscape
Streetscape
and
in the
in the park.
park. I do think we need to look at the fee schedule for increasing the charge for landscaping or brush debris. Are there any other fee schedules that we need to look at now? Building department, okay.
And Colleen has a lot of
And
changes.
Colleen has a lot, I mean, I totally agree wholeheartedly that I think the fee we set for the Harbor Masters facilities, including the pavilion and the party room, are a lot less than we should be charging. And I don't know if now is the appropriate time. I mean, obviously we could grandfather everyone who's already reserved a room, but I think that, I think it's an event space that needs to be charged more. So
Gorgeous.
if you just want to take recommendations, if we want to just talk about it again, or I don't know what, but, or look at some other facilities
Yeah, let's look
that are
around.
similar and
Yeah.
kind of get something, but
Yeah, I know that, I mean, the entire community center is less than the Harbor Master building. So it's cheaper.
so.
Isn't it? I think so.
I'd have to pull it up. Yeah, it's not very expensive. It's not as beautiful, but you can fit a lot more people in it.
Oh, yeah, it's a much bigger.
Well, sure, but. Okay, anything
right.
else? All right. We're
All right,
adjourned.
good.
Nothing
Good
tomorrow.
budget sesh.
Cancel tomorrow.
Next meeting.
Our next
Regular
regular
meeting?
meeting is, yeah.
When's our next meeting?
July 18th.
July 18th.
18th.
18th, July 18th.
July 18th.
You will?
Hey, even if it's 12 feet, we just talk every.
I'll be in Florida the following week.
We moved the regular August meeting, right?
It is. Is that what the name of it is?
Yeah.
The August meeting got moved to the 22nd.
Yeah.
August meeting,
We
yeah.
voted that.
Yes.
August is August 22nd.
Well, it's the 12th and the 22nd, right?
So we have
Right, the
to-
12th, Monday, the
the-
12th is the budget.
Right.
And the 22nd, Thursday, the 22nd is the regular council meeting.
22nd.
12th and 22nd is the regular. I'll just miss the 12th.
All right. Good job. In one day.
No, I think she laid some out.
Okay.
No, community
Yeah.
center's 400,
Oh, 400.
400 a day.
My yellow one went out.
Oh, I heard you.
It's like, that's where I was going.
I don't know, but it's
Somebody-
really, really nice and
It's really nice.
It's really, really nice.
Really, really cheap.
And it is really, really cheap. Of course, you can't fit what,
Everybody's trying.
Everybody's trying to-
Oh, yeah. They're bad everywhere.
How big is your restaurant?
Pavilion and.
Well, yeah.
No, just the top.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's still cheap for that. facility. We said there's gonna be a giant screen TV and everything in there.
There is, there is.
Yeah.
We could have bigger.
We're gonna watch Texas OU from there.
Oh.